Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session today?
There are none, Chair.
Great. We will be meeting in closed session for item number 1A on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency agenda. Is there any public comment for closed session this morning? We have nobody here in chambers. Is there anyone online? We do not have any hands raised for closed session public comment. So we will recess for closed session agenda items for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And we will call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with the supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session today?
There are none, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. We will be in closed session discussing items number 1A through H on the agenda. We still have nobody in the chambers for public comment. Is there anyone online for public comment?
Hands raised.
Okay, there are no hands raised, so we will recess for closed session agenda items for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We will be reconvening back here at 10:30, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Yeah, you did. That was good.
Monica? Yes. All right, where's my closed session now?
Okay, so
Adamant about putting cis people in trans roles.
Workforce Development Board, the Community Services Workforce, and the Department of Social Services. I don't know if they're right there in this building, but they're right there. And they're all right there. It just makes for a real, easy collaboration and partnership. They all talk to each other. They go on breaks and everything. So everybody talks. So that's great.
Mm-hmm.
So when everybody's there. But they opened up their one stop on the 10th.
Okay.
Valerie, are you there? Valerie, are you there?
Hi, this is Valerie. I heard somebody asking for me when I wasn't here earlier. I'm here now if you need help.
Hi, Valerie, it's Irma. I need to have Paulette added on as a panelist.
Paulette?
Paulette
Okay,
Clark. Okay, I forwarded the email, but hopefully, but if you can make sure, so she, in the event the board may have questions. So Paulette Clark, and then
okay, I just promoted her.
and then Wendell Sells.
The other one is spelled?
Wendell Sells. S.
Oh, Wendell. Okay.
Yeah. S. It's SELLS.
Yep. I don't see him on yet.
Okay, I will connect with him. Okay.
Okay, I'll promote him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a technical question.
This is Valerie. How can I help you?
Am I on live?
Hi, Mayor Craig. Yes, you are. I can see you. Well, I can see you on my participant thing.
I just am wondering if I'm doing a screen share, or does the board actually have the PowerPoint for the DSA?
We do request those share their screen so that they control their own presentations. And since you're panelists, you should be able to do that.
No problem. Thank you for the clarification on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Valerie, Sean Ellerby.
Hi, Sean.
For this afternoon's item, which is the last item on the agenda, Nate Merkel will be presenting.
I believe he's in already. I saw him earlier as a panelist.
Yeah, so he'll need to be sharing his screen for that presentation.
Okay. And he's in as a panelist, so he should be okay.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
All right. Turn my audio off there. Okay. It is 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. We will reconvene. I guess we will call to order the East Garrison Community Services District. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Directors Alejo, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Director Chair Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. I see that we have Mayor Kimberly Craig on the line. Mayor Craig, if I can put you on the spot, if you're able to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Oh, you are there. Oh, good. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot if you wouldn't mind leading us today. Thank you.
Not at all, although I'm wearing a different hat today, as you can tell by my background. So I'm happy to lead the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful, and I do appreciate the wearing of multiple hats that we all do to serve our community. So thank you for leading us today, Mayor Craig.
Thank you.
Do we have, let's see here, Jocelyn Martinez. Thank you for joining us. Would you like to announce our Spanish interpretation services?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español, se les anuncia que hay interpretación disponible en vivo vía Zoom. Al pie de su pantalla, si presiona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos, este servicio no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Great. Thank you so much for being with us today. For anyone who is watching on Zoom, we do have Spanish interpretation available by selecting the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. At this time, we do not have Spanish interpretation for those that call into the meeting, but we do have it available here in the board chambers as well as on Zoom. For anyone who's watching us via live stream on Facebook or YouTube, you are also welcome to pop into the Zoom webinar. Our webinar ID is 224-397-747. Are there any additions or corrections on the public agenda?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right. This is the East Garrison Community Services District call for general public comment. Is there any public comment for the East Garrison Community Services District? I have one public comment from Christopher Long.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Great. Thank you very much. I just have a brief comment regarding item number 1 on the consent calendar, which is regarding the East Garrison Community Services District election. I'd like to request that the board consider postponing this election to November of 2022. That way, because this will be the potentially the first election involving the Community Services District, it's going to set all future elections for the Community Services District. And because of the way that the terms are set by law for these individuals, it will mean that because there are 2-year and 4-year terms for these positions, every election that will occur going forward will occur in an odd numbered year versus an even numbered year.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'll have 3 more for you, but
sorry, just a second, Chris, while we mute folks. Okay, perfect. Please continue. Thank you.
So because all future elections will occur in odd numbered years, if held November of this year, it will result in an increased cost every 2 years to the Community Services District of potentially an extra $6,000 forever, every 2 years going forward. So every 10 years, basically that means that the cost of holding an election would be an added $29,800 incurred to the district, which results from the county's registrar having to prepare, or I guess Board of Elections. I'm not sure exactly what the title is, but having to prepare and mail out ballots in odd numbered years. If we were to do this and postpone the initial election to November of 2022, assuming that the voters of East Garrison elect to become an independent community services district, then going forward, all future elections would occur in even numbered years, which is when there is a general election and results in a huge cost savings over the long term. So again, I'd request that the Board of Supervisors consider postponing this until November 2022. And given the three triggering events under the applicable government code section, which is 61029.5, and the time that has passed since those triggering events have occurred, I don't see what the potential harm in waiting an extra year to hold this election would be to members of the public. So I welcome County Council's consideration of this and the board's consideration of our request to postpone this to November 22. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us and for your comments today, Christopher Long. Next up, we have Terry Short, who is the chair of our East Garrison Community Service District Advisory Committee. Terry, you will need to unmute yourself. We've given you permission to do that.
Good morning, Chair Askew, supervisors, and staff. Wendy, I just have a point of order. Since this is on the agenda, is it appropriate to speak about it in public comment?
Yeah, we're a little, I mean, it is a consent item, so we'll be going to that public comment next, but since we've got you, please go ahead and you can make your comment on, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your time today. I'm Terry Short, chair of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee, and I would like to speak to you today, this morning, about item 1 on your consent calendar, the possible November 2nd, 2021 election. The East Garrison Community Services District has had over 500 registered voters shortly after our first election was held in 2017. My question is, why didn't county staff keep a close eye on this number, since it's a trigger for the required election? If they had, the district could have held the election in 2018 or 2020 to coincide with general elections, thus reducing the costs to the district. Doesn't county staff have a due diligence to be considerate stewards of our taxpayer dollars? Now we are in a rush to be legally compliant with the election clause for East Garrison. And as a result, we will be forced to have off-year elections at a much higher expense. That just doesn't seem right. And also, we've been told by county staff we can always vote the November 2021 question items down, which cost us $20,000 to $40,000 unnecessary dollars, and bring the question back next year in 2022 to be in sync with general election cycles. This is simply not good use of our hard-earned money paid by our residents to fund the CSD. So I absolutely would ask that the Board of Supervisors, acting as our Board of Directors, would consider postponing item number 1 until we have a time to really talk with county staff, county council, and we make sure that we do what's best for the community of East Garrison. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for joining us today and for your comments. Patricia Orozco. Patricia, we've given you permission to unmute yourself. You'll need to take that action on your side to unmute your microphone, and we have 3 minutes on the clock. Okay, while we wait for Patricia to unmute herself, I did see a hand raised on our panelist side, but it's gone away now. So, okay, Patricia, we would love to hear your comment, but we do need you to unmute yourself so that we can hear your microphone.
Hi, this is Patricia Orozco. I'm sorry, I did a mistake. I don't have anything to say.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Well, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining our meeting today.
I'm really
we appreciate
sorry for
having
that.
you with us. Okay,
I'm
no
really
worries.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh goodness. Okay. So with that, we will close public comment, and we will move on to our consent calendar item. We did hear public comment on our one consent calendar item. And I would, as a supervisor representing East Garrison, would like to request that we continue this item. We do have until June 30th to call any election, and there is clearly additional work that needs to be done to reconcile some of these outstanding questions. So I did have a conversation with county staff in regards to this, and would appreciate the support of my colleagues in continuing item number 1 on the East Garrison consent calendar. Supervisor Alejo.
I do want to comment on this because I had co-authored some legislation about, 5-6 years ago that was trying to not have odd year elections because of the low turnout during those years. And the law required districts to move to realign either during gubernatorial or presidential election cycles for obvious reasons. That's when you get the greatest participation of voters. So I don't know why this kind of fell through the cracks and not getting it aligned to what that state law intended. But I am open to postponing the election so that we could have it aligned on next year's gubernatorial cycle. So whether we table it now or bring this and bring it back for another day is fine. But I just want to express my support for having it aligned for gubernatorial election. Thank you.
Appreciate your support, Supervisor Alejo. County Council, do we need a vote to have this pulled and continue to a future date?
If you want to continue it to a date certain, you would have a motion to continue to a date certain. If you want to request that the matter just be tabled, you wouldn't necessarily need a vote on that, provided the department was willing to remove it from the agenda and re-agendize it at a later date.
Okay, so I guess I'm just requesting that the department can remove this from the agenda and re-agendize it for a future date.
Yes.
Any other board comments?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
And Madam Chair, I would ask the elections office to kind of comment on the realignment of elections to the gubernatorial presidential elections when next time this comes back to us, just so we could be informed on what those requirements are. Thank you.
Thank you. Is any of our East Garrison staff on the line to speak to having this? I see Randy popping up here. Randy Ishii.
Thank you, Chair Rudascu and members of the board. The department will work with its staff as well as work with the community on rescheduling this item. So we are amenable to postponing it to a future date once we work the details.
Fabulous, wonderful. And then Supervisor Alejo had a request that we also include some information from the Elections Department when it returns to the board.
And we confirm that we will work with the Elections Office as part of the county staff.
Wonderful. Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, seeing no additional, Supervisor Alejo, your hand is raised. Did you have anything else to add?
No, sorry.
Okay, no, we're all good. Okay, just want to make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, perfect. We will have this return to our board at a future date. And we don't need any action, so we will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District. Actually, I probably needed to go to public comment on that item, which I didn't do. Is there any additional public comment for this consent item? And Terry, we already had you share comment in public comment, but I guess we will go do public comment again for this particular item. Terry Short.
Hi, this is Terry Short. I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors acting as our Board of Directors for their support this morning, and especially Chair Askew and Supervisor Alejo for their consideration and really understanding what this issue really is. It's about the cost. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, so with that, we will end this item. We will adjourn the East Garrison Community Services District. We will reconvene as the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, meeting on our public agenda items. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Great, thank you. Are there any additions or corrections on the public agenda?
There are additions and corrections. There is a correction to the general government consent calendar, and that is for item number 25. It's being requested to be pulled from the agenda by the department and to be brought back on Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021.
Chair, there is a companion Board of Supervisors item to the East Garrison item that would need to be pulled as well, so you might want to take that up at this time.
Great. Do you have that item number, Les?
Yes, it's you know what? It's taking me a minute to find it, Chair. I apologize. 32.
Perfect. Okay, so 32, should we pull that now?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll ask that 32 also be moved to a future date in coordination with the East Garrison Community Services District agenda item. And I'm assuming we still have consensus from the department, Randy Ishii, that we can delay that one.
Chair Rudescu and members of the board, yes, we confirm that as well.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. Okay, so corrections to today's, we're removing item number 25 and 32 from the consent agenda. Any other additions or corrections for today's agenda?
There are none.
Okay, fabulous. Okay, we do have a couple ceremonial resolutions on today's agenda. Our first ceremonial resolution, or if we could, let's do any board comments or questions about ceremonial resolutions. Let's take action on these first, and then we can go into the presentations. I don't see any hands raised from the board. Any public comment on these ceremonial resolutions before we act on them? Seeing no public comment, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
So moves.
Okay, I had a motion, I think, from Supervisor Phillips, and maybe I'll make that a second from Supervisor Lopez.
That works for me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. Thank you. With that, our two ceremonial resolutions are approved. We will do a presentation for item number 2, which is adopting a resolution honoring our professional social work honoring professional social work in recognition of Professional Social Work Month. And we have, I think, some guests with us today. Annabelle De La Torre, who is with
Good morning.
Aging and Adult Services with the County of Monterey. Did I see? Yep, I see Annabelle here. Annabelle, I will pass the microphone over to you for a brief presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Annabelle De La Torre. I'm a social worker with Aging and Adult and Home Supportive Services. For me, being a social worker means honoring my parents and the privilege of serving some of the most vulnerable in my community. Sometimes our work is hard and sometimes our work is harder. Still, it is always fulfilling and worthy. Today, in recognition of March being named Professional Social Worker Month, I would like to share a little bit about what being a social worker is, specifically during a worldwide pandemic. In the last year, we have all, in one way or another, experienced the havoc COVID-19 has caused. More than ever, social workers are called upon as a primary point of contact for resources and help. Issues further complicated and complex due to this pandemic. A very special person comes to mind when trying to sum up the unique skills that a social worker must tap into when assisting someone from afar. Recently, I spoke to a mother, a caregiver to her 23-year-old daughter with special needs. This young lady was put in my caseload my first year as a social worker. She was always a visit I looked forward to. Every year upon my visit, she would greet me with a smile, and the family would invite me in as if I were a lifelong friend, saving the best chair for me at their table. Sadly, a few months ago, this mother called me with the most devastating news. With a haunting, shaky voice and through tears, she told me that her daughter had passed away from COVID. I confess that at that moment, professionalism aside, I cried with her. In my most humble way, I attempted to comfort her, offered my condolences, and advised her of the grief and loss support groups in Monterey County. It has been months since this young lady passed away, but my conversations with Mom continue. We call each other regularly. Each time without fail, she thanks me for what IHSS did for her daughter. I am but one of many social workers, each of us with our own cases that keep us up at night, and each with our stories of triumph and perfect resolution. In the best of times, our task is done when we have matched someone with the resources to improve their quality of life. In the worst of times, in the worst of a pandemic, we Monterey County social workers are the phone call and the constant, unwavering resource for those that need us most. Thank you on behalf of myself and all my colleagues for recognizing March as Professional Social Worker Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annabelle. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for just the work that you've done and sharing your stories with us. It's not the work; it's different from the work that I do every day, and it's helpful to hear sort of what your experience has been. I believe we also have Allison Yount, Dinah Jimenez, and Emily Nickel here with us today, representing Aging and Adult Services. Are there any comments?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Chair Askew. I'm actually going to give time to the next speaker, Ugo, who will share his personal perspective.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great privilege to be able to speak on behalf of Family and Children's Services, the great team that we have that really is committed to providing unconditional support to all of the families that we work here with in Monterey County. Tomorrow will mark 1 year since really we were asked to transition to home into this virtual platform, and at the same time to be able to provide services to all of our families. It took a lot of flexibility, a lot of patience, a lot of resiliency on behalf of not just the social workers, but really the entire department. But most importantly, it required enduring empathy for all of the families that we serve. Although there was great modifications to the work we did, our social worker team, everybody really did a great job in being able to try to meet the needs of our community while understanding the risks of being potentially exposed to the virus when returning to the field. But in spite of that, we're still here. We're continuing to provide services to our families, to work with them, to support them in every way that we can. Although this is a social worker recognition ceremony, really the department can't do its work without our clerical team, without our social services aides, without our supervisors, without our analysts, and without our management team, who have really just grown with us during this pandemic. It really feels longer than a year, but it's been just this journey that we've taken with them that really without their support, it would make our work impossible. And if I could take the moment to use this platform to also recognize our caregivers who have just provided just an immense support to the department and to our children that they receive into their home. And in spite of an ongoing pandemic, they continue to open their doors to our children and assume the risk that they could potentially themselves be exposed. So really just a great deal of thank you to all of our caregivers. I was asked to speak on behalf or about a family that I work with that really just continues to really just leave a mark in my life. Initially, I was assigned to this family. One of my first cases as a social worker ever there was a lot of challenges with providing services, with being able to help them overcome those challenges and to be able to reunify. Luckily, you know, they really just understood what it took to really reunify with their children and the requirements that the court and the department has. We were able to reunify them. We were able to close out their case early. And usually that's where it lies with our families. That's kind of it. We close out their cases and they want nothing to do with the department. But they've just been amazing and checking in with me. It's like, hey, Hugo, this is where we're at. This is how our son is doing. Just wanted to let you know his birthday is coming up. And it goes more than that. They volunteered to be guest speakers for some of our parents that are going through this process and really just want to be of service. They believe so much in the mission of Family and Children Services and the need to be of service to the community, that their intention is to come back and to support the department in a way so that they can work with parents that are going through dependency cases of their own. So really, it's just, as a social worker, we wear many different hats. We're working with parents, we're working with foster parents, we're working with therapists, with a whole array of collaterals. But really, it's a very fulfilling profession. It's very humbling to be able to serve my community as a social worker. I was born and raised here in Monterey County, so I don't see myself doing anything else. And really, just I want to remind the county that, you know, we're still here, we're eager to serve our community, and we're really just here to help. Thank you so much.
And supervisors, Madam Chair, I just in closing would say that although we've just highlighted a couple of workers in our department coming from different areas of our agency, I also want to recognize that we have social workers throughout our county. We have them in the health department, at Natividad. And so this also is honoring all of our county social workers and all of the work that they do every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Hugo, for sharing just some of your personal experience. And I can't only imagine how difficult this year has been for you and your colleagues and everyone who is serving our community in the field of social work. So thank you for joining us today. And Director Medina, thank you for your leadership and for supporting our social services staff who really are there serving on the front lines. I did also have, was Emily Nickel or Alison Yount wanting to make any brief comments?
I will just add that you've just gotten a taste of some of the breadth of social work experience. I personally, in 25 years of being a professional social worker, I have done everything from individual therapy to facilitating bereavement support groups, to managing the in-home supportive services program, and to legislative advocacy. So that's just a snapshot of what an amazing profession the social work profession is. And thank you so much for giving us the time to share this with you all as the Board of Supervisors and with the community.
Thank you, Emily. We do have Alicia Meters on the line for public comment on this item. So Alicia, I will grant you time on the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not selected to speak on behalf of Family Children Services or for social workers in general throughout Monterey County, but I just want to add that having or being a social worker since 2001 in Monterey County, again, a county that I grew up in, born and raised right here in California, and I just want to shout out to all of the social workers in Monterey County, to the Department of Social Services, to everyone who, again, being a social worker to me is not a job. It is a calling, and it is a call to serve my community. And I would just like to say that I'm proud to serve for Monterey County, proud to be among some of the best social workers, I will say, this side of the stratosphere. And again, just proud to represent as being a servant to the families and children of Monterey County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I like that, being a best social services department this side of the stratosphere. We're gonna take that one. Any comments from my colleagues on the board in regards to this resolution today?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to thank all our social workers for the awesome work that they do every day, the dedication and the stories that were just shared, especially doing this work during this pandemic and really being there for a lot of families and providing that comfort and services is really commendable. So I just wanted to salute you. Especially my older brother became a social worker. He worked for Montgomery County, Maryland, and now for the District of Columbia, doing the same work that you all do. So I just wanted to show my respect and knowing that how important your work is for our communities and families. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you and echo all the comments of my colleagues, and more importantly, say that we have an incredible pipeline here in Monterey County for all those young men and women out there here in Monterey County watching this today. You have residents who grew up here who are serving our community here, and that same opportunity is yours through Hartnell, through CSUMB, and our other education partners. The work that you do is so selfless, and it really makes the difference for the families here in Monterey County. And so I just want to encourage those who might have some interest to follow and seek out those pathways. But again, thank you for your service.
Supervisor Adams.
Yes, I'll just want to echo the comments of my colleagues of just tremendous thanks to you for what you do. You're putting your life on the line in a very different way than many of us ever have to do. And the way that you do it with such compassion and grace is just so appreciated by those of us that don't see what you see. I know you're exposed to so many things that many of us can never even imagine. And the way that you're able to handle it with the strength and the dignity that you bring, not just to yourselves, but to your clients, is just so very much appreciated. And I just want to say thank you.
Supervisor Phillips, would you like to add any final comments?
Yeah, I did echo the comments of my colleagues. And I really saw the work that you did the years I was on the bench and worked with you when you were dealing with these critical issues. And I reflect back to a girl I went to college with, and she wanted to be a professional social worker, and that was what her degree was in. And she went, after about 3 years, she quit and went into something else. And I said, why? And she said she just wasn't tough enough to deal with the issues that you have to deal with. And she was the top one in the class, but she just couldn't deal with some of the issues and things that you see and do. So thank you for your work. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez, your hand is up. I'm not sure if that's from before, if you had any additional comments to add, but I will, from the resolution, social workers have been on the front lines during COVID-19 pandemic, continuing to ensure the safety and well-being of children, seniors, and people with disabilities in our community. Social workers make an absolutely critical impact on infant, child, and adolescent development, aging and family caregiving, child and older dependent adult protection, family services, healthcare navigation, and behavioral health treatment and recovery. Social workers strive to look at each client in their personal situation and to offer support and services that are essential elements of the American social safety net. We are just so, it's an honor to be able to recognize briefly the work that you do to keep our community safe and healthy here today. And thank you again for joining us, Allison, Diana, Emily, Annabelle, Hugo, Lori, Alicia. We are so grateful for your service in our community. Okay, we will move on. We do have a resolution. We would be presenting it to you today, but we will get it delivered appropriately. Next up, we have a resolution, item number 3 on our agenda, a resolution designating the week of March 14th to 20th as National Public Defenders Week in Monterey County. We don't have a formal presentation, but I do see that some of my colleagues may have a few comments to make. So I will ask. I saw Supervisor Alejo popping into the screen here. Did you have anything you wanted to say in regards to this resolution, Supervisor? No. Okay. Very good. So just a brief comments that I'll make. 58 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court decided the landmark case of Gideon versus Rainwhite, and the right to counsel for people who were too poor to afford to hire an attorney was established. Whether it be public defenders, private defense attorneys, paralegals, investigators, legal processors, secretaries, social workers, or private advocates, they are all warriors against social injustice, abuse of power, inequities, and inequality in our criminal justice system. Public defenders are dedicated to ensuring everyone exercises their constitutional right to counsel and are on the front lines of today's greatest civil rights struggles. The Board of Supervisors is proud to be joining with our Monterey County Public Defender's Office and hopes to highlight the important, dedicated, excellent, and diligent work that everyone in the indigent defense community does every day on behalf of their clients. Supervisor Adams has a comment.
I do. I just want to give a shout out of thanks to all of the people in the Public Defender's Office. In our county, we have just an absolute legacy of excellence from the Public Defender's Office from when the office first opened here way back in the 70s. And I just really value the work that they do. You know, this is not like some sort of a position that people who may not feel like they, you know, could make it in public and private practice. No, this is a real calling. And I just applaud the people who answer the call and protect those among our community who have nowhere else to turn. So thanks again to all of the public defenders, and I applaud you for your efforts.
Thank you for your comment, Supervisor Adams. Seeing no additional hands raised, we will move on to our appointments. We have one appointment on today's agenda. Is there any board comments or questions for our appointments calendar? Is there any public comment for our appointments calendar today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion for our appointments.
Lopez, so moves.
Phillips, second.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Supervisor Phillips. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. With that, our motion carries, and we will move on to the consent calendar. Earlier in our meeting, we removed items number 25 and 32 from the consent calendar. Would my colleagues like to pull any additional items for comments or questions? Okay, I would like to just pull for comment item number 14.1 and 14.2 and 20.
Same with
14.1,
14.2.
Sorry, say that again.
Same two, 14.1, 14.2 for me.
Okay, so we'll pull 14.1, 14.2. Any other item numbers?
I have one more, but I'm blanking on the number. It's the one on the solar flats fire protection. But you guys can start and I'll pull up the number.
Okay, Supervisor Alejo, would you like to make your comments first on 14.1 and 14.2?
Two items, they go together because yesterday was big news that the state programs offering rental assistance for residents was being launched statewide. And so today I wanted to ask the Director of Social Services, Lori Medina, if she could just clarify for our residents what's going to happen here, what's the total amount that's going to be available for rental assistance as we started this last year with our some of our CARES money, but this number is now much greater. I think we're at almost, I believe, $28 million worth of rental assistance, which is big news. But it's important for our residents to hear that and know what exactly how this is going to work for Monterey County residents. So, Ms. Medina, if you could help us elaborate, please.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And yes, this is really exciting, phenomenal news that Monterey County has been the recipient of really two grants. We've got a direct allocation from the federal government that's over $12 million that are, that's already here. And then we're getting an additional 15 million point something that actually it'll come up to close to 28 million. And to help our residents for rental and utility assistance. So what this means is that we have entered into a collaboration again with United Way 211 to administer this. And we've done a procurement through 211 for a combination of nonprofits and jurisdictions to actually roll out this program. We have right now about 13 individual entities that will be assisting us in getting this assistance out to our community. We're working through some issues around getting the program started up. We anticipate you will see us again on the 23rd for some authorization to get some advanced startup for these entities. But it is exciting news. And, by the third week of this month, we will be able to launch this program and get some assistance out to our greater Monterey County community. And by the way, all of our funders are going to be providing these services for every corner of our jurisdiction. So we are just really happy to get this amount of assistance out to our community. We have some aggressive timelines on how we have to spend the money. We're up to the challenge. We're working through those issues. However, help is on the way for us, and we're going to be able to provide assistance to renters who really need it, and landlords, even for people who are in arrears. So this is really exciting news.
Ms. Medina, so this would be for both rental and utility assistance?
Correct.
Okay, and then because other counties like Santa Cruz launched last night because they're part of the state program, we're doing a more independent program so that we could better distribute and ensure all the dollars are going to go to our residents. So when you said maybe in a week or 10 days, what's the expected deadline? So the timeline, so residents can know when they're going to be able to call 211 and apply for these funds.
Yeah, so what I will say is that we actually had hoped that we would be able to issue a press release today. Unfortunately, we have to get through some of our kind of administrative, technicalities about how to get the money out quickly to our funders, but I anticipate in the next week, we will be able to launch.
Got it. Okay, so that's good news. Thank you very much for all you and your team's work to get this lined up. It's a lot of money. We want to make sure it's going to the right people and for the right purposes. But it's a win-win for tenants and for landlords. That money stays here, goes to our locals. So this is something we could all applaud. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we have Dr. Medina on the line, I did have a question in regards to this rental assistance program. Just if you could speak briefly to some of the strategies that we're going to use to let people know about it and ensure that the funds find their way to those who have been, in fact, most significantly impacted by the economic fallout of the pandemic.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. So one of the things that we've done in partnership with United Way is we've really looked at our census data and around, our renter population across the county. What are the communities most impacted? What's the proportion that we think need to be distributed to each jurisdiction? The other things that we did was not only did we open up this procurement to nonprofits, we also asked jurisdictions, our cities, that if they wanted to administer programs, they just needed to apply. And if they apply, we're funding them too, so that they can fund constituents in their communities. Of course, it is based on the level of need in each of those communities, so we do have to be a little bit measured there. But we do think that we've got the right strategy to get the need to the highestly impacted individuals. And so, we think we have a good spending plan for this. It's an aggressive timeline. The feds and the state have, they want assurance that we have spent a proportion of the money, at least by, August 1st and September 1st, respectively. And so we're going to have to demonstrate, that we are actually spending appropriately. We will be monitoring this closely in coordination with United Way to make sure that everybody's on target so that if we have to reallocate funds, we can do that.
Great, thank you for the work that you're doing on this. And again, just an example of social services really stepping up in response to the needs of our community. Are there any other comments or questions in regards to item number 14.1 and 14.2?
Just last question for Ms. Medina. Under the state guidance, right? So if somebody's in arrears, the landlord would need to accept 80% of the payment. So it's kind of a compromise here. A portion is forgiven if a landlord accepts receiving the 80% of what is owed. If you could explain a little bit of that.
Yes, that is correct. Under the state's program, one of the requirements is that the landlord would need to agree that they would accept 80% of what is owed as a settlement for that renter's arrears or rent. And so there is a compromise here. But the good news is, if you have a renter that is many, many months in arrears, a lot of something is better than a little of nothing. So that's what I would say to that.
Right. So like if somebody owes $10,000, if the landlord could accept the payment of $8,000,
correct.
But they're guaranteed to get that payment that otherwise would be hard perhaps to collect. So I just wanted to let people know how that's going to work, and I think it's a good compromise. I think for both sides. Thanks.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Dr. Medina, for being present, and again for the work that you're doing to get these much-needed resources out into our community. I had just a brief comment on item number 20, which is our updated lactation while at work policy. I just want to, again, this was a policy that Supervisor Parker worked on back years ago, and it's being updated, and I would just want to recognize all of the working parents who we have here in the county, and recognize the commitment that our county has to ensuring that the appropriate supports are in place so that parents can return to the workplace after welcoming children into their family, and our commitment extends beyond this lactation at work policy, and our interest in looking at continued options and ways and strategies to make your return to work successful is across the board. So just wanted to make those brief comments about item number 20. I don't see any other board comments on any items, so we will go to public comment. Is there any?
I still had one, and it was the one I didn't have a number for, but it is 27. And I just wanted...
Would you like to make those comments now, Supervisor?
Yes, please.
Perfect.
So I just wanted to speak to this project. It's the California Solar Flats project, which is one of the largest solar fields in California. And this was one of the new projects being attached on to help keep it relevant as we move forward. It's been a really exciting project to have take place, but I just wanted to share that we ran into some timeline issues, and I want to commend our newest hire, Eric Lundquist, for his championing and getting this project through quickly, along with Mike Novo and staff. They were just incredible in making sure that we were able to keep this project moving quickly and moving forward. It's a huge investment, and it's going to bring a ton of jobs. And I'm really appreciative of staff making sure that we got this thing done, and wanted to take the time to appreciate that work in this forum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lovely, wonderful. Okay, let's take it to public comment. Is there any public comment on our consent agenda items 14 through 32 today? If you are on Zoom, you'll need to raise your hand so that we can call on you. We don't have anyone in the audience here in the board chambers today. I don't see any hands raised on Zoom, so I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Be happy to entertain a motion.
Move consent.
Okay, I think I heard Supervisor Phillips with a motion and Supervisor Adams with a second, and that would be for items number 14 through 32 with the exception of item number 25 and 32. Could we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. Next up, we have our board comments. We can start today with Supervisor Alejo, if you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Board members and our community members, this is a memorable week. It was a year ago today that our Board of Supervisors was deliberating whether to do our first shelter-in-place order on March 16th. At the time, the other Bay Area counties had already issued shelter-in-place orders. They already had numerous confirmed cases. Monterey County at that time did not have a single case yet. The following day, March 17th, we had our first 2 confirmed COVID cases. And it was that day that our Board of Supervisors voted to order our first shelter-in-place order. And so this is one of those moments of reflection of what has happened over this very difficult year. It's been difficult for our students, for our families, for our frontline essential workers, for our businesses for sure. But we have persevered so far. And with the vaccinations coming, there's certainly light at the end of the tunnel. But I did want us to just reflect on this, and especially in light that we've lost as of today 337 Monterey County residents. And each of those, it's a real tragedy, a big loss for all of us in our county. And it's certainly a time for us to just remember all those lives lost to this horrible pandemic. So secondly, I just wanted to comment on the farm worker vaccination clinic that took place last Saturday, because it's in line with trying to save lives and trying to protect these essential workers that throughout this pandemic over the last year, they've kept working. They haven't been able to work from home. They've still had to worry about their kids accessing their classes through the internet, and yet having to go out in early mornings and long hours through the cold and heat and wind, working in very difficult circumstances. But last week we had our second clinic. Supervisor Lopez and I were out there, and I wanted to take a moment to thank the volunteers that we had that were helping us on the outside with parking and answering questions. We had, I think, almost 50 volunteers come, and I want to personally thank the Cesar Chavez Football Club, the youth that came out to volunteer, and their coaches, the Alisal Family Resource Center, the Region 16 migrant education staff that have been with us every week and will continue to be, and also Dominic Dursa, the district director of Assemblymember Robert Rivas' office, that has been helping us also coordinate with volunteers. But it went very smoothly, much better than the first Saturday that we held these vaccinations. Thousands of 3,000 more workers came through, but there were more in and out because of the better planning and just getting people through the lines and out the parking lot. It worked out very well, and people were very happy, and that things went much smoother. So I commend everybody. We're going to be in South County this Saturday again for hopefully another 3,000 farm workers at the King City Fairgrounds. So I look forward to joining Supervisor Lopez over there, some of the other South County elected officials that will volunteer with us as well to keep this going, and as our commitment to continue to save lives and fight this pandemic. Last thing I just want to mention is that on Thursday, I'll be speaking before the State Board of Education. I was invited by our State Superintendent, Tony Thurman. My model high school curriculum on ethnic studies is up for a final vote before the State Board of Education. It's been a long path, the legislation that was passed in 2016, but it's the first of its kind model curriculum on ethnic studies anywhere in the nation. And it's exciting that this accomplishment is very near, and that the legislation to make it a high school graduation requirement will also proceed throughout this legislative cycle. So hopefully the State Board of Ed, with all the changes that have been made to it over the last several months, will take action to finally adopt this ethnic studies curriculum that will make our high school curriculum more inclusive of the many diverse peoples of California, their histories, their scholarship, their literature, their knowledge would be integrated into our into our public high schools in California. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a lot to report, but last Tuesday, we were able to get almost all our teachers out in North County vaccinated through the help of Dr. Cuevas and the Clínica de Salud and Kari Yeager, superintendent of schools, and my office helped work and coordinate that. And so that was a positive thing. We want to try to get working with the health department, trying to get a more permanent site set up in North County to we can get more of our people vaccinated. My office is working with all the people that are having trouble getting signed up who are legally entitled to it. And so we've been getting quite a few people vaccinated. Friday, my office started calling all the restaurants in our jurisdiction to let them know that it looked like Wednesday was the day they could open up, only because the state's been doing these things and they don't give us much lead time of what's happening, and these people need it. So for once, the restaurants were glad to hear from us, and I don't think we jumped the gun too much. And yesterday, I had the opportunity to go out and visit the Aromas Park that these people have been working on for 20 years, and they didn't get very far for quite a length of time. But I was there 2 years ago when they opened up the dog park, which is really pretty unique. And in the 2 years since I was there, they have a walking path to go all the way around the park. They put a parking lot in. They're doing a lot of other things. So it was really pretty amazing what a group of citizens can do to get together to make something for their community happen at their own expense. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk about a few items today. One is we're working on a town hall for South County with waste management, modeling after Supervisor Phillips's town hall. And so encourage folks to look out for that. We're going to talk about building issues, smart trucks, litter flying out of the back of trucks, all the fun things, as well as 1383, SB 1383, which will really change the landscape in more ways than one, and some quite literally. Then I wanted to just give a lot of thank yous. I know Supervisor Alejo covered many of the thank yous for this weekend's farm worker vaccination clinic, and we know we've got more coming up, and it's really a marathon, not a sprint, and appreciate everybody's continued assistance and passion for making sure that those most vulnerable in our community get vaccinated. Lastly, actually, two more items. I want to quickly, once again, thank Public Works. I know I did this last week, but last week I spent a lot of time out in the district with our Public Works professionals, looking at some of the repeat damage in some of our culvert areas, along with Randy Ishii and Enrique Saavedra, and Chad Alineo. We were all over from Bryant Canyon at the top of the east side near the Pinnacles, and I think an hour later we were on the far west side of the district up on River Road looking at some major washouts. And so just appreciate their continued commitment and really getting on the ground and listening to the residents with the biggest concerns that go beyond today, and really looking at the summer and what it might bring as things start to open up. But just wanted to thank them for their professionalism and quick responses. And lastly, just want to give a heads up to the board. I'm going to bring forward a resolution next week that I hope we can adopt supporting San Gerardo in a really neat way, which is bridging the digital divide. And so we got it in a little late for this week, but I just want to give everybody a heads up that the work continues on the digital divide, making sure our communities stay connected and making sure that they're getting the resources they need, and not in a pared down way, but really to the full extent and capability of the internet and all the opportunities that brings to our most needy communities in terms of access to the rest of us via the digital world. So again, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. And with that, I'll wrap my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much. First, I want to thank county staff who worked with my office to hold the community meeting that we had last week on the flooding that occurred in the Carmel Lagoon area. It was a tough meeting, But I believe it was an important conversation for the county to have with the residents who were so impacted. My hope is that in this next year, we're going to be able to come forward and make some real progress on identifying the real right long-term solution for this long-standing problem that we've all been facing. We have continued impacts in the River Road area, the burn scar area with mudslides and debris flow. My office is continuing to work with the Office of Emergency Services to see if we can find some relief for these residents, many of whom were underinsured, and it's really putting a real burden on their lives. This coming Thursday, we'll have the quarterly meeting of our Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee. I'm looking forward to getting an update on the planning and design work for the roundabout that is planned for the Laureles grade. If you're interested in the meeting, please contact my office so that you can get information on how to Zoom in with us. Last week, I helped convene a conversation with the Monterey Bay Aquarium and the California Department of Public Health. And the meeting left me feeling more hopeful for our hospitality industry and economic recovery than I have felt for a while. We need to remain cautious, and we need to be able to help people get back to work and back to being able to join the Monterey Peninsula. It's a balancing act, but I know that we're moving in the right direction. In the midst of all of this, of all of the pandemic and celebrating, if you can forgive me for using that term, of acknowledging 1 year of the pandemic and how difficult that has made life for people. I don't want to lose sight of the other things that people have experienced in this past year. And I think specifically about the 3 horrific forest fires that we had in my district, the Dolan fire, the Carmel fire, and the river fire. And it, as I just said, the people who are still suffering from that. Over in the river area, of course, the River Road area, the mudslides are just still awful. And down in Big Sur, another insult to the struggling economy is the fact that the debris flow was so bad that the whole road caved in. We've had flooding in the lagoon. There's just so much more that I think people have had to go through, just compounded by the impact of having the pandemic on top of it. So I think all of us are looking forward to some blue skies ahead, and the work that we're doing with the pandemic is certainly one of them. So thanks very much, and let's keep cautious, but start to see some good light ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Yeah, I think I've been doing a lot of thinking this week, looking back through some of the photos on my phone from a year ago, and just recognizing how hard this year has been personally for my family, for so many of my neighbors, for the residents who I represent in Marina and Seaside, South Salinas, Del Rio Oaks and Sand City, and for the rest of the entire county, recognizing that it's not just been a health crisis where we've lost in Monterey County 337 residents, the lives of 337 residents directly as a result of COVID, but so many others have experienced significant illness and ongoing chronic conditions as a result of this virus. It's also been an economic crisis for so many of our residents who've lost employment, who've been unable to pay their rent, who are sitting in food lines every week to get food to feed their family. So many caregivers who've had to leave employment in order to take care of their family members. The loss of income for many of those individuals will be lifelong and in fact generational. It's been a crisis of communications, trying to get information out in a timely manner to those who need it, understanding that we lack the technological capacity to be able to communicate effectively when and how we need to in the languages that our residents speak and read. it's been a long year, and so many people have risen up to be responsive and to meet needs, to take care of their neighbors, to care for one another. I'm consistently amazed at the kindness that I see when I look out into the community, and I think that we have a long road ahead of us as we recover from the health, the economic, the communication, educational crisis that this last year has laid on our community. But I do have faith that we do have resiliency, strength, and that we will be able to emerge stronger if we can continue to communicate with one another, to hear one another, and to have grace with ourselves and with those that we're working with as we try to rebuild. So, having said that, I know it's been a long, hard year, and I think I just wanted to take a moment to reflect and acknowledge that. I will say this coming Wednesday, I guess that's tomorrow, on the 17th, I will be hosting an online Zoom town hall featuring Ezekiel Vega and Dwayne Woods. We'll be reviewing the county budget development process and our projections for county budget. We will have simultaneous interpretation in Spanish provided via Zoom, and we welcome everyone to join us either via Zoom or via live stream. That's my only additional comment for today. I will take it over and welcome Nick Chulos, who is sitting in for the CAO's office today. Nick, thank you for keeping us on track today up here. And if you have any CAO comments or referrals to share.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to be sitting here today. We have no new referrals this week, and in terms of just comments, I think if Mr. McKee were sitting here, he would echo the comments that some of you have made about the recognizing the 1 year of the pandemic and the impact that that's had on our community and how resilient our community is and how strong we really are. And I would like to thank, and I'm sure Charles would too, the Board of Supervisors for your leadership and your tireless effort on behalf of the people of Monterey County. It's been a long year, and I know we have a long way to go, but I think your efforts have been just exemplary, and we really appreciate your guidance and direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for joining us today. It's nice to have you. So we do need to do public comment for the CAO comments. Is there any public comment on our CAO comments today? Seeing no hands raised, I will close that for public comment, and we will go to general public comment. Now would be the time for general public comment, which includes comment on issues that are not elsewhere on today's agenda. Public comment is limited to no more than 3 minutes, and our open meeting laws do require that elected bodies conduct our business in open public meetings. However, it does limit our discussion to items that are on the agenda. So that means that we may not be able to respond directly to your public comments in this meeting. However, I also will mention that we have our board email address. We appreciate and value all forms of public comment, whether in this meeting or via email. And the email to contact the board is cob@co.monterey.ca.us. I'm not seeing any hands raised on Zoom for public comment, so I will close public comment, bring it back to the board, and we will proceed with our first item, scheduled item for 10:30, which is receiving a report from the Development Set-Aside agencies on priorities for Monterey County. Anastasia Wyatt, I believe I have you down as our presenter for this item.
Good morning, Supervisor Askew, Chair, and Board of Supervisors. Today, I would like to introduce Kimberly Craig, who will be presenting the Development Set-Aside Agency update for this year. So Kimberly, thank you for being here. And Kimberly is the President and CEO of the Monterey County Business Council, also the Mayor of Salinas. But today she's our President and CEO of the Business Council. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Thanks so much. And yeah, if you could let my board of directors know that I'm wearing the hat today of my full-time position. For those of you that are at home and don't know, being the mayor of Salinas is a part-time job. And so I earn my living through the Monterey County Business Council. I'm president and CEO, and I'm very happy to be here today. I did get selected by our designated set-aside partners to do the speaking. I have no idea why they chose me, but I'm going to do my best to do them proud. We do have Rob O'Keefe and Jennifer Coker from the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau on the line, as well as Karen Nordstrand from the Film Commission and Jackie Atchison for the Arts Council of Monterey County. So if there are any questions, they are also here to be able to answer anything that you may have. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. Let's see if we can do that. Here we go. Let me know if we're everybody able to see that okay?
It's up. We've got a great visual. Thank you.
Excellent. Good, good, good. Okay, well, first and foremost, just speaking on behalf of the 4 organizations, we are here to support the county goals of business retention and expansion in growing and, most importantly, attracting business in ways that promote economic development. We prioritize workforce development and certainly growth of small businesses, hospitality, obviously being our major industry on the peninsula, film production, and the creative and cultural industries. And also the organizations create a strong return on the county's investment with us, raising additional revenue to enhance the well-being and prosperity of county residents. So I'm just going to go over briefly each one and give you a little update on how we've done through the pandemic. Monterey County Film Commission, created in Monterey County by the Board of Supervisors in 1987. Monterey County Film Commission works to increase the economic development element there through the film industry. It supports local communities through employment and education related to the film industry. Since its inception, more than $118 million has been reinvested into the county. Filming location is a highly competitive market. As you can imagine, there are a lot of people who want to visit us, and it is necessary to keep promoting countywide locations so that we continue to stay top of mind. Locations in South County, North County, Monterey Peninsula, Salinas, the Salinas Valley, Big Sur are all hold potential as on-location film sites. And if I may point the audience to the photo in this, this is the Netflix series Ratchet, filming at the Toro Cafe earlier this year. So the Salinas Valley got a shout out there. Just a couple of other areas to point out with the Film Commission. They work in support of bringing group business with film crews and production companies. Big Little Lies, which has filmed here over the last couple of years, both season 1 and 2, brought in $6 million in location and permit fees, local purchases and rentals, and local wages and money with hotels. Just as a fun side note, the movie Dog with Channing Tatum is filmed on Highway 1 in Big Sur, is coming out later on this year. All the Old Knives is an Amazon Prime movie that filmed here last week in Carmel and Monterey. And as I mentioned earlier, Ratchet was seen filming throughout the Salinas Valley. That's a Netflix film. But ultimately with the Film Commission, it's just a very unique target market where location scouts and producers who are looking for their next location really take quite a bit of time here. And it's an opportunity for films to be here in Monterey County. So grateful for the work of the Monterey County Film Commission. On to the Arts Council of Monterey County. The mission of the Arts Council for Monterey County is to improve the quality of life for everyone in our region through the arts, including strengthening and broadening the county's economic base. During the pandemic, Arts for Monterey County strategy has been to preserve the arts by re-granting over $400,000 to date to individual artists, nonprofits, and cultural groups. They'll continue to focus on the recovery of the arts in their community. They're expecting a long recovery process there by providing necessary funding, training, and consultation. And just as an FYI, the creative sector is worth approximately $1.6 billion and employs 14,278. That's a very exact number. So they've done their research. It's the 8th largest employment sector in Monterey County. And with the Board of Supervisors support, Arts for Monterey County will rebuild a more resilient cultural and creative sector. And some added points, just to let you know, as I spoke with Jackie Atchison, she said, I said, how have you done over the last year through COVID? And she said, creative people will always be creative. And what they found was a tremendous amount of the arts community were able to successfully transition online to selling their artwork online. And the Arts Council was also able to successfully do that by offering arts classes and teaching courses online, art classes online. Just wanted to let you know that the Arts Council was able to pivot quickly and successfully through the pandemic. And then we'll go on to the Monterey County Business Council. Founded in 1995, the Monterey County Business Council successfully forges cross-sector alliances between public, private, and nonprofit entities to build a vibrant and prosperous Monterey County business community, really focusing on responsible economic development. During COVID, Monterey County Business Council assisted 151 small businesses through their government-funded Procurement Technical Assistance Center, and the Board of Supervisors provides $50,000 in funding for that every year. In turn, $39 million in government contracts were awarded to Monterey County businesses in the last fiscal year. Additionally, an area where we were able to successfully pivot, we partnered with the City of Salinas, the Small Business Development Center, and the SBA, along with the county, to assist over 2,300 business owners in Monterey County through free small business webinars, including topics on the Paycheck Protection Program, the Economic Impact Disaster Loan, and human resource COVID-related topics. Just as a quick update for you, Leadership Monterey County 2020 was obviously put on hold. That's the photo of our 2020 class who has graciously become our 2021 class. So we are starting back up in May with Ag Day, and we have quite a few 30 excited participants that are going to be joining back up in our leadership program. Future programs to include collaboration with the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance, that was put on hold. Our Higher Education Summit, and of course, our monthly business-focused luncheon series. I will also just acknowledge that, and I forgot to mention this, in our business webinars, they were offered in both English and Spanish for our business owners. And just lastly, Monterey County Business Council welcomes involvement in the reincarnation of the county's Economic Development Committee. So just to let you know, we stand ready to assist on that. And last, but certainly not least, the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. MCCVB is focused on driving the $3.2 billion, that's with a B, billion-dollar hospitality industry, which drives transient occupancy tax, an industry that employs 27,000 residents. During COVID-19, focused on supporting safe and responsible travel and providing critical information to both travelers and residents. They certainly have focused on accelerating the rate of recovery, renewing transient occupancy tax, and bringing businesses back and returning to full employment. And one thing that, as I spoke with Rob on it, he noted that while the county cannot control the onset of COVID, the CVB can certainly influence the rate of recovery. Just as a note to the Board of Supervisors, other destinations like Napa and Sonoma are already a couple steps ahead of us. They are actively promoting their area and planning that there will be quite a bit of travel once the pandemic tiers are lifted. One thing that CVB really wants the Board of Supervisors and the general public to know is that the focus has been on safe and responsible travel. It doesn't end with vaccinations. Responsible traveling and sustainability is going to be a key element in promoting Monterey County in the upcoming year. And CVB really has just been operating on the philosophy over this last year and going into this year that protecting the product protects the quality of life for everyone. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I will acknowledge just to the Board of Supervisors and to administration, Anastasia Wyatt and Anita Nachor were absolutely phenomenal in this past year with the 4 organizations that really struggled with pivoting and making sure that we were providing topical and relevant opportunities for not only our members, but also for the area in terms of helping with small business and economic development. Anastasia and Anita both were just phenomenal in terms of keeping in touch and making sure that the county was involved every step of the way. So just would like to say thank you to the staff on that.
Thank you, Kimberly. This was a great presentation, and always love hearing a shout out for our county staff. I will welcome my colleagues on the board to share comments or questions on this item.
I answered everything.
You may have answered everything. Okay, well, that's fabulous. Let me take it out to the public and see if there's any public comment on this item. For anyone who's watching via Zoom, you'll need to raise your hand so that we can call on you for public comment. I know we have a number of our partners, development set-aside partners on the line here. I'm seeing some names listed, so it's great to have everyone join us today. And I do have some comments and questions from my colleagues on the board. I'll start with Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I was struggling to be able to come to take advantage of the opportunity to both thank the all of the people who have been working on these issues, and thanks very much for the presentations. I think that, Kimberly, you really just hit home how much the pandemic has impacted the economy, especially the hospitality industry. I've seen a lot of comments from from Arts Council, from the Film Commission, from your organization, from MCCVB, on whose board I serve. So I've seen up close and personal what people have been able to do and the creativity that people have shown in how to move forward when things are really so very difficult. I think that the set-aside agencies really do provide absolutely critical economic benefits to support the county sales tax and the TOT revenue. And we have to ensure that we're going to be able to continue to support them in the way that they need to be supported. I think it would be very short-sighted of this board to reduce the amount of investment that we put aside for the set-asides this year. And I am hopeful when we come back to this part of the budget that we'll be able to have a strong show of support for the work that is being done and for the recovery that I think we have ahead of us, and we could not do without the benefit of partnerships like your own. So thanks very much for being here with us today, Mayor.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it, Supervisor Adams.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. Wearing your other hat, but you did a good job. Thank you. I think your colleagues would agree you did a good presentation today. But I did want to just take a moment also to thank the work that was done over the last year, very difficult. But nonetheless, I think the investment of time and effort have really paid off dividends for Monterey County. So I just want to commend the different agencies, organizations that have done this work, and we want to keep it going. But I think recognizing that as we get through this pandemic, this work is going to be more critical to help recharge our economy, reopen it, attract tourism, events, and more films to Monterey County. That work is going to be imperative for us to have a strong recovery, because that's the next phase. After we get through all the vaccinations and taking care of our residents, it's going to be how do we reopen and bring strength back to our economy, get our businesses strong. And we know that a lot of businesses, we've been victims of this pandemic too, just as long as, along with the many lives that we've lost, the businesses have gone under. And that's also very tragic as well. But the comeback story is going to be how do we recover and how do we bring strength back to our economy, and that's where these programs are going to be a critical part of that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly. And this has been a tough year, especially for our hospitality people, and especially because other jurisdictions have been able to open up sooner. And so some of our tourism has shifted that way, and you don't want to keep shifting that way for very long. And we're especially hit with the foreign travel being retarded and stopped, and that's a big money generator. And then the other one is the business meetings that we traditionally have here so much, and trying to get those back and organized so we can do those again. So we got our work cut out from our trying to build out of this, and I appreciate all your help and support in doing that for us. So
thank you, Supervisor Phillips.
Supervisor Lopez, do you want to add any thoughts to this conversation?
I think Kimberly answered all the questions. No, Kimberly, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the heads up. I think there's just so much that we're going to learn on the fly in the coming months as we open up and new challenges arise. And I really appreciate the partnership, because whether it's a booming economy or one that's been down, I know that all of our partners, whether it's MCCBB, the Business Council, Arts Council, and others, Film Commission, they've always been willing to adapt and work with us. And I think that that's going to be even more necessary in the coming months. And so I look forward to our continued partnership and making sure that we move forward in the most effective way for all of Monterey County's residents and industries. Obviously, jobs are critical, as we all know, and I just appreciate everybody's partnership in helping us move forward together. So thank you for the presentation, and look forward to the continued communication and collaboration. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. So I see everyone still has their hands raised. So anyone who would like to comment again, please keep your hand raised, and I will call on you. Otherwise, I'll make my brief comments. And I just, the Board of Supervisors, as I was researching sort of the history of the Development Set-Aside Program, it was established to support economic development through tourism promotion, filmmaking, cultural arts programs, small business outreach, and other programs that broaden the county's economic base to increase revenue and promote the creation and retention of jobs. And as I read through that, I think that a lot of the work that the DSA has really supported achieving those goals. And as we emerge from and work to recover and rebuild from the pandemic, the things that really strike me around supporting and finding ways to support the ability of our small businesses to rebuild. And also, as we think about the retention of jobs and sort of bringing people back into the workforce, we've had so many people who have committed their careers here locally, and they've been out of work. And so how we bring those folks back into the workforce, I think, is going to be really important. And I just appreciate your presentation today. I appreciate the work that the Development Set-Aside Program partners work in partnership to support these shared goals that we all have at the county. So look forward to continuing the conversation. And I will also, we didn't talk about it, but the goals of the Development Set-Aside Program in many ways overlap with the goals of our County Economic Development Committee and the staff position. So just as we move forward, thinking about how do we activate all of those systems to be supportive of an intentional rebuilding of our economy so that it does support the types of jobs that pay people living wages, support opportunity and entrepreneurship for small businesses, and really embed arts and culture into our community moving forward. I think we have some great opportunities in front of us. With that, it is 12 o'clock. I don't see any other hands raised. Oh, Supervisor Alejo, did you have any final comments for us today?
Nope, sorry about that.
Okay, very good. Just want to make sure I don't miss you. We went out to public comment. I didn't have any public comment, so we'll officially close public comment. Kimberly, Craig, do you have any final closing remarks? And then we will move on.
Nope, just very much appreciate the opportunity to present today and really thank the Board of Supervisors for their incredible support of the DSA partners. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for everyone else who joined us for the presentation today from the DSA partnership. So with that, I believe we don't need any action on this item. We do not. So we will be ending at 12 o'clock. We will recess for lunch. I do not believe we need to go back to closed session.
That is correct, Chair. We are finished with closed
All right,
session.
no closed session for lunch today. That'll be a first for me on this board. And we will reconvene back here at 1:30 as the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to get our 1:30 COVID update from County Health staff. All right, thank you all for joining us. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
Woohoo.
Welcome back. It is 1:32 on Tuesday, March 16th, 2021, and we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Great, thank you. Could we get our announcement of Spanish interpretation services? Thanks for joining us again, Jocelyn.
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. Al pie de su pantalla, si selecciona el icono del mundo y presiona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Great. For anyone joining us via live stream on Facebook or YouTube, you are also welcome to join us directly on Zoom. The webinar code is 224-397-747. Our 1:30 scheduled matter today is our regular briefing and update on COVID-19, and we have Nick Chulos here to introduce our speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We have two items we wanted to brief the board and the public on this afternoon. One is the public health update from Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi, talking about metrics, testing, and vaccine. And then we wanted Maya Carroll, our public information officer, to brief the board and the public about the messaging that is being done this week in commemoration or recognition of the 1 year of the COVID pandemic and the county's response to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. Dr. Moreno.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. How are you?
I'm great. How are you today, Dr. Moreno?
Doing all right, thank you. All right, I'll get started. Let's see. All right. What do you see my presentation yet?
We see it with, yep, if you just go into present view, we'll be able to see your main screen.
Got it. Thanks. All right. All right, I'll begin with the metrics, the state metrics, and some of our local metrics. So this is just a summary of the data. The case rate that the state follows to determine what tier a county is in continues to decrease in Monterey County, and and our test positivity rate continues to decrease as well. So it's currently 2%. So for every 100 people that are tested, about 2 people test positive. That's what the rate means. So it's definitely decreasing. Our hospital ICU bed availability is now at about 50%, which is much better, much more than we had in January when we had many people admitted to our hospitals. Our testing turnaround time continues to be just a little more than just about 1.2 days. It's quicker than that in certain places like our urgent cares and our hospital emergency departments, where many of them are testing within their buildings, within their facilities, and can get test results back to a patient within a few minutes or within a few days. Within a few hours. So testing turnaround time shouldn't be a reason not to get tested here in Monterey County. And then finally, our vaccination coverage is increasing. We've been following and reporting to you doses administered, and we'll continue to share with you the number of doses administered in Monterey County. But looking at this, we're looking at the number of people that have been vaccinated. That's because some people may have 2 doses may represent 2 people getting vaccinated each once, or 1 person getting vaccinated twice. So at this point, we also want to start reporting on the total number of people that have received at least 1 dose. And so approximately 22% of Monterey County residents who are eligible to get the vaccine, meaning they're 16 years of age and older and are in the certain groups that should get it. But 22% of those individuals have been received at least 1 vaccine. So metrics. The metrics are continue to improve, and our number of people vaccinated continues to increase. Jumping now to the blueprint. This is the state blueprint, and this is no longer embargoed. It was embargoed as of noon. I believe it has been released, and I did go check to see on the state website, and I did find that when I entered Monterey County into the website, see what's open in your county, showed that Monterey County is now designated as a red tier county. And that's because, well, the reason is because we have fewer people, lower transmission rates, lower positivity rates, and so that drives our case rate down. So the lower positivity rates help bring the case rate down, and so our case rate now falls into the red tier, which is any case rate between 4 and 10, as well as our positivity rates, which actually are in the orange tier, both the total test positivity rate as well as the Healthy Places Index lowest quartile positivity rate. So for those reasons, having met the red tier for 2 Tuesdays in a row, today being the second Tuesday, Monterey County is being designated as a red tier county. So here's a list of, I've got 2 slides here to show what are some of the activities that are allowed in red tier. As far as restaurants, they can provide indoor dining, and their capacity is limited to 25% or 100 people, whichever is less. For retailers, their indoor capacity is at 50%, and grocery stores can operate at full capacity. Shopping centers, which includes malls and swap meets, their indoor capacity is limited to 50% with now some food court operations with reduced capacity, whereas food courts were closed. As far as gym and fitness centers, their indoor capacity, they can now operate indoors, and their indoor capacity is limited to 10%. Movie theaters have been closed for indoor business, but now they're open for indoor with a capacity of 25% or 100 people, whichever is less. Zoo and museum and aquariums were open for outdoor only. Now they're allowed to be open for indoor, and their capacity is limited to 25%. As far as higher education, they can, this is college universities, they can provide indoor lectures and student gatherings with a limit of 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is less. And also schools can reopen grades transitional K through 12 for in-person instruction after they have publicly posted their COVID-19 safety plans for at least 5 days. So those are the main changes that businesses and the public will notice as we move into red tier first thing Wednesday morning. As far as testing, we do know that even though our positivity rate is decreasing, transmission is decreasing, we also have a decrease in testing. So this is the testing that occurred with the first surge. Then this is the testing that occurred with the second surge. And this was primarily due to a lot of factors. Probably a lot of people were getting tested back in January. And that was because we were in the middle, first in the middle of, and then finishing up with a part of the year, time of the year where there's a lot of holidays. So a lot of households, unfortunately, gathering with other households and increasing transmission, transmission of the virus and illnesses, and a lot of people going to their doctors or the emergency rooms with symptoms of COVID and getting tested at those locations, or signing up to go to some of the OptumServe sites for testing as well to see if they have COVID-19. And then some people, I think, were also they had decided they were going to travel, and they knew the risk, and they were going to travel to visit family that they hadn't visited in a long time for Thanksgiving or another holiday during that time of year. And they went to go get tested immediately before traveling, even though that's not one of the reasons that we recommend people get tested, because you can be positive the day after you test negative. But I think that was some of the activity. People were going to go travel anyway, so they got tested, and that increased the number of people that are getting tested. But we're over the holiday seasons, and the case rates are dropping, so there's probably less travel and reason for people to get tested. Also, fewer people are sick, so means that they're not going to the emergency rooms to get tested, and fewer people are also being exposed to COVID-19, which means fewer people are in quarantine and therefore not really interested. We don't have as many people in quarantine interested in finding out if they have COVID because of their exposure. So we do have a decrease. Some additional reasons why there's decrease, probably because right now people are spending more of their time trying to figure out if they're eligible to get a vaccine according to the state guidance on eligibility for COVID-19 vaccine, and less interested in trying to get tested. Also, we're at least a year into this pandemic, and a lot of folks are getting tired. I think there are a lot of people still doing their best, and a lot of people are still relying on staying at home when they can, and using face coverings, washing their hands, keeping their distance, and so I think that's part of it as well. And then finally, there are some individuals that, if they were to test positive, know that or expect that they would be sent home. They would not be able to work. They would not be able to get paid, or they might actually get kicked out of their housing from their roommates or family members. So that there's some of that concern, I think, still out there. So there's several reasons why at this point in the pandemic, the testing numbers have gone down. Regardless, we're still looking at increasing the opportunities and access points for testing for Monterey County residents. So in addition to the many healthcare providers who continue to offer testing and recommend testing in our OptumServe sites, we have added a traveling Optum team for testing, and they go to several schools representing school locations, representing school districts. And this traveling team, which is provided by the state, can test up to 1,000, perform up to 1,000 tests per week, and they come to the site. So these are school sites, and so which means it's easier for it's another opportunity, possibly easier for school staff to make their appointments and get tested. There are 7 sites currently. They're listed here: Supervisors, Gonzales Unified School District, Laurelwood Elementary School, Lincoln Elementary School, Natividad Elementary School, Pacific Grove Unified, and Vista Verde Middle School. So we have a total of 7 locations in these schools and school districts. We are gearing up. We have started. We're working to increase the utilization of these, so we can demonstrate to the state that if they give us testing resources, that we make good use of them, and particularly get a group of individuals that have been recommended by the state to get tested if they are on campus. And again, those are our school employees and school staff. And another way that we're looking to expand testing opportunities, in addition to the access points that we have already, is working with the ag sector, looking at the variety of opportunities that the state of California has provided to the ag industry to make testing more accessible to ag workers. So this is an opportunity for employers. We've had an opportunity this week to describe these different options that the state has provided to the ag industry leaders for their consideration. So employers can choose either the antigen test that can be performed on site, or a PCR test, which can be sent to a laboratory for testing. The state has heard counties saying there's challenges using these state resources because you need an ordering physician, you need a lab director, and you need a waiver from the federal laboratory requirements. The state has taken care of all those by using a state lab director and state health officer, and has provided the waiver for employers that want to use these services. So that barrier has been taken care of. And if a provider decides to use the PCR test, someone from their organization can drop off all the specimens at the end of the day to one of our 4 OptumServe sites. And the OptumServe site will take them, no cost to the employer, and can take that the group of samples from the ag workers, and they'll pay for the courier. The state will pay for the courier to get it down to Valencia, the city of Valencia, to the state laboratory down there, and the state will also run the test at the laboratory, and this is at no out-of-pocket cost for the ag workers. So we do get questions about insurance. The Valencia lab does want to bill insurance, but if there's no insurance provided, insurance doesn't cover it, there's still no out-of-pocket cost for the ag workers. So we continue to look at opportunities to increase access points and increase ease of submitting specimens here in Monterey County. We get this question quite a bit, who should be tested? The testing is really, the purpose of testing is to identify people who are infectious and get them isolated so they don't continue to spread the virus. That's really why we test. So anyone who has symptoms of COVID-19, including people who actually had COVID-19 or had the virus, if they have symptoms again, they should be vaccinated, because there are now reported cases of people getting sick twice with COVID-19. And now that we have variants that are increasing in prevalence in the United States and in California, there's could be an increased risk of more people getting sick with COVID more than once. And if they get it a second time and they don't know it, they could spread COVID to other people. There's also people who've had close contact with someone with COVID-19, basically been exposed. And if someone's been exposed and they're in quarantine, they may want to get tested on day 5, 6, and 7, because if their test result comes back negative on day 5, 6, or 7 of their quarantine, they can actually be released early on day 7 from quarantine. So there's another reason why people should want to get tested for COVID-19. There are also people who can't work from home, and the line of their work, they come in contact with a lot of people that aren't from their household. The state has identified groups of individuals like that, like people working on school sites, and regular screening can help identify these people so that if they are infectious, they can leave the work site and stay at home during their isolation so they don't continue to spread it. And then finally, I do highly recommend that anyone who's seeking healthcare, either virtually or in person, who's advised by their doctor to get a COVID test, I highly encourage them to get tested at the recommendation of their healthcare provider. Moving on to immunizations, starting tomorrow, these are the eligible groups. Everyone 65 years of age and older, people who are at risk of exposure while working in healthcare, education, childcare, food, ag, and emergency service sectors. And anyone who thinks that they're in these sectors can certainly go to the state website and look to see the list of individuals that are in each of these sectors to see if their line of work falls under one of these sectors. And then also people 16 to 64 years of age with underlying medical conditions or disabilities as determined by their healthcare provider, that puts them, if that condition puts them at higher risk, or disability puts them at a higher risk for severe illness, they are also eligible to get vaccinated now. And this is the website for the state that provides much more information in greater detail as to who is eligible for the vaccine. As far as dosage, we've been able to provide in Monterey County our group of vaccine providers, which at this point there's more than 50 vaccine locations countywide administering vaccines. We've been able to administer over 100,000 doses in 13 weeks here in Monterey County. So we continue to receive allocations from the state, and our vaccine providers continue to receive vaccine and are vaccinating Monterey County residents. And finally, there are still some community actions that are very important to reduce COVID-19 infection. Even though we have the vaccine now, people still need to wear a face covering when they're outside the home, avoid gatherings, wash our hands frequently, continue to practice social distancing, keep at least 6 foot distance between you and people who aren't in your household, get vaccinated when you're eligible, and get tested if you're sick or you've been exposed to someone who has symptoms of COVID-19. So that's my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. You packed a bunch of information in there, and there was some good information. It looks like we're trending in the right direction. I think next up we have Maya Carroll to share some information about our communications strategy, recognizing that we've we're 1 year into this this pandemic. Maya, are you with us on the line?
I am. I'm in the public queue, and I'm hoping you can find me.
We've got you. You're on the panelist side. We see you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I couldn't tell where I was from here. I have a brief update for you all. Good afternoon. I have a brief update for you on our Monterey County Shelter-in-Place Anniversary Project. And I'm just going to walk through just a quick presentation to show you what we've been working on. The project is really to mark the milestone that we're seeing this week. We're reflecting on the challenges that we faced in the last year, the bright spots that we've had during our dark times, and we're looking to the future and our recovery. We're also encouraging community conversation because we have all been in this pandemic together. So the project runs all this week from Monday through Sunday. And some of the things that we have done are reaching out to our media partners with some news topics. We're sharing resources with the community. We're inviting the community to share their thoughts on social media. And we're encouraging residents to mark this milestone through good works and honoring those that we have lost in this last year. So I'll share a couple of our social media posts that we're doing this week. Yesterday, you may have seen this post highlighting our local hospitals and honoring our frontline healthcare workers. Today, you may have seen sharing your vaccination story with a very familiar face. We're wanting people to celebrate the fact that they got a shot or that they're staying safe until it is their turn. Tomorrow, here we go. Tomorrow, we will have our county media briefing, and we will be discussing a wide range of pandemic impacts as well as the county response. Also tomorrow, we'll be giving a shout out and honoring our essential workforce who has really been keeping the county going in the last year. On Thursday, we'll be talking about mental and emotional health and acknowledging the toll that it has taken during the pandemic and encouraging people to be compassionate and care for one another. On Friday, let me move back. On Friday, we'll be looking ahead to recovery, sharing resources for those who are still in need, and inviting the community to share what they're looking forward to in the future. On Saturday, we're encouraging people to make the March 20th a day of action and give back to the community and support people who may still be in need. Then finally, on Sunday, Natividad will be hosting a virtual candlelight vigil to celebrate and honor those that we have lost in Monterey County due to the pandemic. The vigil is virtual. It will be available during a Facebook Live broadcast, and that's Sunday, March 21st at 7:30. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Mia, Carol, for the presentation and for joining us today. That's all we have on our presentations for today, so we'll bring it to the board for some questions, comments, feedback. I saw Supervisor Alejo's hand raised earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank these efforts reflecting on the 1 year anniversary of our shelter-in-place order. But I did want to ask Maya, well, I think everybody, one, we should encourage our residents as they're getting their vaccines to be able to take their photos, because I think that's the best way family members and other communities and friends and coworkers will see that getting the vaccine is a smart thing to do. It's safe. I think encouraging people, as we just saw former Supervisor Simon Salinas put his image up there getting his second vaccine on Natividad. Those are the kind of stories we want to keep seeing from our residents. And so I want to just encourage that all these sites encourage residents to be able to do that, because I think it would go a long ways in getting more of our residents vaccinated as well. The other thing I wanted to acknowledge was the efforts to get more testing out to different work sites. As Dr. Moreno acknowledged, our numbers of testing are dropping. But if if we could then make it easier to take testing services to work sites and get those services out to essential workers, but at the same time, making sure our numbers are keeping up with the measurements. I think it's a smart strategy to carry out at this time. So the last thing I wanted to acknowledge was just to reiterate what Dr. Moreno said, which is not letting our guard down, that despite the progress we made, and I want to thank our residents for really being our leaders. The reason that our numbers are dropping is because our hardworking residents that have endured a lot over this last year, and our youth and our seniors, is because of them that we see our numbers dropping the way they are. But we're not out of this yet. We got to keep our guard up. And so all the things that Dr. Moreno listed about still following the safety protocols, protecting yourselves, we have to do that. We have to do that till we really get everyone vaccinated in our county. We're almost there, but let's be smart about it as we go into this red tier and more businesses are able to gradually reopen, that we're also continue to protect ourselves, protect our families, and protect our communities. And that's the right message that we want to get out there to our residents. This is not the time to just ignore all the safety things that we've been following that have made us make this progress that we've achieved so far. But hats off to our residents. It's to their credit that we've been able to be where we're at today. And we look forward to going into higher tiers to allow more reopening. But it's all because of your good work these last few months. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Maya, I want to tell you how much I like the presentation. I think the graphics are really beautiful and clarify and absolutely capture what it is that we want to be, the messages that we want to be putting forward. I have to say that I've been called out a little bit, and I think I'll just kind of share it with everybody about my ebullience over getting to the red tier. When people are reminding me, you know, there are people, a whole lot of people out there who have not had an opportunity to get their vaccination yet. It's unclear how much vaccine are we going to continue to get. While I might feel joyous because finally people are beginning to get back to work, it's just a toe in the door. And I want us to just remember to be sensitive to the many people who have not been in line yet to get their vaccines. Not everyone is feeling as confident as those of us over a certain age have been feeling. And I just feel like I kind of want to bring that up. And I say it because this morning as I was talking about COVID and we were celebrating the anniversary of COVID, that I think, in my opinion, the word anniversary comes with a lot of joy. And maybe we ought to be referring to it as more like a milestone or something other than a word that is generally associated with a lot of happiness. So I just, as I say, somebody called me out on it and I feel like I need to bring that additional thought forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I don't see other hands raised, and I do have a handful of questions for Dr. Moreno. And I'll just dive into my questions. So in the red tier, Dr. Moreno, can you give us an update? So student sports activities, so movie theaters will be open to 25% capacity. Are parents and spectators able to fill school stadiums to 25% capacity to watch youth sports at this point?
Thank you for the question. So in moving to red tier, I think one of the, and I hope I'll be able to answer your question, but one of the main things that happens in red tier with the schools is that, as I mentioned, they can return through 12th grade by just posting their COVID safety plan. But in addition to that, there's other types of sports that can resume for full contact or contact practice and competition. And so that's, I think, the main thing. And I think what you're asking for is whether or not there's spectators. So we do know that when schools decided they can meet either the state's requirements for youth sport activities or meet other guidance documents for sports that don't fall under the youth sports guidance, there's still some observers that are allowed. So those would be individuals that are necessary to support the student athlete. And the intent is not that entire households show up and sit in the stadiums, in the stands. to watch practice or competitions, really trying to keep the number of adults from each student's household to a minimum to provide whatever support that student athlete needs. I haven't had a chance to compare the various documents that have come out in terms of spectators, but Christy is on the line. I'm wondering if Christy's had an opportunity to look at those.
So youth sports have two options. One is they follow the California Department of Public Health's youth sport guidance, which basically outlines what Dr. Moreno just said, that it's meant not to bring whole households to watch their student participate in sports, but just key elements to support them. The other options schools have is to follow the collegiate sports guidance, which has a few additional requirements surrounding testing and some other special measures they have to take. In the collegiate guidance, it does stipulate that there can be observers and audiences up to 25% capacity.
Okay, great, thank you. I think that's what a lot of parents that I've been hearing from have been wanting to know, if they can watch their students play youth sports outside. So that's helpful. A couple other questions in regards to, we received some information about testing and developing a testing plan last week. And I just was wondering if we could get an update on where we're at in terms of developing that plan and how, when we can expect to have something returned to the board.
Sure. If you don't mind, Chair Askew, I'm going to ask Christy, who's been more involved than I have in some of these testing meetings. Would that be all right, Christy?
Sure. So the testing work group has been meeting weekly and also corresponding by email during the week. It has a variety of folks involved in it, from the community and from healthcare and the health department. They are drafting a document that I still believe hasn't been finalized. We were scheduled to meet this afternoon, and unfortunately that meeting was canceled. So I think that tomorrow there's a meeting. It's been sort of postponed to a larger group meeting tomorrow where we can finalize the recommendations from the testing group to bring to the health department, and then the health department can discuss the strategy moving forward. So in short, while I'd love to be able to say we'll have something for you next week, given the really priority push for health department staff to work on vaccine issues and make sure we're getting vaccine out longer, it probably is going to need to be at least the following week.
Great, thank you. If we could just get an update on that, where we're at and what action has been taken and what the next steps are for developing that plan next week, that would be appreciated. And then in terms of the distribution of vaccine, and I understand that there are limits to what control the health department has over ensuring equitable distribution. We get the allocation from the state that we have authority and control over, but there's a lot of other flows of vaccine available to our residents through federal partnerships and even leaving the county to get vaccination. But I do have concerns about the disparities that exist in terms of who is getting vaccinated. And I think Monterey County is, there's nothing special about what's happening here. It's the same challenge that's happening across the state and across the country. But I feel a responsibility to ensure that we are taking very intentional action to overcome the disparities that exist in our systems. So I would like to get an update and hear more specifically about what we're doing to ensure that those who need vaccine are receiving vaccine, and that what actions we're taking to overcome the barriers, the systemic barriers that exist. And I'll just give one example. And I think as we talk about the incredible efforts that have been made to get vaccinations to all of our educators this past week, which is just phenomenal. I have to give credit to everyone who's made that possible. We still have a whole lot of child care providers who are friends, family, caregivers, who are not folks who have email addresses. And so the ability to have clinics that are dedicated for caregivers that require an email address to sign up, we're by default excluding whole groups of people who are eligible for the vaccine, who our clinics are making vaccine available to, but they're simply not able to engage in getting the appointment. So I guess I'm looking for some very specific examples of what we're planning to do to overcome those systemic inequities that exist, to help us get this vaccine where we want to see it going.
Well, I can start. I know Christy and Elsa Jimenez are both here as well. But so we recognize that. Well, I appreciate that you recognize, Chair, that this is an issue that's being experienced across the state. It has to do with underlying existing conditions that predated the pandemic that result in some communities, some families, some households, some communities having better access to healthcare, better access through Wi-Fi, better understanding of how IT technology works, set to create appointments, better access to reliable transportation to get to vaccine sites, better command of the English language and even Spanish language, because some of the Spanish we all do our best to interpret and translate from English into Spanish that's as understandable as possible, but some of this is pretty technical. And so preceding the pandemic, there are certain living conditions and circumstances that some of our communities live in that puts them at a disadvantage and puts others at an advantage when it comes to accessing healthcare, and in this case, the vaccine. So some of the things that we've been able to accomplish and will continue to follow up on and update is getting assistance to individuals to make appointments if they are struggling to make an appointment online. So one of those is the use of the 211 to be able to provide assistance, and the health department was able to assist in training 211 individuals to understand understand a few of the portals that people in Monterey County would have to access to get an appointment. So as I mentioned, there's over 50 vaccine locations. We have multiple pharmacies, we have all our hospitals, multiple primary care providers, and public health is just one of the 50 vaccine providers. But we've been able to through 211 provide assistance so that they understand when someone calls for assistance, they understand where they're trying to get a vaccine. First of all, if they're eligible, then if they're trying to get an appointment, if they're trying to get an appointment with the county through the public health department, then they can use the MyTurn, PrepMod, and soon to be MyTurn to get that appointment. But if they're looking for an appointment with a pharmacy or with a hospital, there's different mechanisms to get there. So that's one of the things that I think 211's really working on to get to provide that assistance as well. I'll go ahead and pass it over. I'll say one more, and then I'll see if Elsa and Chris would like to add. We are also, we still have the responsibility of deciding how the vaccine allocation from Monterey County will be distributed. And so we've been able to, we're still trying to prioritize those healthcare providers who traditionally serve the populations that have all these challenges. So for example, our federally qualified health centers and some of our clinics down in South County, for example, and a few smaller clinics here in Salinas, serving this population, making sure that they get some allocation of vaccine so that they can in turn call their patients if they're eligible and make an appointment for them, which means that the individual doesn't have to go through PrepMod or MyTurn or a portal on their own. They can actually just schedule their appointment like they would an urgent care or a well visit. That's their appointment. No one's going to take it from them. And then they can, when they're getting that first appointment, they can also schedule the second appointment. So they leave with a second appointment and don't have to struggle trying to find someone to help them go through the internet to get an appointment. So and that's why we want to make sure we provide as many access points throughout Monterey County so individuals can figure out which of those many access points it makes most sense for them and is easiest to use. So I'll stop there and see if either Christy or Elsa have anything else to add.
I don't, Dr. Moreno. I'll defer to Elsa.
Good afternoon. This is Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department. The only thing that I'll add to what Dr. Moreno responded is that I think as vaccinating entities, we need to be conscious that maybe Monday through Friday or maybe even Saturday daytime hours may not necessarily meet the needs of our individuals that are currently eligible for vaccine. So I think this is something we'll bring up at our Friday meeting with our vaccinating partners to see if there is an opportunity to be able to create, outside of normal business hour clinics. I know that some of our providers have scheduled appointments into the early evening hours, and it could be that future clinics also need to take that into consideration and have expanded hours to ensure that, for example, our early child care providers who, especially if they're taking care of children of our agricultural workers, are probably working up until 6 or 7 and may not have an opportunity to be able to get away and go get vaccinated. So I think we need to take the needs of this specific group that's currently eligible for a vaccine into consideration.
Thank you. And I guess I think these sound like some really good strategies, but looking at the data tells me that we need to do more and we need to do better. And so my request would be that next week when we receive our update, if we could get something in writing that articulates exactly, what we're doing and what more we plan to do, so that we can act on our commitment that I know we all have to ensuring equitable distribution. So that would be a request that I put out moving forward. And then I have one last question. Dr. Jimenez, you had already answered it for me, but I do think it's important to be public and on the record and fully transparent. But I've been asked by a number of residents about any unused vaccine or what happens with extra doses at the end of clinics, and if there's any vaccine that has gone unused in Monterey County for any reason. If you could just speak to that, that would be great.
Yes, definitely. So some of our vaccinating partners, when they set up the scheduling for vaccine clinics, they do add additional slots for callback or standby in case individuals that reserved a time slot, are a no-show for that day. Another strategy that our providers are using is they have their own callback list for individuals, for example, who missed their second dose when they were scheduled to come back for a second dose, who they try to prioritize to come in, so that, again, the goal is to have a little to no vaccines wasted. From our health department perspective, there have been, very few instances where, due to factors outside of our own control, for example, our clinic at COSUMB is an outdoor clinic, and sometimes the wind initially would pick up, and, unfortunately, a couple of our vials fell to the ground and broke. And so that gave us an opportunity to revisit our processes and protocols for how we set up our clinic in outdoor environments, again, to try to control against any natural occurrences that may be happening. But each provider, as of, I think, last month, is now required to enter into CalVax any doses that go unused and the reason behind that. But many instances, as I mentioned, it could be because of something happening in the environment. It could be that at the time of the drawing of the vaccine into the syringe, but really not because we didn't have somebody who we could put a vaccine in their arm for that event.
Thank
and
you.
I don't know if Christy or Dr. Moreno wanted to add anything to that.
The only thing I would add is, in addition to our list of standby, that we open up some extra appointments that are essentially standby appointments that we can call if we have extra doses at the end of the vaccine. We do plan our clinics very carefully so that, unlike flu vaccine, where we just come in and take several extra doses, it's pretty much a 1-to-1 kind of ratio. The vaccine has to be handled very carefully, so we don't want to have extra doses out in the field. The other thing we do try to do is we usually have a list of folks who have contacted the health department saying they got their first dose in another county or are unable to find their second dose. And we do prioritize those folks who have had a first dose and are due for their second dose to try to get them in to those clinics if we happen to have extra doses at the end of the day as well.
That is helpful. Those were all of my questions today, so we'll take it to my colleagues. I see Supervisor Lopez has your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the staff who worked and helped us get to this red tier, and just continue to encourage the public to stay cautious and do everything you can within your personal control to keep our community safe. We know that it's exciting that we're going to see so many new places open up, but proceeding with caution and making sure that we continue to move through these tiers is critically important. In terms of the question about access and making sure that we end up in a place that is more equitable, I really wanted to support your position of asking staff to, at least come back with a short presentation on some of those strategies. And one of the ones that I know I brought up last week and would ask us again to consider is the timing of appointment releases. I know that, and I want to thank those people who heard that and did it, and specifically Me Memorial launched all of their appointments for the next 2 weeks on a Sunday morning, which was incredible to see. I know that some got posted today, though, in the middle of the workday by some other partners. So I just ask folks to continue to try to meet the community's needs and the timing to give a fair and equitable shot. One other idea, obviously, is using zip codes at certain clinics that we're advocating get additional doses, but then also trying to focus them in by using or allowing them to use zip codes in their appointment making. And the last comment I have is about the timing. I know there was talk about, ag, folks that work in ag might not be able to get off work until 6 or 7, but we have to be conscious of the fact that daylight savings has kicked in, and that means folks are working even later. And so it's just knowing that now the timing for those appointments needs to be pushed even later in the evening. I know it's an additional strain on a lot of the folks that we all consider heroes, people who've been on the front line and continue to make sure that our community gets access to this vaccine. But just being conscious of the timing is critically important. And so just want to encourage all of our partners out there to keep those things in mind as they set clinic times. And with that, I am done with my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. And all these comments are exactly in line with what my thoughts are as well. The only thing I would suggest is that we do come back with something a little more definitive about mobile vaccination clinics. I know we've talked about it, but I don't know if there's anyone who's working on an actual plan to implement it and to make it happen. But I think that would answer a whole lot of issues that we have about really trying to get in and hit some of the more difficult to reach people. Also want to just say, because people have been asking me about the metrics that we have regarding the population numbers that we've got and the additional population that comes into work during the farm seasons. I just wanted to let people know that Christy Michi and I are going to be chatting about the difference approach to metrics to make sure that the count is exactly as we know it should be. I think Christy is just absolutely the right person and has all the right numbers. And I need to find out why my numbers don't look right. So I look forward to having an opportunity to sit down and work with her on that. Thank you.
Supervisor, just a clarifying question. Is that in follow-up to the request from Hospitality last week about an attestation of our
exactly
count in Monterey County?
Yes, okay. Yes, yeah. That's exactly what we're talking about. I think the number is 35,000 workers who come in who are not counted in the denominator of our population when we're looking at the various metrics that come up. And someone had done some very specific work that came up with a different outcome than what we're getting from our public health department. And I need to do some putting two and two together to get two people together to get exactly what it is that we need to, so that we're sure that we're getting as much credit as we possibly can, and that the numbers are absolutely correct for us. Because if we are being counted for the numbers of people who have COVID, yet the population, yet we're not looking at the full body of our population. It's a real, an equal kind of situation. And I want to ensure as we move forward from the red tier and as we move forward into this whole world of pandemic, that, that we've got the numbers right so that we don't get shoved backwards again, which is just what I think what everybody's terrified about. So that was, those were the two things, the mobile vaccine clinics, and then just looking at getting those two different approaches to the numbers figured out. Thanks.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing what the outcome of that conversation is as well. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on it also because it's not nothing new that we've been asking for strategies to address the disparities that we've seen. It was the reason we asked originally for the data on vaccines by zip code and geography so that we could see what was happening, using as a tool to change our strategy week by week. And when we see gaps where we need to focus, but it's been, I already mentioned this yesterday, Dr. Moreno, but we should be looking every week and changing our strategy. When we see whatever we're doing, if it's not working, we need to be able to shift strategies around or try new things to make sure that we're getting vaccine to those areas that need it the most. So I agree completely with all the comments made on that point. But Dr. Moreno, back to the vaccine data, because you put the chart up with showing that we reached over 100,000 Monterey County residents who have been vaccinated, but wanted to get some clarity on that. Those numbers are obviously conservative because there's, if you could just elaborate. So there's a lot of vaccines that perhaps haven't been inputted into the system. So our numbers might be more than what you put on the chart. And the second two questions, or the second two parts is, those numbers do not include vaccines done by the VA or any of the military institutions, correct? And do they include vaccines given to people who work in Monterey County, such as our healthcare workers or teachers, but that they do not live here, so they do not get credited towards Monterey County vaccine numbers? If you could just comment on those 3 points to get clarity on how we're doing on a vaccine, because this is being closely watched. And I know we want to make sure that as we put numbers out there, that we put those caveats that tell people what's in it, and what's included in it, and what perhaps is not included in it.
Sure, I'd be happy to start. Let's see, hopefully I'll get to all 3 questions. So with my response. So when an individual gets vaccinated in Monterey County, that information gets entered into to CARES, the immunization registry, then it gets entered and it gets reported by the immunization registry. Then we can see that when we run reports and see how many Monterey County residents have been vaccinated. As we mentioned before, the challenges we still have is that some providers aren't entering or correctly entering the vaccine information into the state registry. So if it doesn't get into the registry, we can't see that. And we still have problems with care. So there are some providers who are entering into care. They've shown us that they enter into care, and the state immunization registry still doesn't report their vaccines. So there's still problems with the state immunization registry. When a person gets vaccinated, a person from Monterey County leaves the county and gets vaccinated in another county, if our Monterey County resident put down their address here in Monterey County, then the state can, and that it gets entered into the state registry, then we can see that a Monterey County resident has been vaccinated, even though it wasn't one of our providers. So that still counts towards getting someone in Monterey County or a dose being administered to someone from Monterey County. So I'll stop there and let Christy.
Dr. Moreno, on the flip to that, if they work here but live, for example, in Santa Cruz or Santa Clara County, those vaccinations done here would be credited to those counties. Is that how?
As far as, yes, we vaccinated, but in terms of the person being vaccinated would count as, for example, a Santa Cruz County resident. That would show up as a Santa Cruz County resident being vaccinated. So I was going to just hand it over to Christy because she works with this data quite frequently.
Great.
Yes, so as you mentioned, the person shows up in the county where they put down as their resident. In terms of the chart that Dr. Moreno showed, we're tracking data two ways. One is by doses and one is by people. So the chart that he showed today was doses, but when we look at people, as far as what is registered in the California Immunization Registry, we're running just at about 75,000 Monterey County residents vaccinated to date. We are trying to keep that data updated. We run the numbers on Sunday and post them on Monday morning. And I think we're missing one of your questions. I apologize. What was the one we're missing?
On the military vaccines.
Oh, yes. Yes. So right now, unfortunately, the VA partners are not entering data into the CARE Immunization Registry. So we do not see those doses administered, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I know we sent a letter last week, and Ed Diodamo just confirmed that it went out, asking that the Department of Defense work with California to make sure that whatever vaccinations they're giving to Californians and into each county, that those get reported in the overall numbers, as those are important to include as they will become significant over the coming weeks. So thank you for the report.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips, I didn't see your hand raised, but now would be a good time if you've got any questions for our team.
No, I think you covered them, but yeah, if you could get me a mobile vaccination clinic out here in North County, I'd appreciate it, Madam Chair. So
we'll get to work on that right away. Okay, Supervisor Alejo, any final comments? Oh, nope. Okay, very good. All right, I will take it out to public comment for. I think maybe we already did that. I'm not sure. We'll take it out to public comment for any public input. We have call-in user 2, and I believe you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. And thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Nina Beatty. I'm very concerned that we're getting accurate testing for the county. The federal government gave different advice in January. And experts have warned that the PCR testing can give a very high percentage of false positives, pushing us into an inappropriate tier. So I'm very concerned about that. This PCR testing is the basis for a lot of the verification of whether people have COVID or not. I'm also concerned that the treatment angle is not being aggressively pursued by the county. In one study recently released, it suggested lectin affinity plasmapheresis that was used successfully to treat Ebola and MERS might be a therapeutic tool to filter and remove circulating virus and pseudovirions. And well-studied and safe therapeutics have been recommended by many medical professionals. And I don't know that the county is using those to this point, but people that are severely ill need that. In addition, in looking at the recent research on the COVID virus, the county may not be aware that the spike protein alone may be causing the severe tissue damage in COVID patients in the absence of virus, with the vaccines actually causing the body to create spike proteins. This could cause extensive damage in the endothelium and in many organs, including the brain, heart, kidneys, and liver, and includes thrombosis and grave illness. Patrick Whelan at UCLA alerted the FDA in December, prior to Pfizer's vaccine, that the spike protein might be causing the tissue damage associated with COVID-19, including microvascular injury to the brain, heart, liver, and kidneys. And the former Pfizer head of respiratory research, Michael Yeadon, petitioned the European Medicine Agency to suspend all vaccine studies because of the risk of exposing millions of healthy people to unacceptable risks. If the spike proteins are causing significant COVID effects, deliberately causing the body to make these same spike proteins could subject healthy people as well as the most vulnerable to grave public health risks. Hispanic and African American people degrade mRNA slowly means that the mRNA stays in their body longer and can cause these signals to create spike protein. Gert Vandenbosch, who's worked with Gavi and the Gates Foundation, is entirely pro-vaccine has warned that administering a vaccine during an epidemic risks not only suppressing the body's natural defenses, but creating superviruses in the vaccinated people that will be shed into the environment. And he warns that this could be catastrophic. I am just asking the county that they investigate these issues and suspend the county vaccinations immediately to investigate this spike
Nina,
protein
thank
issue.
you for
It's
your
very
comments.
critical.
We're out of time. I need to move on to our next commenter. Sonia Kohler, you may unmute yourself. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you. This is Sonia Kohler with Bright Beginnings. First of all, I just want to say thank you, supervisors, for all that you're doing to support young children and their families. For instance, your policies on rethinking your policies on lactation, and also on making sure that vaccines go to our child care and education providers. As you said, right now, we've moved as quickly as we can through all of our licensed and formal care. Right now, we're really doing our outreach to the family, friends, and neighbors. And what you said earlier, Madam Chair, is spot on. We need to do more. Yes, we're doing things, but we need to do more and perhaps better at serving these populations. Especially, I heard a lot about different times of day and different times of week, and also specifically making it easier through technology and not requiring email addresses in order to get appointments. That's really key. We find as we're doing one-on-one support, that's a barrier for many, or perhaps most at this point. So whatever clinics can do to not have that requirement would be greatly appreciated. And just want to give a shout out to all of our partners who have been giving ECE, early childhood education, some of their vaccination slots or even their entire clinics. Again, during the day, it's hard. We appreciate the offer, but again, evenings and weekends are best. And really want to give a shout out to the Child Care Planning Council and Quality Matters for their support in this process, doing direct outreach to our informal providers. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sonia, and thank you for the work you do with Bright Beginnings. Is there any other public comment today? For anyone who's on Zoom, you may raise your hand. For anyone in the audience, you just may approach the podium. Seeing no additional public comments, I will bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for any final comments. But just to reiterate, I think the action that I heard today, and I'm not sure if we need a motion to ensure that we have the appropriate follow-up, but I heard that there was work being done to address the attestation of our population, and we'll look forward to getting an update on that, I believe, next week. I heard a pretty clear consensus that we're looking for some sort of written documentation of our equity plan for vaccine distribution, including a plan or strategy to begin mobilizing mobile clinics into communities where need is greatest. I heard a request that we continue to bring back update on the testing plan to maximize our existing resources for testing and identify any additional needs. So is there any question about or correction to what my understanding of our requests today were?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify. I think for me, I don't necessarily need a full written plan, but even a presentation. I'm being conscious of the fact that it's a week from now and staff time is limited, and obviously there's a lot of focus on getting clinics open, but a more formalized presentation, even in the form of a PowerPoint about what we are undertaking, I think would be appreciated. I just want to be clear. I don't need somebody to go write a 20-page report in the next week.
I would agree with you there, Supervisor Lopez. Okay, so when we say an equity plan that talks about vaccine distribution, including our strategies to get mobile clinics out to where they're needed, that could be in the form of a presentation to the board next week. Supervisor Alejo, did you have additional clarification?
Yeah, just for Christy or Elsa, I've been told that the health department started receiving data from the VA Palo Alto about vaccines they've been providing, or perhaps other military institutions like the Defense Language Institute and the Presidio. Have we got any of that? That hasn't been reported yet, but I heard that the health department is already receiving that data. I just didn't get, we didn't get any report on what that looks like, what those numbers look like from the VA.
I'm sorry, I don't, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Elsa, have you received anything?
Oh, if I may, yes. So we were supposed to receive information for the deputy director for the Palo Alto VA clinic so that they can provide information from their entity to the health department. In terms of the number of doses that have been administered in Monterey County for veterans living here. And I'm not sure if that connection has been made yet between the VA and our own health department to ensure that we're able to capture that data. So I see Christy writing down a note, and so she'll follow up with the VA to ensure that if that data is able to be shared, that we have that connection directly from their entity to our entity, and then we can present aggregate information as part of our reporting.
Oh, if we could get that next week, that'd be great, because Jason Cameron already said that with the help of Congressman Panetta, that the VA director already agreed to give that to us and was supposed to be giving it directly to the health department. But it hasn't happened for whatever reason. But hopefully by next Tuesday, you might have that update for us, and would appreciate getting a report on just that data. Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to add that to our bulleted list. So we have 4 things that we're requesting follow up on next week: attestation of population update, presentation about our equity plan for vaccine distribution, including strategies for mobile clinics, an update on the development of a plan to maximize testing, and I will add VA vaccine information flowing to the health department, an update on that. Anything else? Did you hear anything else, Charles McKee, that I'm missing? Which should I add to the list?
I think you've got it. I think that was it.
Okay, wonderful. All right, with that, we will wrap up this item. I don't believe we need a motion on those items. I think we were pretty clear. So we will move right along to item number 10. Item number 10 today is a public hearing to consider an appeal by Fred Miranda from the October 28, 2020 decision of the Monterey County Planning Commission to state and issue a final determination that the Planning Commission had an unbreakable tie vote and neither approved nor denied the following applications: construction of approximately 2,153 square foot 2-story single-family dwelling, including removal of 2 trees, development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, and development on 30% slope. Construction of an approximately 3,114 square foot 2-story single-family dwelling, including removal of 2 trees, development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, and development on 30% slope. I would like to welcome Joe Sidor and Craig Spencer to present to the board. Joe and Craig, the microphone is all yours. It looks like Joe is still muted. Joe, if you're able to unmute yourself. And Craig, you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Okay, let's get some technical support.
Okay, hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Craig, we've got you. Okay, welcome. Welcome to the meeting. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I believe Joe Sidor has a presentation. I can see he's sharing his slide on the screen, but if he's trying to speak, I can't hear him either. He's on mute.
Yeah, so Joe, it looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you, Joe. We've got technical folks looking into this. I don't know, Craig. It may be all you to present today. We'll see. We'll see how we pull this off.
How about we try, Joe? If you can hear us, can you move on to the second slide?
All right, our technical folks here are saying that it is not on our side.
You may have to, log out and log back in, or try to use a phone.
Okay, so let's have Joe maybe log out and log back in, or try to dial in via phone to join us. Can we table this one, move on to the next, and then come back to this item? Does that work? Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to have item number 10 tabled for a moment while we work on technical solutions. We will move on to item number 11. Item number 11 is to consider an appeal of a zoning administrator decision to approve a design approval for a fence ranging in height from 4 to 6 feet and consider waiving the fee for the appeal. We have a presentation by Liz Gonzalez and Craig Spencer. Let's try Liz and Craig.
Unmute.
Liz, we've got you.
Hi. Hey, good afternoon. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can, and we can see your screen
wonderful.
too. Perfect.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so let me get this started up here.
We didn't give you a lot of warning.
I know. I was actually walking over to Joe's desk to help him, and then you said, well, we'll table it, so I ran back. Okay.
All right. Well, take a moment, take a deep breath, and we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Chair Askew and board members. Liz Gonzalez, project planner for PLN 190255 Smith Raider Appeal. Briefly, originally, there was an over-the-counter design approval that was approved for a 6-foot-high fence at 99 2nd Street in Spreckles. When the county realized that it was inadvertently approved and not consistent with the Spreckles design guidelines, it was rescinded. After a few meetings ensued with the county, the applicants agreed to lowering the fence to 3 to 4 feet, but not open it up. So PLN 190255 was appealed by a neighbor to the zoning administrator. In July 2020, the ZA approved the fence with the condition to modify the fence to include open slats and limiting the fence to 4 feet high in accordance with the Spreckles design guidelines. The applicants appealed to the board, and on November 5th, 2020, the board considered the appeal of the zoning administrator's decision and continued the matter to November 17th, directing staff to work with the applicants and evaluate options for reimbursement of certain costs associated with replacing the fence. Staff received 2 receipts from the applicants. One of them was $525 for architectural design changes. This also included design changes to the existing house because at the time they were remodeling the house as well. The total permit fees paid to the county for the design approval was $182.21. That was for the original over-the-counter design approval. This design approval was not charged. Staff has not received any receipts for the cost of the existing fence. 3 estimates were submitted by the applicants. The estimate for $8,910 was an estimate for modifying the existing fence as conditioned by the zoning administrator's decision. The 2 other estimates were to replace the fence altogether in full conformance with the Spreckles design guidelines. Staff believes that the appellant's estimates for installing a new fence and removing the existing fence to conform to the design guidelines are excessive and concluded that the fence could be modified to conform with the standards for substantially less. The board could potentially consider allowing the fence to remain in its current configuration and consider the fence legal nonconforming. Legal in that it was approved under PLN 190255, but nonconforming to the Spreckles design guidelines. In that case, staff would not recommend reimbursing the applicants for any costs. In the past couple of months, the appellants have submitted a proposal to modify the replacement fence rather than install a new fence. The new fence design would remove alternating boards and result in half-inch voids, which could give an open patterned appearance along 2nd and Llanos streets. The appellants also proposed to reducing the fence 4 feet along the rear property line back to the edge of the two houses. Staff believes this proposal is consistent with both the Spreckels design guidelines and neighborhood character and has prepared a draft resolution to that effect. Should the board agree to the appellant's proposed modifications, the county could help pay for the cost to remove the alternating boards to result in the half-inch voids. No estimate has been submitted for this new proposal. Consequently, staff recommends that the board impose a condition of approval that would require receipts of actual costs incurred for this new proposal by the appellants at reasonable rates. Therefore, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors grant the appeal by Rosanna Rader and Michael Smith. Find the proposal categorically exempt per CEQA section 15302. Approve the applicant's modified proposal to the fence, subject to the condition to submit actual receipts, and waive the appeal fee. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Liz. And I guess Craig's on standby in case we have any questions. So at this point, we have both the applicant and appellant would be allowed 10 minutes each to address the board. If there's any time remaining, the applicant and appellant can use their remaining time for rebuttal. Do we have the applicant with us today?
Question, Madam Chair, isn't the applicant the appellant?
It may be that they're both the same. In some cases, that is the situation. I don't have a name here, though. Oh, sorry, Rosanna Rader?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, Rosanna, you have 10 minutes.
Okay.
If you'd like to share any comments or thoughts with us, thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, in an ideal situation, with everything we've went through, we'd prefer to just be done with this and leave our fence as is. However, we did get 2 bids to pull the, so here's the problem. If we pull the boards out, it's not going to be a half-inch spacing. It's going to be huge spacing because the boards are much wider than a half-inch. So every fencer that we've talked to said that if they pull the boards off, we have to get brand new wood all the way around. Now, I'm sure you guys know our fence is very, very, very long. So if we do that, we want to be done with this once and for all. So if you guys aren't going to approve us today, we're willing to replace the fence, but we don't want to pay even a dime out of pocket. And that is where we come from. You know, we paid for it to be built. We stopped halfway through. We paid for the architect to come up with a new design when there was the issue. We then continued on with the fence with the second approval, finished the fence. So we've already come out of pocket an excess amount of money from what we started with. So we just feel it's very unfair to us to have to come out of pocket even a penny more. So we're okay with either one. You guys want us to keep the fence? Great, we'll keep the fence. You guys want the spaced fence? Great, pay for it. And that's kind of our perspective. And it's just, at this point, you have to understand we're beyond frustrated. We're new business owners. We were in the middle of adopting our kids, fostering other kids, which kudos earlier today on the meeting because Hugo Camacho was our social worker when we were fostering during COVID. You know, we are crazy busy, and to have to deal with this, it's just been, we're going on 2 years now of just our life being a hassle. I even had clients come into my brand new store we just opened up in Carmel who lived in Spreckels. And I was like, oh yeah, we live over. And they're like, oh, you're the ones with the fence. Like, that's horrible. Do you know how that feels? Like, I feel like, and they were like, well, we don't see a problem with it, but you know, we just hear about it all the time. That sucks. We're new to this community and we go and remodel this house, and our home was appraised at $505,000. Now it's appraised at $750,000 almost. We have spent tons of money, you know, building this home, making it beautiful. It hadn't been aesthetically changed since like the 60s or 70s. We put our heart and soul into it, and then to be put in this position is just so disheartening, and it's unfair. But once again, we will do what you guys want. We will go with what you guys say. We just don't feel that we should have to pay for it because it wasn't our mistake that was made. We did everything we were told we needed to do. So that's just kind of our perspective and where we're coming from. And I don't need the rest of my time.
Rosanna, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your information with us. So I think we will bring it to the board for questions.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, I just want to check with staff. So as I understood, there was an application to the county. We approved the application. And then there was a second, won't call it a negotiation, but a request from our county staff to Ms. Rader and her husband about making some modifications. They approved those and made those modifications. And then yet there was still an appeal. So then we came back a third time and then set another set of requirements on top of them. I don't think that middle step of the negotiation was captured in the paperwork. And I just want to know, Liz, in your opinion, is that something that occurred in terms of a conversation to try to mediate and end up in the middle early on in the process?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. There were different meetings with different county staff. So that was, I guess you could say that was agreed upon, the existing fence, and so PLN 190-255 was approved. That is the approval that was appealed by the neighbor.
Okay, so there was an initial permit which got approved, and then there was a second that got approved, and then there was a third that came forward to us. So there was kind of three steps. Is that correct?
No, there were only two design approvals. The very first one was rescinded, then PLN 19025 was negotiated, and that went forward, and that's the one that got appealed to the board. Well, to the ZA,
okay.
The ZAs, yeah.
Okay, so there were three steps. It's just the question of approval. So on the first one was a flat out approval at the counter based on an error from county staff, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then there was a conversation, and there was kind of a middle of the road agreement to make some adjustments, and that's the one that got appealed by the neighbor.
That is correct.
And so now we're here at a third bite at this apple for, I just wanted to be clear because the paperwork kind of made it seem like there was only two. And I know because I've been involved with this so long, 2 years, as Rosanna pointed out, that, you know, they've been put through this ringer several times for a fence that we approved twice. And so before we go to and hear public comment, which I want to hear before, you know, I fully vet my thoughts. I just wanted to be clear in terms of the process with my colleagues about how I remember the process playing out over the years. Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I was just going to ask staff if there's a diagram or photo of what the fence would look like. They included a photo, but it seemed to be the solid fence as it is now, not the one where one board is removed, just so we could know what it would look like.
Yes, through the chair, and Rosanna may want to confirm this, but it's my understanding the example that was submitted, the half-inch voids are what's on top of that example. So that would be the full fencing along 2nd and Llano only.
So that photo only had the top part done. So you mean it would also be done for the rest of the fence on the bottom part of it throughout?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, got it. Because the photo,
just the top part, yeah, it was a little confusing.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I get the idea. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other board questions before we go to public comment? Okay, I will go to public comment, and we do have one hand raised. Eddie Takashima. We have 3 minutes. You may unmute yourself and share your public comment with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors staff. As it was mentioned, there were a few timelines that I want to go over real quickly. May 31st, 2019, the original design approval was rescinded after notification that I was opposed to the 6-foot height. The fence began getting erected as of June 3rd, 2019 on 2nd Street. July 2nd is when the applicants submitted a revised plan where they would lower the fence along 2nd and Llano Street to 4 feet, but maintain the 6-foot tall fence that is between our properties. And that's when I appealed the design approval September 30th in 2019, and it went to the Spreckels Design Review Committee August 21st. They reviewed it. They said that the applicants need to make design changes that meet the Spreckels design guidelines, policy S-2.1. And at that point, the applicants were through county staff said that they were not making any changes. And at that point, it was directed to the county HRRB. HRRB reviewed it in December 12, 2019. They've further reiterated that the Spreckels design guidelines must be met, where you have a dropped height of 4 feet with an open fence work design. And the property line fence needs to be 4 foot tall, all the way back to the setback of 20 feet or the nearest structure, whichever occurs first. Beyond that, now we are here after almost 2 years, as was mentioned. I just feel it'd be socially responsible for a decision favoring the appeal of the zoning administrator's decision where the integrity of the historical district of Spreckels would be compromised. Dismissing the recommendation of 2 independent county-supported committees, the Spreckels Design Review and the Historical Research Review Board, would be an egregious hypocrisy to the very intended purpose of these committees, whose primary function is to objectively uphold the aesthetics and design continuities of local and historically relevant communities such as Spreckels. Regardless, disrupting the continuity of the Spreckels fence design, the guidelines will not only further future incongruity in fence designs in our community, but will further jeopardize the integrity of the historic nature of our district by setting a precedent for future construction fence installation. While it's unfortunate that the process for correcting an administrative error has continued for as long as it has at the cost of the homeowners, county resources, and staff, corrective action that would mutually benefit our community would be to allow the compromise of fence modifications as recommended per existing fence guidelines with concessions for modifications caused by the county.
Thank you for your comments. We're out of time. Sorry to cut you off. Is there any other public comment on this item today? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and I will pass the microphone to Supervisor Alejo.
No, sorry, that was from previous. Thank you.
All right. Any other board comments on this item or questions? Supervisor Adams.
Well, I don't know if this is appropriate, and if it is not appropriate, just say so. But what would Mr. Takashima want to do? What does he think we ought to do?
Liz, is staff able to answer that question?
Yes, through the board. Liz Gonzalez. I'm not sure. I know that originally Mr. Takashima had an issue with the height of the fence between the 2 properties. So I can't speak for Mr. Takashima, but if we ask the applicants to lower that fence to 4 feet all the way back to the edge of the houses, that would be consistent with the Spreckels design guidelines.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I believe that Mr. Takashima is asking for consistency with the Spreckels design guidelines in terms of height and design of the fence. But
so it would have to come down in height.
Words in someone else's mouth.
Mm-hmm. So it would have to come down in height, Craig, as well as having open slats. It couldn't just come down in height.
Well, it has come down in height, is my understanding. There's one section of the fence where it runs from Llano, I believe, towards along the side or rear of their property between the two homes.
Is that what I'm looking at as attachment D?
Liz may need to answer that because I don't have attachment D in front of me, but it tapers up as it goes away from the street.
Right.
And I believe that taper is what we would ask be moved back so that the entire fence is 4 feet within the front yard along both street frontages before it tapers up to 6 feet at the setback, which is 20 feet from the front property line.
Yeah, so I guess I'm so confused about what is in keeping with the guidelines, the Speckles design guidelines, if based on what it is that I'm looking at. And I'm sorry that you guys don't have it as well. I can see that it goes up, so it's clear that this goes up to 6 feet. It's just unclear to me. I'm sorry, but thank you, Craig.
I can attempt to describe it. It would be the Speckles design guidelines show as an example a 4-foot white picket fence. The text describes fences being 4 feet in the front yard and in an open slatted pattern. So it doesn't require a picket fence. In this case, the applicant / appellant's proposal would be to open up portions, not by taking one board off, every other board off, but by making smaller boards with slats in between, space in between those boards, so it would be more of an open pattern. And then Liz has put up a picture on the screen here in the bottom right. You can see where the fence tapers from 4 feet up to 6 feet. That taper
Liz,
would be
can you
moved
hit
back.
start presentation so we can get a little bigger view? Because we see your upcoming slides. If you hit start, then we would be able to actually see a little better view of those photos.
Yeah, and I think if you go to display settings, Liz, you can
bump it up a little bit.
Swap. Yeah, there you go. Swap, yeah. Okay, yeah, so you can see in the bottom right corner and actually bottom left as well, where the fence goes from 4 feet and tapers up to 6 feet as it goes back away from the street. That taper would be, the fence would have to be 4 feet all the way until it meets the front setback. So that taper would be pushed back so that it happens between those two homes, back closer to where the greener tree is in that photo. So there's the design in the open slat pattern and the height along that side of the fence within the front yard.
Supervisor Adams, does that answer your questions, or do you have more questions?
Yeah, I get the height now. That makes understand why that is. I just am wondering about the slat part. If so it would be. I believe Ms. Rader said that it would be too wide a gap if they went every other slat. But I'm wondering if they went every 2 slats or something. Has everybody looked at every single solitary thing of possibility here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the applicant has a desire for a design for the fence. If you took, it would be a somewhat awkward appearance if you took every other board off or every third, second board, whatever that might be. It would make it an open slatted pattern, but I think their desire is to make more, uniform slatted openings between each board by making each board slightly smaller, a half-inch opening on a repeating basis so that it becomes an open pattern.
And there's no question that just a half-inch opening complies with the design standards?
The Spreckels design guidelines require an open pattern.
But
design.
It doesn't indicate how open it has to be. I mean, a half-inch isn't very big. It's
right.
It's not like a picket fence sort of thing. So if in fact, let's just say they went through all of this and they put up the fence and each slat was a half-inch from the other, would there be opportunity for another complaint because a half-inch does not comply with the Spreckels guidelines? That's not what they meant by the design when they said an open pattern. Is there any definition of what open pattern means, I guess, is what I'm asking.
There's no definition, and there's always the opportunity for complaint, but I think we would say that it meets the criteria if they were to provide air space between boards on the fence.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. I don't think I have any other questions.
Supervisor Phillips. I'm sorry, Supervisor Phillips, did you have any questions? I saw your hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. Okay, very good. Any other board questions? Supervisor Adams? Nope, you're good. Okay, any other board comments or questions on this item?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead. Go right ahead.
It's just unfortunate. This neighborhood's never going to be a nice, friendly neighborhood anymore. Once something like this happens, I went and looked at I drove out there. I looked at the fence. I drove around the neighborhood. I understand that you have these rules, but I didn't see anything wrong with the fence, and I think it's just unfortunate. I don't think these people have been treated right by the county or by their neighbor who started all this. But for what I can see now, how it would be difficult just to go and remove slat to fix it. Initially, I thought that was a good idea, but I'll leave it to Chris Lopez. I mean, he for his recommendation and what we do on this. I know he's been living with this one for 2 years, and this is in his jurisdiction. So I'll wait till he see what he wants to recommend on this.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, we've been here before. We've had this conversation, I know, a couple times, and I just think about all the resources that we've put into this fence. I mean, just look at the payroll that's on this meeting right now and the time that we've spent having this discussion. And this isn't the first time. We've done a full board meeting on this before. I'm just at a point right now where I look at numbers, in the tens of thousands, that it doesn't make sense to me. We approved this fence once, then we approved it a second time after asking them to mitigate, and now we're here for a third time, and I don't feel that that's fair to the applicant. At this point, I'm fine with leaving the fence the way it is. And that's where the position I took at the last meeting, and I know there was only 4 supervisors, so we wound up kind of at a split point. But at this point, having driven it myself several times and looked at this fence, and having been through the stop orders, the go ahead and continue and stop and don't stain, I think we're past this. I think we need to move on, and I think we need to just, stop spending money here. Considering everything that we're dealing with as a county, I don't think this is the best use of our time any longer, and I would like to just move past this. And that's where I stand today, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Phillips. Oh, lost his hand. Okay.
No, I'm good.
You're back. Okay, you're good. Okay. I see that Eddie Takashima has his hand raised again. We already did public comment and closed public comment, so I'm sorry, but we're not able to go back to public comment. Is there any other board discussion on this item?
I'm open to the staff's recommended compromise here with the slats, the boards being removed to at least try to bring it into as close as possible to the requirements. That's kind of where I'm at, so.
Okay, and I wasn't here for the previous iterations of this conversation, and I will reserve other thoughts, but generally speaking, I think that when we have approved community design standards, the county was wrong. We made a mistake when we approved the design of the fence. I believe it should be our responsibility to correct that error. And I think that it is quite unfortunate that it has caused conflict among neighbors and the homeowner who has had to continually revisit the issue. But I do believe that if we don't want to have design standards and if we don't want to provide our advisory groups with the authority that we vest in them, then we shouldn't, but we do. And so therefore, I would like to see the county correct the situation. I don't see any other hands raised. Would entertain a motion. Would anyone like to make a motion?
So excuse me, Supervisor, ask you, so are you saying that the county would reimburse or would pay for or would build the appropriate fence just to get rid of this and have peace in the valley or peace in Spreckles?
Yeah,
I don't mean that to be a loaded question. I'm simply asking
Sure.
if that's what your motion would be.
Yeah, so I think what I would be comfortable not granting the appeal to allow a legal non-conforming fence. I think that allowing the homeowner to move forward with a fence that meets the approved design standards, even if that ends up being the most expensive option. I don't like that, but I think that we have that responsibility. And I do think that, I hear the homeowner saying that they don't want to pay any more money. So that would require the county to fund the building of a fence that meets the approved design standards for that community. It's
okay.
not, I don't like it, but I think it's a responsibility at this point.
I think what you're saying absolutely upholds the reason that a beautiful little small town like Spreckles has design guidelines. They have standards. They want their community to remain as it is. And, we're the ones that made the error. And if you're making a motion, if that's what your motion is, to suggest.
Sure, I will make that. I will make the motion in this case since I didn't hear another motion presented. So I move that we do not grant the appeal to allow legal non-conforming fence, that we allow a new fence that we pay for, a new fence that meets the approved design standards, with some opportunity for the county to monitor the cost, review receipts, ensure reasonableness of the expense of a fence that meets the design standards for the area.
I'll second that motion, and I see that Craig Spencer has his hand raised. I don't know if that's new or not.
Wonderful. So we have a motion and a second, and Craig Spencer.
What a package.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the staff report and resolution in front of you reflect the motion you just made. I wasn't clear if you wanted something different, but what is in front of you, what staff's presented is to grant the appeal, approve the revised design with the open slat and the reduction in height in the front yard along the side there, subject to a condition that they submit receipts and the county would reimburse them for actual costs.
I think Supervisor Askew also had the thought that there would be a reasonableness to the expense, so therefore probably with a maximum not to exceed a certain amount.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And that includes the reimbursement of fees? I mean, because there was multiple steps of fees and appeals and initial applications. I mean, I think we should give them everything back.
I agree. It was our mistake, and I think we have to own it.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have comment from Supervisor Lopez, we have comment from Supervisor Alejo.
And sorry, Madam Chair, but I'm not going to support this motion because what your motion is asking for entirely new fence that's conforming, and yes, it wasn't their fault, and the residents have been through a lot already, but the fence is already up, and the appellant is proposing a modification rather than building a new fence by making the changes to the existing fence and removing the alternating boards that would give the 1/2 inch voids, and it would give it that open patterned appearance along 2nd and Llanos streets. And the appellants are also proposed reducing the rear fence, fencing 4 feet along the property that lines the back of the edge of the houses. So if this is a reasonable compromise, why would we be saying we're going to spend more of taxpayer dollars on this? And I get it. This is not on the homeowners. This was a mistake the county staff did on this long ago. But rather than having the whole fence removed and I think not making a wise use of taxpayer dollars, let's go with the compromise. It's going to be less expensive of taxpayer dollars. It's not going to have them have to remove the whole fence. It's simply making the modifications that bring it as close as possible to the requirements of fencing and spreckles. So that's where I'm at. I'm not for an entirely new fence in this case.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Craig Spencer, can you just clarify the item number 3 on the recommendation to approve the applicant's modified proposal to the fence? Is that consistent with the approved community design standards? Did we lose Craig?
Hi, Liz Gonzalez.
Okay.
Liz,
yes. Yes. So the recommendation, item number 3, approving the applicant's modified proposal to the fence by removing alternating boards, is that consistent with the approved community design standards?
Yes, it is consistent with the Spreckles design guidelines. We reviewed the guidelines, and it doesn't say that it has to be a white picket fence. It just has to show an open work pattern. And so the applicants, thoughtfully submitted this proposal, and they are going to reduce the rear fencing to 4 feet back to between the houses. That's consistent. So yes, staff has determined that it is consistent with the Spreckles design guidelines.
So maybe
wasn't there an issue?
By Supervisor Alejo, I think we're all saying the same thing. I'm saying I think the county has responsibility to fix the mistake that we caused. That means fixing the fence and paying for it. That's essentially what staff has recommended here. It's what the appellant is putting forward. Liz, are we all saying the same thing?
That is correct.
I think one distinction, though, is whether you grant the appeal or deny the appeal.
Okay, so let me clarify, and my apologies for that. My language was not clear. I said do not grant the appeal, but to allow a legal non-conforming fence, but we're essentially granting the appeal, which is a community design approved legal conforming fence.
Okay, so the recommendation before you is to grant the appeal and allow the applicant to modify the fence, not to what the zoning administrator required in their decision, but to a different modification. We are accepting the applicant's modification as consistent with the Spreckles design guidelines.
Exactly.
And
okay, thank you for that clarification. So I'm comfortable proceeding so long as we have a final design that is meets the community design standards, which is what the staff so I can move forward the staff recommendation to clarify my language. I think the second was from Supervisor Adams. Are you comfortable with that as well, Supervisor Adams?
Exactly. Yes, I am.
Okay. And then Supervisor Alejo, does that clarify the concerns that you were just raising? And I apologize, I was not as clear as I needed to be in my language.
Yes, yeah. Elizabeth made it clear, and if that's what you're trying to achieve, then I'm supportive of that. But it sounded like we're talking about an entirely new fence, no matter how much it costs, what your words were. So that's with you accepting the clarification, then yes, that's where I'm at.
Okay, wonderful. Supervisor Phillips, did you have anything to add?
I just had a question because I thought Mrs. Rader, when she was talking, said it really wouldn't be feasible just to and I understand if you kept the post and I mean that detracts some of it, but I thought she said that it really wasn't aesthetically feasible to just go and knock out every other slat. But is that what we're proposing that they do, as well as modifying the 6 foot down to 4 feet?
Liz, are you able to respond to that question?
Yes, through the board. I believe that the proposal is cutting 1/2 inch voids off of every other board to show an open work pattern. That was the proposal from the appellants.
So could I jump in here, Madam Chair?
Yeah,
just
please.
Want to clarify, having built fences, I think what Ms. Rader's contractor may be telling her is if you're going to pop those boards out, they're not going to be preserved and they're not going to keep their strength. So you're going to have to replace the boards as you pop them off the fence to shift them over for that 1/2 inch gap. So they're essentially warning her that when they remove those boards from a built fence, you're going to have an amount of breakage. So I understood her comment to mean that was the concern, was you're going to have to buy replacement fronting boards, not the posts or the crossbars, but really the boards that you see as you drive by in order to make that 1/2 inch gap. So our costs could still be significant because that is the most expensive part of a fence. So I think that needs to be clear. And then as part of whichever motion gets made here, I would just still enjoy hearing the clarity on the reimbursement of costs, because I know it was part of the initial motion, but not the second. So I just want to be clear, even though it wasn't in the recommendation, that, because that was left up to us, that we are covering those costs.
So Supervisor, the waiving the appeal fee, are you talking about additional fees beyond the appeal fee?
So I'm talking about the appeal fee and then their initial application at this point, because we botched that and then we asked them to mitigate, and then we approved that and that got messed up as well. So it's twice. And I think the initial application for the design of the fence should be given back to them.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable adding that into the motion that I've made. But I am comfortable with the staff recommendation to waive the appeal fee in this case. Supervisor Phillips?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, so we have a motion essentially for what the staff recommendation on slide 5. Maybe we can put slide 5 back up just so everyone can see it, so that we are all very clear. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further conversation or discussion? Okay, I'm going to move forward then with the...
But there is an issue. Otherwise, we're going to revisit this again about what Supervisor Lopez is raising, about just getting clarity about how we are going to deal with costs, right? Because like anything, you could get an estimate for anything, and you could get high estimates or you could get low estimates. So there is a reasonableness of getting a fair estimate for this work. And so I think that needs to be made clear here. Otherwise, staff are going to be left to try to figure it out when it really should be up to us to provide clarity on a critical part of a resolution to this matter.
Would you like to suggest anything specifically?
I would say maybe asking staff for what clarity they would need in terms of language, so that they would have the guidance they need after today's vote.
Liz, are you able to comment on what additional guidance you would need in in regards to the question about reasonableness of expenses? Or Craig?
Yeah. I mean, Madam Chair, I think that we were looking at it coming into this meeting slightly opposite, which meaning we thought that at the maximum, the board would want to know essentially what the maximum cost would be for reimbursement, and using the highest fee estimate provided by the contractor, that would be, Liz, around $17,000, I believe. We thought that seemed high, and that would include replacement of all the fence, including the posts and everything. So our recommendation was that they submit receipts and canceled checks and things for actual costs of what it takes to create those half-inch openings, whether it's new materials or sawing portions of each board off and replacing them, and that then we would review those to make sure they were appropriate and for the fence project, and we would then have to process a refund of some sort.
Yeah, but then that's.
Do you need any additional direction from the board in order to proceed with that?
No, I don't believe we do. I think that's the condition we have, and that was the intent that we had in putting that condition on.
Okay, and Supervisor Alejo, did you have a follow-up question?
Well, that's one way of doing it, but it doesn't really put a check on anything, because you're basically saying whatever it costs, just bring it to us and we'll consider reimbursing you, right? Versus giving it some before the work gets done, pre-approving what will be reimbursed, right? What seems reasonable for that kind of work, versus leaving it up just to the family and then hoping that we're going to reimburse. They're going to get reimbursed for everything that they've expended. So I think I don't know if that's the smartest way. I think the smarter way would be is to get an estimate for moving the boards, and if it's reasonable, then give the green light and then get the work done. I think that would be, a smarter way of doing it. If we're trying to just be reasonable with taxpayer costs, they're going to have to pay for these changes.
Okay, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, well, I don't see anything in the recommendation that talks about reimbursement costs, but I'll tell you, if you're going to redo that fence, when you start popping those off, and usually they build those with a nail gun, unless they use screws. But when you start popping those off, you're going to ruin that thing. So the stringers and the posts are going to be fine, but the rest of it's probably going to have to be redone. So,
can anyone tell me how wide the boards are? How wide those slats are? Are they like 5 inches or 7 inches or 2 inches?
Liz or Craig, are you able to answer that question?
Yeah, the standard redwood dog ear fence width, I can't recall in inches at this point, but it's somewhere around 6 or 7 inches in width, I believe, each component.
And it was determined that they did not want a fence that just had every other board up. Do I remember hearing that as well? Like just taking every other slat off? They didn't like that idea.
Well, if you were to remove every other board, you would have 6 to 7 inch openings and then a board. And that with that style of fence, that would not, it wouldn't be a symmetrical sort of aesthetically pleasing look.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to say I wish we could spend this much time talking about affordable housing, but I would like to move, unless we can get additional clarity that's needed, I'd like to move forward with a vote on this so that we can move forward. Any other comments that we need to hear from the board? Questions, clarity? Otherwise, we have a motion. It's up on the screen. And we can assume that staff has what they need to be able to determine reasonableness of expenses through actual receipts as listed here. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. Right. I believe this did not require 4/5 vote. So with that, the motion carries, and we will go back to item number 10. I've already read item number 10 into the record. It is a public hearing to consider an appeal by Fred Miranda. We have a presentation from Joe Sidor and Craig Spencer. Let's see if our technology works for us this time.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me this time?
We can. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad we
Thank
were able
you.
to get things resolved for you.
Thank you. I apologize for that earlier technical glitch. I'll be ready to go in just a moment with my presentation. Okay, is my presentation visible now?
It is up on the screen. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Root Askew and supervisors. I'm Joseph Sidor, project planner for the Walnut Cove LLC applications, planning file numbers PLN 190097 and 98. Project sites are located at 24418 and 24424 San Juan Road in the Carmel Woods neighborhood, Carmel Area Land Use Plan and Coastal Zone. The properties are zoned medium density residential, 2 units per acre, with a design control overlay. These are 2 separate residential projects on 2 separate and recognized legal lots of record. Since the lots are adjacent and owned by the same applicant, staff prepared a single report and presentation to simplify consideration of the projects by the board. For PLN 190097, the project consists of a combined development permit to allow construction of a 2,153 square foot, 2-story single-family dwelling and 440 square foot attached garage, removal of 2 oak trees, development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, and approximately 529 square feet of development on slopes exceeding 30%. For PLN 190098, the project consists of a combined development permit to allow construction of an approximately 3,114 square foot, 2-story single-family dwelling and 462 square foot attached garage, removal of an oak tree and pine tree, development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, and approximately 80 square feet of development on slopes exceeding 30%. The Planning Commission first considered the projects on October 9th, 2019. After review of the proposed residence at 24424 San Juan Road, the Commission continued the item and provided 2 options for staff and the applicant. Either staff could return with a resolution for denial of the project as proposed, or the applicant could revise the project to reduce the amount of development on slopes exceeding 30% and to reduce the mass of the proposed residence. After the Planning Commission continued PLN 190098, the applicant requested a continuance of 9/7 and opted to revise both projects per Planning Commission direction. The applicant subsequently submitted revised plans, and on October 28, 2020, the Planning Commission again considered both projects. A series of motions resulted in an unbreakable tie vote as to whether to approve or deny the projects. The Planning Commission then adopted a motion to state and issue a final determination that the Planning Commission had an unbreakable tie vote and neither approved nor denied the applications. The applicant then appealed the Planning Commission's decision. And the appellant, who's also the applicant, is now challenging the Planning Commission's final determination, which resulted in a de facto denial of both projects. Subsequent to filing the appeal, the appellant agreed to a postponement of the appeal hearing date beyond the 60-day time frame required by Monterey County Code to provide time to further revise the plans to address the concerns of the neighbors and Planning Commission. The appellant then submitted revised plans for both projects that further reduce the floor area and height of each proposed single-family dwelling. Overall, since the submittal of the original applications in 2019, the appellant has reduced the bulk and mass of the proposed structures to better fit the neighborhood character and to reduce the development on slopes exceeding 30%. For the proposed residence at 24418 San Juan Road, the revisions have reduced the amount of development on slopes exceeding 30% by approximately 1,400 square feet, from 1,900 square feet to 529 square feet, including cantilevering a portion of the deck and residence to avoid slopes on the lower half of the property and thereby eliminating a 17-foot retaining wall. Reduced fill by approximately 500 cubic yards from 720 to 200 cubic yards. Reduced the height above average natural grade by approximately 6.5 feet from 30 feet to 23.5 feet, and reduce the total floor area by 270 square feet. For the proposed residence at 24424 San Juan Road, the revisions have reduced the total floor area by 779 square feet, reduced structural coverage by 543 square feet, reduced the side-to-side structural width by 5 feet, reduced the overall front-to-rear structural length by 9 feet, reduced the height above average natural grade by approximately 12 feet from 30 feet to 18 feet, and reduced the amount of development on slopes exceeding 30% by over 500 square feet, reducing it from 600 square feet to approximately 80 square feet, including entirely avoiding slopes on the lower half of the property. The appellant raised 6 contentions related to the decision of the Planning Commission. In summary, the appellant's contentions identify that there is no feasible alternative to development that encroaches on slopes exceeding 30%. The proposed projects would not impact an adjacent drainage easement. As proposed, the structures and exterior colors and materials would be compatible with the neighborhood character. The proposed projects are consistent with applicable policies and regulations, and the projects qualify for categorical exemptions under CEQA, and the county's affordability ordinances are not applicable to the proposed projects. As currently revised and proposed, staff concurs that both projects minimize development on slopes exceeding 30%, would not impact the adjacent drainage easement or environmentally sensitive habitat areas, are compatible with the neighborhood character and consistent with the applicable policies, zoning regulations, and development standards, and qualify for categorical exemptions pursuant to Section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines. Additionally, the projects are not subject to the county's affordability requirements, and they minimize tree removal. The dwellings along San Juan Road have a variety of architectural styles, and the proposed exterior colors and finishes are consistent with the surrounding residential neighborhood character and setting, and with other dwellings in the neighborhood. The proposed residences would be consistent with the size and scale of residences located along San Juan Road, and based on staff review of county records, site visits, and evaluation of the proposed plans, the proposed bulk and mass of the structures would conform to the neighborhood character. Therefore, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors grant the appeal, find the projects qualify as categorical exemptions pursuant to Section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines, and approve the combined development permits based on the findings and evidence for each project and subject to the conditions of approval for each project. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Joe. Do we have Anthony Lombardo with us today? Oh, you snuck in. All right. Anthony, thank you for joining us. We've got 10 minutes on the clock for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Anthony Lombardo, we're the appellant and the applicant, as with the last permit. Dr. Fred Miranda is a Monterey County native. He was actually born and raised in King City. He's now 81 years old, almost 82. This process has gone on for him since the demolition permit application had to have a public hearing due to neighborhood opposition for the house that was there before for almost 2 years. He's very concerned about basically being able to see these homes completed if the board does not grant this appeal because he really wouldn't know what to do if this isn't good enough. In fact, he's actually so worried that he had a friend of his who's a realtor put for sale signs on the lots because if he's unable to obtain this approval today, he doesn't see any alternative but to sell the properties. Can we put up my PowerPoint, please, first slide? So the 2 lots outlined in red are the Miranda lots. The 3 lots in blue are the people who have written letters of opposition to the appeal. Obviously, the 2 adjacent to the Miranda property, I'm sure, enjoy the fact that there's no houses that can be seen on the location. And the one up on top wrote a letter saying that these houses, if approved, would destroy the Norman Rockwell character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This was the original configuration of the 2 lots, 418 above and 424 below. You can see the existing house that was there that was demolished divided the 2 lots and was non-conforming. Next slide. This is the proposed house on 424 that the staff described to you previously. Next slide, please. This is the changes that staff mentioned that are discussed that Dr. Miranda has made to the design now for the second time, resulting in the proposed house at 424 being 23% less than the allowed coverage under the zoning ordinance, 38% less than the allowed floor area ratio under the zoning ordinance, and 40% less than the allowed height. Next slide, please. You can see there's a dark line and a lighter line for the roof profile of the home. The upper line where it says old height was the proposal prior to the Planning Commission action. You can see as a result of during this appeal, he and his architect revised the design to lower the house dramatically, which is basically now at or below the level of San Juan Road. Next slide, please. There you see we drew a line through the elevation of San Juan Road, so the only thing that's visible above San Juan Road is the very peak of the roof of the center of the home and a chimney, basically. Next slide, please. This is the house in cross-section, San Juan Road being on the right. As you can see, it steps down the hill basically at or below the level of the street. Next slide, please. This is the house at 24418 that's staff described previously. Next slide. Again, it's 15% less than the allowed coverage, 38% less than the allowed floor area ratio, and 17% less than the height. The height, although it seems tall, it's because the lot drops off steeply from the road, and so you count from the lowest portion of the house to the highest portion, even though, as you'll see in the next slide, please, the house, again, is basically at or below the level of San Juan Road, having been reduced, again, as you can see from the red outline above the blue outline from the previous design. Next, please. Here again is the relative elevation to San Juan Road. So everything below the green line is below the elevation of San Juan Road. Next slide, please. In cross-section, again, you can see the cross-section where the San Juan Road line is drawn. Next slide, please. And then with the 2 houses next to each other, everything below the horizontal line is invisible below or not visible from the street other than looking down from the elevation of San Juan Road. I think that's it, isn't it? So the applicant would respectfully request that the board support the staff recommendation to grant the appeal and approve the design as revised. by Dr. Miranda, and so that he can get to building his house for himself and for his sister, and rather than sell the properties, which I think would be a terrible tragedy. I guess just in one last comment is that these neighborhoods, like a lot of neighborhoods in Monterey County, are transitional. In other words, there are older homes in these older neighborhoods that are smaller. There are larger homes that are larger. This house, or these houses ranging between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet, are definitely consistent with the size of the homes that have been approved in recent years. It's just the nature of what goes on now. And so there's nothing about either of these homes which are render them incompatible or inconsistent with the neighborhood character when viewed in its entirety. Thank you very much. And I'll like to save a minute or two for rebuttal if there's public comment.
All right, thank you for joining us today. We will bring it to the board for any questions. I see Supervisor Adams with an old school hand up.
Thank you. Thank you. So I did have a couple of questions. The first question is, can staff confirm that these two existing lots are vacant?
Yes, the house that was previously built across the property line was demolished under a separate coastal administrative permit that was approved a couple of years ago. And the lots at this time are vacant. And the county has also issued 2 certificates of compliance, one for each of the lots, with appropriate surveys verifying those certificates.
Okay. Okay. I'll wait till public comment to ask some other questions that I still have some confusion about. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board questions before we go to public comment? Seeing no more hands raised, we'll go to public comment. We have a few folks here for public comment. Tom O'Brien, thank you for joining us today. I'll give you permission to unmute yourself, and we have 3 minutes on the clock.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We live just south of the proposed construction. This hearing is about a single project. That is the construction of 2 homes on 2 lots along San Juan Road. It comes before you joined as one, just as it did before the Planning Commission. The facts are that these 2 houses are one project, and that's long been clear. The developer has acknowledged that the houses will be built together with a common staging area. Cut from one house will be used as fill for the other. In 2019, the Planning Commission rejected one of the houses by a 7-2 vote. The developer immediately pulled from consideration the other house. They would travel only together. They are now before you as a single agenda item. The county treats them as a single project in every way but one. When it comes to CEQA, we're asked to believe these are completely separate houses that just happen to be built together. CEQA defines a project as the whole of the action. By ignoring the legal definition of a project and pretending that these are separate actions, only by doing that can the county claim the project is exempt from CEQA. The exemption cited by the county applies only to the construction of single family homes on a single lot, or there could be a second dwelling, but has to be on that single lot. The exemption cited does not apply to the construction of multiple houses across several lots. A single project of 2 houses cannot be pulled apart to fit the exemption for a single family residence. If it did, all homes within any proposed subdivision would be separate projects. It'd be a collection of single homes on single lots, all exempt from review. Similarly, for this project to avoid CEQA review, you're asked to ignore the whole of the action, and that you cannot do under the law. I respectfully submit that this agenda item is one project, and CEQA therefore applies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Natalie Nielsen.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. I, with my husband, Tom O'Brien, who just spoke, live at 24434 San Juan Road, immediately south of the proposed houses. Our concerns about this project are well documented in the county's administrative records. We also submitted comments yesterday via email that we hope will make it into today's deliberations. I'm not going to reiterate those concerns here, but I will trust that they're also part of the administrative record. All along, we've said that we're not opposed to development as long as it's consistent with all aspects of the law and has been carefully reviewed. It's not clear to us that the most recent plans meet either of those criteria. The specific concerns that we and others have raised are symptoms of a bigger issue, which is the total mismatch between the houses and the context in which they're going to be built. Just about every concern anyone has raised, including the requirement of a waiver, can be traced back to the fact that the houses are simply way too big for their steeply sloped lots. If they were more appropriately sized to harmonize with and subordinate to the land, a lot of the other problems would likely go away. We recognize the applicant's right to build on his property, and we recognize that the houses are within the county's statistical limits. But they rightly require waivers because going to the maximum of those limits isn't always appropriate. It's not appropriate here because of the location in the environment, next to the environmentally sensitive area, next to Pescadero Canyon, and the severity of the slopes. Also, focusing only on the statistical limits ignores the issue of neighborhood character, which has been a problem with these houses from the start. I won't belabor that, but the county's administrative records are full of documentation from neighbors, the LUAC, and Planning Commission members, clearly demonstrating that the houses don't fit the neighborhood character. We hope those voices are given appropriate weight in your deliberations. And the applicant's presentation today grossly understated the amount of sustained neighborhood opposition to this project. Another major concern is that the totality of the two houses hasn't been fully considered in previous discussions, as Tom said. The houses are going to be constructed at the same time. When they're done, they'll completely change the face of San Juan Road, single-handedly and in one fell swoop. Such a dramatic change merits serious review and consideration of more than each house in a vacuum, as if it's not going to be built right next to the other one. No government body or the public has been shown a thoughtful rendering of how the two houses will look together in context. The staking and flagging was as minimal as possible and has prevented anyone, including the LUAC and planning commissioners, from fully grasping how the houses will look in context when they're complete. Rendering like this seems warranted so that everyone has a chance to see what the project will truly look like. Thank you.
Well timed, Natalie. Thank you. Thank you for your comments today. We also had an email come in from Robin Robinson, who requested to give public comment. I don't see a hand raised here. Do we have? We have Robin. I lost Robin. Oh, we found Robin. Okay, Robin Robinson, if you are able to unmute yourself, we welcome your public comment now.
Can you hear me?
We can, yep. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us today.
I was able to do a screen share maybe?
Yep, I think that was allowed.
Okay, how do I do that?
It would be via Zoom. We don't have a copy of what you wanted to share here with us, so.
Okay, I'm just looking for where it is on Zoom.
So you don't see a share screen?
Yep, usually at the bottom of the screen.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, I have a PowerPoint.
And we do have 3 minute limit, so the time has started now.
Okay, so I just want to familiarize you guys with our neighborhood. I'm Robin Robinson. I live on San Juan Road. This is Pescadero Canyon. Can you guys see this?
We can, yep.
Okay, and it's a steep slope down to Pescadero Creek, which goes into Carmel Bay. It's full of wildlife. It's a Del Monte Forest area. This is our street. It's very narrow. It's full of older, small, modest homes. This is the house that was torn down. This is a house to the right, and this is the house to the left of the property. As you can see, these are all small, older homes, and this particular stretch of road has very modest homes compared to the blocks up above us. And you'll see the map of the canyon. I've outlined everything in pink is right on the canyon, and in our circle there, those are all small homes. So you're introducing two really supersized homes into a very modest neighborhood. My comment is that I am objecting to the projects because they would change the character of the neighborhood. I mean, objecting to their size and their volume. They're way bigger than anything along the canyon and down the street. So I don't think it's in the best interest of the neighborhood or the canyon to start supersizing the homes. They're vulnerable to fire and erosion on this steep slope. This is what happens down here, the bottom of Carmel Woods. The water collects. And here's the Seasonal Creek. The property we're talking about is on the left, and it slopes down into that creek. The pole on the very left of the picture is one corner of one of the houses. Our neighbors have been all opposed to this project. Nobody's in favor of it. We've had over 12 people commenting at the meetings. This is a LUAC meeting. This is not Carmel by the Sea. This is an affordable, livable neighborhood, and this development would change the economic diversity of the neighborhood. We have a lot of full-time renters and retired people who work in town, and teachers, and it would really change things to lose those renters. And we feel that, or I feel that the development would change the economic character of the neighborhood. And I don't think we want, the trend to be these big houses coming onto the canyon. You're looking at, I know they've reduced things a lot.
I'm sorry, Robin, we're out of time, so I have to cut you off. I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments today. We do have another public comment from Sandra Saylor. Sandra, we'll give you permission to unmute your screen or unmute your audio so that you can share your comment with us. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes, I just wanted the opening statement by a gentleman, I don't recall his name. He mentioned that the two properties were on 1 acre. At least that's what I heard. And they are on ½ acre. Both of them on 1/2 acre. And I am the immediate new neighbor to the north at 24384 San Juan, and I am on a ½ acre, and the square footage of my home is a little under 1,500 square feet. And the neighbor directly alongside me is on a ½ acre, and her square footage is around 1,000 square feet. So we are looking at a radical change in the, it's more than the character, it's the integrity of the neighborhood. And another correction to make from the same gentleman, I believe, was that he claimed that there were 2-story homes all along this street, and the 2-story homes are in fact not 2-story homes. The lower part, because they're also built on a slope, just happens to be a garage, that's all, with the main house structure on top. And this stretch of San Juan Road, it makes a radical turn up Pescadero Canyon east, and once you start heading up Carmel Hill, you get a very different neighborhood with a lot larger homes. But for this more sensitive environment, as has been mentioned, these are all small homes. And I am I am an environmental activist, and the thing that I love about living here is, as Robin showed you pictures, the wildlife, the incredible diversity. I don't know how many species of owls there are here. And all impacts to this environment, I think, need to be seriously considered, given the state that we are in now in global crisis. And I think we all have to, sacredly guard our little section of earth. And I see that this is what these neighbors are doing. I also see that it's still affordable, whereas I've been in Carmel for 40 years. 90% of it is not, and it seems to be an acquire and improve and sell merry-go-round to increase profit. I'm sorry, is my time up?
We have about 10 seconds left on the clock.
Okay, then I will just conclude and say thank you for your attention.
Thank you for joining our meeting today. We appreciate your comment. I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience for this item? No? Okay. We will bring it. Oh, I do have another hand. Sue and Ben.
Yes,
Sue Benjamin. Sue Benjamin. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Well, let's get this over with. What should I do?
You'll need to unmute your microphone so that we can hear you, and we have 3 minutes for public comment.
Well, thank you. I would just like to say that over the period of time that we've discussed this issue, I'm in conformity with all the comments that have been made. And I would just like to say, since I'm opposite Natalie Nielsen and Tom O'Brien, they made a special effort when they first moved here to redesign their kitchen area to specifically enjoy that view down Pescadero Canyon. And you, of course, as supervisors, gave them permission to do so. One of the things that bothers me the most about this project is that both of the structures are overwhelmingly out of characteristic to the homes south, north, and east. And I live in a 1950s home. To allow somebody to destroy another person's view, I don't think is legitimate. I think it's not only selfish, it's inconsiderate and not expressive of a caring neighbor. And I know from my living here for 30 years that Dr. Miranda has showed very, very, very little interest in this neighborhood, except for getting renters to come and stay in his home. But so far as the upkeep of his property, he has showed little interest in any of us as neighbors. And I'd also like to say that it's very important as neighbors here that we've expressed our opinions as to the nature of what makes this neighborhood unique, and it's a sense of community with one another. Thank you very much for all that you do, and appreciate your letting me speak.
Thank you for your comments today, and thank you for joining us for our meeting. Is there any other public comment on this item? I'm not seeing any additional hands raised on Zoom. One last call for public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. We're going to close public comment. Oh, okay. Excellent advice from my my legal guide over here. So we will close public comment now. We're going to bring it back to the board. Would you like to make any final comments? I think you had a couple minutes left on the timer.
Yes,
Anthony?
please, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Lombardo again for the applicant. First of all, as to the first commenter, Mr. O'Brien, These projects are categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15303. The development of a single-family home on an existing lot of record is not subject to an initial study or an EIR. It's exempt, as the staff pointed out as well. The second commenter talks about changing the face of San Juan Road. Based on the comments of the last commenter, it appears that the problem is the belief that this is going to impact the view from one or more of the existing homes looking down into Pescadero Canyon. I'm not sure how that can be the case in relation to how low these structures are compared to San Juan Road, but staff and county council can tell you private views are not protected by law, and the county's decision can't be based on someone's opposition because of an impact on their views. Another speaker mentioned bringing super-sized homes into the neighborhood. The home for Dr. Miranda's daughter is 2,100 square feet. I hardly think that's super-sized, nor I don't believe is this a radical change in the neighborhood. As staff described earlier, the neighborhood has houses of varying sizes, principally based on the age of the homes, and there are homes at least the size of these proposed, well, far larger than the 2,100 square foot home, and several homes the same square footage as the home on the other lot. So thank you. We appreciate the board supporting the staff and granting the appeal so that Dr. Miranda and his daughter can have a home in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony Lombardo, for the wrap-up comments. I'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for, actually, hold on. Do we need to close the public hearing? Okay, so we are now at this point going to close the public hearing. I will bring it back to the Board of Supervisors now for additional conversation, discussion, I should say. Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. I have a couple of different things. I'll ask this first question and then I'll go let the other supervisors go, and then I'll come back for some other questions. But the first question that I have goes back to CEQA, and I'm unclear about this. If you're saying that on the one hand, the house is being viewed as one project, the two houses are being viewed as one project, and it sounds as if that's what's happening. But then when it's looked upon from the CEQA perspective, it is two projects as two single family homes. Can you explain that to me to help me understand how that can be, or if that was not correctly put forward?
Certainly,
yes, perfect. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Joe, I have the CEQA section up if you think it would be useful to share.
Okay, and I also have some additional information as well.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen now, and Joe, maybe I'll just explain this real quick. The categorical exemption that staff's proposing to apply is what's called a Class 3 categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA guidelines. Class 3 is a category of normally exempt projects, which examples of those projects include one single-family residence or second dwelling unit in a residential zone, and in urbanized areas up to 3 residences can be constructed. It also includes duplexes and multifamily residential structures, not more than 4, and you can get more in urbanized zones. So what we have said in this case are there's 2 separate lots, 2 separate applications for 2 single-family dwellings on 2 legal lots that fall within this exemption, whether you consider them together or separately. The one thing that the discussion has kind of turned towards is the exception from the exemption section, which talks about when a project could require a environmental review despite being in those classes or categories of exemptions. And those are where there would be an impact to a resource that is particularly sensitive, that is mapped a hazardous or critical concern and precisely mapped and designated, or a cumulative effect where the exemption continually applied in the same area and the same circumstances over time will have an impact. With single-family dwellings, that category is a typical residential construction. We do environmental documentation when there is a resource of critical concern that we believe disqualifies it from an exemption. In this case, we don't believe it was disqualified for an exemption. And Joe, maybe you have more to add to that. But
yes, this is Joe Sedor. Supervisor Adams, as Craig Spencer stated, these are two projects. The applicant submitted the projects for consideration to the county staff at the same time. And when they were brought before the Planning Commission for the first time back in 2019, they were brought forward as two separate projects for consideration, one at a time before the Planning Commission. Also, and then in 2020, staff again brought them forward to the Planning Commission. And like we did today with the board, we prepared a single staff report, but two separate resolutions and two separate sets of conditions to help simplify your consideration and the Planning Commission's consideration of the projects. However, they are two separate projects. Additionally, the technical reports that were prepared for the projects don't identify any potentially significant or cumulative impacts. The proposed projects would not exceed the cumulative impacts anticipated under the categorical exemption for a single lot or parcel and the assumed to build out area of the Certified Local Coastal Program. And as stated already, these projects occur on two separate legal lots of record, and the potential impacts are well within the parameters of the categorical exemption, even if both homes were considered or proposed on a single lot. There's no substantial evidence that would support a fair argument that the projects, either individually or combined, have a reasonable possibility of having a significant effect on the environment or would result in a cumulative significant impact. So in this case, based on the proposed projects, further environmental review is not warranted nor required under CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. So that what you've said to me then is that there is a very specific thing that you look at for the environmental documentation that you base this on. It's not that there are sort of environmental measures that would have to be impacted. I mean, I looked at the picture of the little foxes and the deer and, you know, the streams, etc., that seem to be something that would be, you know, impacted.
Yes, the projects include coastal development permits to allow development within 100 feet of ESHA, and that's because the project sites are adjacent to the Pescadero Canyon. However, the homes are proposed to be built on the upper to mid portions of the lot, and there's a substantial amount of space between the back of the homes and the property line before reaching Pescadero Canyon. And that, I think in the smallest case, it's at least a 50-foot separation from the back property line to the back of the proposed residence.
Okay, I understand that then.
Through the chair, there's just trying to simplify a little bit. CEQA has a 3-step process where you first determine if a project is a project as defined by CEQA, which we have, and these projects are. You then review it to determine whether or not an exemption applies, either a categorical exemption or a statutory exemption. And if none of those apply, or if one does apply, you make sure that it doesn't qualify for the exception to that exemption that I posted earlier. If none of the exemptions apply, you prepare an initial study, and it's a fair argument standard, whether or not there's a fair argument that there's a potentially significant impact that needs to be analyzed and disclosed in the CEQA document. So we have gone through those steps in this case.
Good, thank you. Okay, I think I'll continue if you don't mind, Chair, because I want to go in a totally different direction now to ask these questions. I must say, I drove by because I do that for projects that are in my district, and took a look at the property and saw what it was like, et cetera, and kind of got an idea. And then I was troubled by the for sale signs that are on it. So I went online, and the for sale signs have been up since February. And to see something, to see somebody going through all of this effort, yet determining that they may be choosing to sell it because it is not just a sign. I mean, it's online with a description. Can you tell me what would happen to all of these plans and all of the agreements that we're making now, and the coming to the board and we would say yes, essentially? What would happen if he sold it? Would everything be moot, or would the houses be being sold with an approved project?
Yeah, so through the chair, the coastal development permit being considered run with the land and can be transferred to a new property owner. They do have an expiration date on them, and we have been through this situation with many different properties in the past. A new owner may decide to move forward with building permits and construct those houses as they've been designed, or they may decide to scrap those and design their own home. It all depends, if it were to sell, on the future owner.
But they would already have gotten the coastal development permit because that goes with the land.
They would have the planning entitlements that would have some conditions associated with them, but could apply for building permits to construct the buildings that are approved through the planning process.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
All right, Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's true that if or not that both these houses were designed bigger and were within the legal parameters, but based on some concerns that were raised, they actually shrunk the size of the houses and the heights. Is that correct, Craig? Or someone?
Yes, this is Joe Sedor through the chair. Supervisor Phillips, that is correct. The homes have been reduced since the original proposals back in 2019, and those reductions have reduced the amount of impact to slope exceeding 30%. They've reduced the height on one home from 30 feet to 23.5 feet above average natural grade, and on the other home from 30 feet to 18 feet above average natural grade. And so that's respectively a 6.5 foot and a 12 foot reduction in height. And then in terms of floor area, one of the homes has been reduced by 270 square feet. That was the smaller of the two proposed homes. And the larger of the two proposed homes has been reduced in total floor area by 779 square feet. So I believe that answers your question. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions. I don't think it's right when someone's building something that the neighbors have a right to redesign it and design it how they want. So when the appropriate time, I'm prepared to make a motion to grant the appeal and approve staff recommendation. I'll wait to hear my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, and I'm happy to make that second. Supervisor Phillips, looking at this, I think we got 2 lots, we got 2 houses, you know, and they're appropriate in terms of the size. And I know that people may not like design, but I ran on building housing. Every district has to hold up their end, and here's an opportunity to build 2 houses. And I always see it as people will shift up, people will buy up, and whether the gentleman decides to sell in the end after all of these relationships in the neighborhood have shifted through this conversation, I don't think is our decision to make. It is his private property, but I do think that it's a right. The design meets the requirements, and so I'm prepared to support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. So I think, was that a motion that you made, Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I guess it was.
All right. So we had a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Lopez, and that was for the staff recommendation, if I understood correctly. Okay.
Right.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. And first of all, we have a housing crisis in California. And I think when somebody has worked his life, he worked hard throughout his life, and he's planning to be able to build his dream home for him and his daughter. I think as long as it meets the requirements, which the record shows that it does, I'm going to be in favor of that. This isn't the time to say because people don't want to have other neighbors nearby that we should deny a project. Some of the arguments that I heard made about wildlife that could be made about any of the houses in Pebble Beach. At one point there was none, and wildlife enjoyed those areas when there were no houses. And I don't think it's selfish for somebody wanting to build their home at all. I think, in fact, when neighbors are saying, I got my home and I don't want you to build yours, I think that meets the definition of being selfish to your neighbors. And in fact, in this case, it's about having some more diversity of neighbors, and Mr. Miranda and his family being able to enjoy what they planned for a very long time there. And so I just want to encourage all our residents to welcome diverse neighbors, welcome other people achieving their American dream, their dream home. I think that's the American way is be more accepting, and also letting people realize their own goals as well. And I do recognize that the applicant already made modifications twice, trying to address some of the concerns from his neighbors. So it did also reflect some willingness to make some adjustments in its size. And so I just want to make sure we recognize those modifications for the record as well. These are not uncommon. We get a lot of these disputes among neighbors or potential future neighbors in projects that come before us. So we've seen these before. We've seen similar arguments, but I'm always just disheartened when sometimes these arguments continue to be made, when we should be trying to uplift each other and trying to support each other and trying to have other Californians also be able to achieve the same goals that the current neighbors have been able to achieve in that neighborhood. So with that, I'll be supportive of the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo. I just have one question for staff, or maybe 2 questions. So these are legal lots of record. When the county, I'm assuming at some point, created these as legal lots of record, what is the expectation of a property owner that they would have some opportunity in the future to build on that legal lot of record? Joe or Craig?
Yes, Chair, this is Joe Sedor. The properties are zoned for residential use, so it would be the expectation of the property owner when they have a legal lot of record that they would be able to obtain some type of economically viable development from that or on that property. And Craig, would you like to add anything to what I just said?
No, I would not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I think that, you know, it is unfortunate that these are, you know, that the development on this property does require doing so on slopes of excess of 30%, but it doesn't appear that it's possible to develop this property without doing so on slopes of above 30%. And to me, that's just the last issue that hasn't been resolved. But we do, I think when we, at some point, our predecessors approved these legal lots of record. And so I do believe that we, at this point, have a responsibility to move forward. So I'm comfortable supporting the staff recommendation today in support of the motion that's on the floor. But I will, any final, because we do have a motion, we have a second. Are there any final comments from the board? Seeing none, I think we can proceed with a roll call vote.
I just want to make one comment that was made.
We do. Supervisor Adams, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I completely agree that we need housing. There's no question about it. But what we need is affordable housing. And these two houses are not affordable. In fact, they took down an affordable house to come forward with these two houses. That has nothing to do with my the way I am going to choose to vote. But I don't want us to be disingenuous. We need affordable housing.
But we need all kinds of housing in California for all levels. To be honest, it's not just affordable housing.
True.
All right, let's let Mary Adams continue her comments. Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for your final comments, Supervisor Adams. We can move forward with a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right, the motion carries. We've already completed item 11, so we will move on to item number 12. Item number 12 is a public hearing continued from February 23rd, 2021 to consider an appeal by Leonard McIntosh from the September 30th, 2020 Planning Commission decision approving an amendment to a combined development permit to allow construction of a 22,137 square foot, two-story, 15-unit residential apartment building on vacant Lot 5 of the Laguna Seca Office Park, and approving a general development plan for lots 2 through 7, 9, 11, 15, and 16, and portions of lots 10 and 19 of the Laguna Seca Office Park to allow residential and or commercial uses on any single lot, such that the cumulative total of residential square footage across all lots covered by the general development plan does not exceed the cumulative total commercial square footage across the LSOP. We have a presentation from Jamie Guthrie, and we have more for Anthony Lombardo, who's still here. So Jamie, we will pass the microphone to you. I will just do a quick time check. It is 4:30. We still have a couple more items on our agenda today, so just to keep us all aware of where we're at and where we're headed. Jamie, do we have you with us on our panelist?
Madam Chair, I'm afraid I might have to step in at once again.
Okay,
Craig,
it's all you. We're going to put you on the spot today.
I do believe Jamie had a presentation prepared.
I'm sorry. Thank you,
Jamie,
Craig.
no. Thank goodness. Okay.
Okay, I apologize. This will be actually quite short and to the point. I apologize for that brief technical glitch. Good afternoon, Chair Root Askew and supervisors. This is Jamie Scott Guthrie, project planner for PLN 170765, the McIntosh Laguna Seca Office Park General Development Plan and Lot 5 apartments. This application was brought before the board on February 23rd, 2021 from appeal by the applicant of the Planning Commission's September 30th, 2020
decision to approve a general development plan and construction of an apartment building on Lot 5. The board requested at the February 23rd meeting that staff return with a resolution of intent to approve the project subject to a 25% affordable housing requirement. As a very brief reminder of what we're looking at and where we are, this project, the Laguna Seca Office Park, is in the Greater Monterey Peninsula Area Plan, as you can see in the upper left on slide 2. And there is an aerial view on slide 2. The Laguna Seca Office Park shares a boundary with Ryan Ranch in the city of Monterey along Highway 68. The board is applying. Sorry, the board is applying.
Cut out for a second, so we'll let you continue on with the slide. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. The board is applying the 2010 General Plan Policy LU 2.13 for affordable housing provision of 25%. This works out to a 3.5 unit obligation. The applicant agrees to provide 3 affordable units on site for 1 low-income household, 1 moderate-income household, and 1 workforce 1 income household, and pay in lieu fees for the half partial unit rather than building another whole unit on site. The applicant requests certainty for future residential proposals to have an expectation of affordability requirement. Staff recommends that 25% affordability be required unless updates to regulations are adopted that provide a different standard in the future. Then each project would be subject to the rules in place at the time an application is considered. With that, staff recommendation is that the board grant in part the appeal of the Planning Commission's September 30th, 2020 decision, certify that the board considered an addendum together with the Laguna Seca Office Park FEIR pursuant to section 15164 of the CEQA guidelines, approve a general development plan for certain lots in the LSOP, and approve an amendment to the combined development permit that includes a use permit and design approval to allow construction of a 15-unit residential apartment building instead of a professional office building, subject to provision of 3 units on site affordable to households at the following income levels: 1 low, 1 moderate, and 1 workforce 1, and pay fees in lieu of the 0.5 fractional unit instead of building another whole unit. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We also have our applicant, Anthony Lombardo. Would you like to make your presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anthony Lombardo. I don't know if my PowerPoint made over, my one slide for this afternoon made it over. Thank you. We appreciate the hard work of the staff since we last met to work with us to come up to a resolution of our other concerns about the conditions of approval. So those have been fully addressed and resolved. And we worked hard, as I mentioned in my correspondence from last week, with the lenders, the builder, the architect, to figure out how to get 25% in this one project because, as I mentioned in my correspondence, it predated the inclusionary housing requirement for rental housing being able to be applied due to a court case. So we can work it out in this one, barely, and so we're ready to move forward. As I mentioned in my correspondence, having spent the better part of whatever it's been 3 or 4 years getting to this point, one thing that would be very helpful to the applicant, and Jamie touched on it a moment ago, is that this general development plan allows, I don't know if you recall the exhibit she had up, but it showed several vacant lots that surround this lot. Those are all being approved for residential development as a part of this general development plan. And as Supervisor Alejo mentioned on the last item, new housing is something we desperately need, and there's an opportunity here because there is traffic, the traffic improvements are there, the water supply is there, the sewage capacity is there for these properties to provide a significant amount of rental housing to the Monterey Peninsula. So in order to help achieve that and to encourage it, we've requested, and hopefully my slide will come up now if we can, the inclusion in the general development plan of the language that would specifically reference the general plan policy 2.13 and the requirement for the 25% inclusionary housing for the project. So when we come in with our next application, which we hope is going to be very soon, everyone will know what the standards are. So it won't matter if I'm standing up here or Jamie's still working at the planning department or who's here at that time. So I'd like to thank the staff for working with us to work this thing through. Thank the board for their direction and understanding as to what we're trying to achieve here, and request that you approve or grant the appeal, as Jamie said, with the inclusion of that policy language in the general development plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. We will bring it to the board for any questions. Don't see any questions from my colleagues on the board, so I will take this out to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item today? I'm not seeing any hands raised. I will close public comment, bring it back to my colleagues on the board. I do have some questions. Supervisor Alejo.
I make a motion to approve. This is obviously what we voted on at our last meeting, but I did want to thank the applicant for making this work and for willingness to even build even more housing. This, like we said earlier, this is a critical moment in California where we need to get more housing done, and we do need housing in all different income level brackets, from very low, moderate, market rate, and we also need rental units. We need apartments for those that cannot purchase homes or do not want to purchase homes. So this is in line with that, and so if we could put similar language for those other lots, get more apartments built in those adjacent lots, I think that's going to be a step forward in getting more housing built. And certainly, just looking at this last year, I don't think there's been any real projects that have come before us. So I'd like to see these other lots get built and made available to our residents in the future. So with that, I make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
All right, thank you for the motion. We have Supervisor Phillips, you're up next, but we do have a motion made, so if there's a second, anyone can jump in with that.
Yeah, I'll second it. And does your motion, I just wanted to ask staff what, if they had any comment on Mr. Lombardo's request as to the other lots.
Through the chair, yeah. No. Oh,
okay. All right.
Jamie, beat me to it. We'd be acceptable to that amendment if that's the direction of the board.
Yes, that's my intent in the motion.
Okay, my second includes that then. Thank you.
I'm going to need clarification. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to need clarification on what that amendment was. I had to step away for a second.
It's a motion for a staff recommendation with the amended language proposed by Anthony Lombardo to essentially residential development in the Laguna Seca office park requires 25% of new housing units to be affordable to very low, moderate, and workforce income households. Are we able to put that back up on the screen so that it's available? And I believe, Supervisor Adams, it should have been emailed out as well, but we will get it back up on the screen.
Oh, thank you.
So it was the staff recommendation with the addition of this language.
And if I could maybe possibly clarify a little bit, the staff report and resolution did not reflect the sort of locking in of the 25% policy for this general development plan. That's what this revision would do. it would lock into place that 25% is the affordable housing requirement moving forward for any residential development that occurs in the future on these lots under this general development plan.
But that isn't what the general plan calls for, is it? Doesn't the general plan call for 35% affordable? Are we making an amendment to the general plan here?
That was the discussion we had at the last meeting, I believe, about there are kind of three different parts of our code, two different parts of our general plan, and the inclusionary housing ordinance that are all at different levels. The board directed us to apply the 25% affordability
to this
level
particular project, to this project only.
Yes.
So this is this language is new. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the distinction. Otherwise, the question comes up for all future residential projects as to what level of affordability might apply. And what the applicant's requesting is that be memorialized, the 25% requirement for the projects in this under this general development plan be memorialized in the general development plan itself.
I see Wendy Strimling has her hand raised. Wendy, did you want to chime in at all on this question?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I mean, this would be an amendment to the general development plan, which is an entitlement only for those lots in the Laguna Seca Office Park, subject to the general development plan. And that is part of what's being before the board today. It doesn't amend the general plan for the county. That's even though the general development plan is an entitlement just for Laguna Seca Office Park and only for those lots that agree to be subject to it. And so it's not a wholesale change to the general plan as a whole.
So I just have to be clear then. So are we talking about something beyond this McIntosh development though?
No. Well, the McIntosh development, this application has two components. One is lot 5, and that's the 15-unit apartment building. And there's a second component, which is a general development plan that applies to several lots in the Laguna Seca Office Park. And that's because of the zoning that they are going to have a balance of commercial and residential that's accumulated across the various lots that are subject to the general development plan. So you are today being asked to approve a general development plan for several lots within the Laguna Seca Office Park. And this language that's on your screen would apply to it if a majority of the board votes for it.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that I am understanding this clearly, and I guess I'm still not. I'm still worried that what we are approving is an agreement to set the bar lower for those 5 other lots than what we have asked for and what the county's general plan approved.
Right. Well, I mean, at this point, and there's, I think, a finding in the staff report that we're not going to implement the 35% DES requirement until there's a constraints analysis in either a housing element amendment or the new housing element. So yes, it would mean that for these lots, it would be the 25%. But it's in your discretion, the board's discretion, whether or not to agree to this language.
Thank you for clarifying for me.
All right, Supervisor Phillips.
I'm good.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to state I was going to support the motion clearly on the need for housing. Again, I know we've had 2 in a row, and I believe we need housing at all levels and the ability for people to graduate from one to another. And this is that foothold for a lot of people in our community. And so creating the capacity throughout the county is critically important. And I just want to continue to support housing as we continue to face challenges beyond COVID, which include housing, which has exacerbated the COVID issue in our community. So I'm going to be supporting this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just a couple comments that I have. I mean, it sounds like there is a consensus of 3 at this point. I definitely would have preferred that we would have taken the staff recommendation on February 23rd, but I accept that I was in the minority in that conversation and that vote. So I'm inclined to support this resolution so much that it is 3 additional affordable units into our community. I do have some concerns with the additional language, and I'm going to I'll put out my concerns and see if there's a way that we can resolve it so that I can be fully supportive. So at this point, I think we're all sort of understanding that inclusionary housing policy is one of our limited options to build more affordable housing. And so the percentage that we've chosen to set for inclusionary housing is really essentially based off of the financial feasibility of project development. So if we amend the general development plan for LSOP to 25% today, we are essentially limiting our ability to make changes in the future. So if for any reason we were to reduce the inclusionary rates in the future through the general plan or some other mechanism, I don't doubt that we'll have Anthony Lombardo here asking us to reduce to amend the general development plan for LSOP to reduce their requirements as well. However, if we as a county for any reason determine that it is economically feasible to increase inclusionary rates above 25%, this particular development plan will then be set in stone at 25%. So I hope I explained that clearly, my thought process here. So I think that if there is a desire from my colleagues to include that language in the action today, there was language in the staff report that talked about unless or until changes are made at the county. I think that what I'm hearing from the developer is that they're looking for some sort of assurance about how to plan for additional development of additional sites. And I think that we can, at this point here today, agree to 25% being what we would aim for, but allowing the addition of language that speaks to until or unless changes are made at the county level through the general plan, it still gives us an opportunity to maybe revisit that conversation at some point in the future without being locked in stone. But it also gives our developers the opportunity to plan for and to move forward with some reasonable expectation that 25% is an agreed upon amount. So I would ask the maker of the motion if that's including the until or unless language that our staff actually had recommended in the board report, if that's something that you'd be willing to consider.
No, Madam Chair, I'm not, because as we know, this project itself took 3 to 4 years to get to where we're at today. And by doing that, you leave the uncertainty that it's up for dispute down the road. So it doesn't give the certainty for the project to move forward. If lot by lot, we're not gonna provide the certainty to them to make sure the financing works out. With this, it's clear they can move forward, knowing that percentage works. We found that compromise language here. It's in conformity with our general plan. Because there, as Wendy explained, there is the discretion within the general plan to choose this 25% option. But the more important thing is to let these projects move forward, let the groundbreaking take place, and let these apartments get built. So I want to keep the motion as it is.
All right, understood. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Is there any other comment by my colleagues on the board? Supervisor Adams.
Yes, going back to the original point that we had here, I still will be voting against this because I really preferred the previous staff recommendation, which was we were going for 28.57%, which had been recommended for the affordable housing, which would have given us 4 units rather than the 3 units. And my colleagues love to talk about the need for housing, but they're willing to let one of the units go in this circumstance, which I don't happen to agree with. I also feel that by throwing in this additional language at the last minute here is absolutely inappropriate for us. We haven't had the time to really vet it thoroughly. And I feel that we're making a decision on the fly, and I feel that should be removed from the project that we're voting on. until we have another opportunity to look at this. I don't feel like it should be included in this discussion whatsoever.
So I think what I'd like to do is make a substitute motion for the staff recommendation of staff recommendation, including the language that staff had recommended, and I don't have it in front of me, but it's the unless or until language specific to the 25% requirement for inclusionary housing, which I do believe would give some clear guidance for our developers to be able to continue moving forward without locking the county in. And it was vetted, that the language in the staff report was vetted by county council and county staff prior to today. So I'm going to make that as a substitute motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Yes, you have a second.
Right. Is there any other comments or conversation? I see Supervisor Luis Alejo, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to what my supervisor said.
Supervisor, you're cutting out. We can't hear you. Can you?
Supervisor
Alejo, can you start over? We can't hear you.
So, those who profess to support him. Yeah. What I was stating is that, and I just wanted to address what Supervisor Adams just said. Sometimes when you put barriers in housing, then none gets built, and so you're not really being a housing champion. And what we're trying, and that's been an issue for housing period in California. Any developer will tell you it takes years of planning, environmental review, permitting, legal challenges, costs, and we have projects on the Salinas Valley side that have been years in the pipeline and have yet to do any groundbreaking. So yes, we know the challenges in building housing in Monterey County, but I'm at a point where I want to get housing built, not just profess that you support housing, but then put conditions on projects that make it unfeasible to actually move forward. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So we have a motion, a second. We have to do the staff recommendation with the developer language. We have a secondary motion and a second to do the staff recommendation with the inclusionary language that staff had proposed. Is there any further conversation or comment from the board? I'm not sure that I've gone out to public comment on this, actually. We should do that first. Let's do that. Public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item? I don't see any hands raised on Zoom. I will close public comment. We'll bring it back. Supervisor Alejo, your hand is still raised. Did you have any further comments? No. Okay. Okay, very good. Want to make sure I get everyone included. So with that, we'll maybe just move for a roll call vote on the substitute motion.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right, that motion fails. So we will move on to the original motion.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
I'm going to vote yes because I do think that 25% is a reasonable amount, and I guess my concern, and Anthony, I'm going to look at you, is that if for any reason rates change, I hope that we can all commit to 25%, and that this isn't going to be an ongoing discussion about, now that we've agreed to 20%, that we come back and have a conversation about how to lower it in the future. That's my biggest concern, really, honestly. Okay. Okay, fabulous. Thank you. All right, so with that, our motion carries, and we can move on to item number 13. Anthony, thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon, Chair Root Askew, supervisors. I'm Sean Ellerby, Assistant Director for Public Works, Facilities and Parks. Back in December 2019, staff brought forward a plan for operating Lake San Antonio that included adding 6 permanent positions plus 7 new and seasonal positions, along with asking for $1 million in general funds, moving on as a baseline adjustment. The board at that time did not act on the staff report, but requested staff to return with more options for operating Lake San Antonio, including reducing the annual recurring expenses. Due to staff attrition and other priorities and events, staff was delayed in presenting an updated report until today. We're here before you presenting 4 operating scenarios for your consideration. Staff is seeking the board's direction on how this board would like staff to operate Lake San Antonio. At this time, I will introduce Nate Merkel. He's the County Operations Manager for Lake San Antonio to begin staff's presentation. Nate?
Good afternoon, Chair Root Askew and fellow supervisors. Quick introduction of myself. My name is Nathan Merkel, and I started my career in outdoor recreation in 2012 as a dockhand at Lake San Antonio Marina, working for the management company, which was then California Parks Company, and recently changed their name to Base Camp Hospitality. So over the last 8 years, I worked in various management roles, rising to general manager of the Lakes Resorts in 2018. And in April of 2020, I moved into my current role with Monterey County. I have seen firsthand the effects of the drought, the decreased visitation, and the loss of amenities at the Lakes Resorts. And I created this presentation as a firsthand boots on the ground account of what has happened and where we are today. And I just ask that somebody can verify that you can see the Lake San Antonio Operations Update presentation.
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so in order to understand where we are today and what we need, it's necessary to look at recent history of Lake San Antonio and the start of the major issues. The initial drop in revenues was caused by a historic drought, beginning a downward spiral in 2012. And in 2012 to 13, the water elevation at Lake San Antonio actually dropped over 100 vertical feet, which is kind of an astounding number. At its lowest point, we hit 3% of total capacity. All launch ramps at that point were dry. The decreased water levels led to drastically decreased visitation and revenues, resulting in eventual closure of the operation for about a year and a half. And the drought persisted through 2016. Water levels saw no significant rise until early 2017. And we were blessed in the sense of large storms in 2017. So we did see an 82 vertical foot rise at that point. My apologies, I've got a little bit of a delay on my end, but as we all can see, revenues are tied to water levels. Revenues decreased drastically from over $2 million in 2012, leading up to the operation's closure in 2014. And the graphic up top shows the total Lake San Antonio revenues over $2 million, as well as the dark red line is North Shore revenues and the orange line is the South Shore revenues. Now you can see water level elevation actually rose back up to previous highs in 2017. However, the revenues kind of lagged behind. Now, the water levels rebounded in 2017. Revenues actually remained 64% lower than their peak in 2012. And what that tells us is water levels really only half the story. The other component is a lack of investment in the facility, leading to lost revenue generators and decreased services. Failure to maintain key revenue generators and facility grounds is compounding the situation, and potential to minimize dependency on general fund contributions, again, to become a destination of choice remains. However, we need to invest to the basic operation and gradually increase services and marketing to grow and expand future revenues. Now, when comparing revenues, it's important to understand that the operation has significantly changed. Lost revenue generators, decreased staffing, and lack of customer-facing improvements continues to undermine the viability of the operation. Currently, only day use and camping activities are being utilized. The top table depicts the revenue centers that remain open. However, they are diminished today. Boat, day use, and campground revenues remain relatively strong at South Shore. Unfortunately, North Shore revenues have seen a significant reduction. North Shore has been plagued by variable water levels, and most recently, a lack of staffing made boat launching at North Shore impossible. The bottom table shows the revenue centers no longer available at Lake San Antonio. When the county took over the operation in late 2019, we lacked the staffing to keep the store and lodging units operating. The most recent operation under the management company showed revenues were significantly lower than 2013. However, they were moving in the right direction. Now you can see in the services no longer offered table at the bottom, Lake San Antonio in fiscal year 2013 had 20 lodging units producing over $400,000 in revenue, had a full service marina that offered fuel sales as well as boat rentals and some retail that produced over $375,000 in revenue, and 2 retail establishments that produced almost $900,000 in revenue. Today, because of a lack of staffing, deferred maintenance, and just overall loss of the revenue generators, the assets, this loss of $1.7 million has really led to the overall financial failure at Lake San Antonio, more so than the water level dependency issues. Now, county park system staffing has decreased substantially over the last several years. In 2011, the County Parks Department had over 70 full-time equivalent staff members. Today, the number of full-time equivalents varies between 30 and 35, and that's really dependent on the attrition rate. County park staffing has been cut in half, while the number of parks facilities, total acreage, and overall parks responsibilities have increased. We've added additional properties of Fort open land, travel camp near East Garrison, and the September Ranch Trails project is pending currently. And this table shows the staffing level by park. You can't really compare the needs at Lake San Antonio with the other parks within the system. What it comes down to is Lake San Antonio is a massive operation. It has massive potential, but it also requires a significant amount of expense. At Lake San Antonio, there are 60 structures, 30 of which are campground restrooms. We have 600 developed campsites, as well as really countless opportunity for undeveloped camping areas. 7,000 total acres, almost 1,000 developed acres that require significant maintenance, as well as fire suppression measures. And all of this considered, the revenues are actually more than twice what the second highest producing park in the system produces. And all that considered, we are being asked to operate this gigantic park with the same number of staff as the other parks, and it just isn't feasible. Now, not only do we have a massive operation when compared with the other parks, but the responsibilities of park staff is more cumbersome at the lakes. We're responsible for vessel inspections. Every boat, kayak, paddleboard, canoe must be inspected upon entrance into the park. In fiscal year 2019, that accounted for 1,800 plus vessel inspections, and that is a decreased visitation. The number was much higher in 2012 and 13. We're responsible for fire suppression, managing those 910 acres with herbicide mowing, weed and tree trimming, public safety, water surface patrol as required by the Water Resource Agency lease, and land-based law enforcement by rangers in campgrounds and day use areas. We have miles of water, sewer, and electrical lines to maintain, and Lake San Antonio and Lake Nacimiento are the only 2 parks within the system that have a designated water sewer treatment plant at each. And then lastly, we're also responsible for environmental stewardship and management. Now, prior to November 2019, all revenue generating activities were managed by third-party management company. At its lowest staffing level in 2019, Base Camp Hospitality utilized 15 staff members, as well as shared housekeeping and management support, in addition to several county employees. We lost over 15 positions with no reduction in maintainable acreage or structures, and this reduction in staffing is leading to significant reduction in services to our guests. And a comment I've heard in the past is, why do we need full-time staff for really a seasonal operation? And I just want to make it very clear that though visitation and business may decrease, the work never ends. During peak season, staff is focused on revenue generating activities and emergency repairs. We often get so busy that projects, maintenance, and park rehabilitation fall by the wayside. During the off season, our focus shifts to maintenance activities and park improvement projects. And the graphic in front of you really just shows where our time is spent. Now, this slide depicts exactly what staff spends their time on and illustrates why full-time staff are crucial to the operation. From October to February, we are focused on facilities, roads, and grounds maintenance, winter storm preparation, and cleanup, park beautification, and improvement projects. March through May, springtime, we are focused on season preparations, including a significant push for fire suppression measures, as well as grounds maintenance, including replanting or fertilizing lawns and day use areas. And then also just getting the park ready for increased usage. During the peak season, our focus is entirely on campsite cleaning, litter removal, emergency infrastructure repairs, day use area and campground cleaning and litter removal, and janitorial of the over 30 campground restrooms. Currently, all of this falls on the very limited staff we have. Now remember, that's 4 full-time equivalent staff and 4 part-time, the same as Toro Park and San Lorenzo. We are looking at partnering with both agencies and private industry to mitigate some of the workload. We're looking into the California Conservation Corps. We already utilize CAL FIRE for some suppression measures, and we'll be looking to partner with community volunteer groups as well. As visitation begins to improve, we will be looking at concession opportunities utilizing local vendors. So that would be things like food trucks, small retail establishments, pop-up shops, alcohol sales, small events, glamping units, which is glamour camping units, and the like. Now, what does this all mean? What it comes down to is severe reduction of staffing and funding has marginalized the entire operation. In 2018, the board voted to remove Lake San Antonio from the enterprise fund to be operated as a county facility with county staffing. However, minimal additional funding was supplied to offset the loss of the management company and staffing. The management company's staffing costs for Lake San Antonio exceeded over $340,000 annually. And again, it was 15 positions with support positions from Lake Nacimiento as well. To date, no county customer-facing positions were funded to offset this loss of staff. So we lost over 15 positions and are attempting to run a similar operation. The results really are reduced services and revenue generation capacity, reduced customer services, and degraded guest experience, which is very visible, leading to a loss of loyal repeat customers. Opportunity cost of skilled staff. These are buildings and grounds workers that are cleaning restrooms while facilities degrade. Inconsistent gate operations further degrading boat use, revenues, and guest experience, and decreased revenues across all centers due to a lack of consistent boat inspections. With all the problems, Lake San Antonio potential remains. Even with severely lacking customer service and amenities offerings, over 60,000 people still frequent Lake San Antonio, not including large events. 30% of these people are believed to be Monterey County residents. And you can see, as I mentioned in the past, the South Shore revenues are significantly higher than North Shore. A lot of that has to do with the water level and the fact that North Shore is a shallower section of the lake. Unfortunately, the individuals that still frequent Lake San Antonio are met with an experience unlike any other in the history of Lake San Antonio. Entry gates are seldomly staffed 3 days a week this year. Boat ramps are locked midweek. Entry gate operations at San Antonio differ from other day use parks. At San Antonio, entry gate staff is responsible for vessel inspections critical to environmental sustainability, and those are the commonly referred to as mussel inspections for every boat, kayak and paddleboard. Customer assistance with campgrounds, and most importantly, they're the main point of contact for park guests. We do have a massive area at Lake San Antonio, and you can imagine if you pull up on a Tuesday in the middle of the summer, there's no one to greet you or explain where anything is, no one to receive complaints, maintenance issues, anything along those lines. The entry gates are only staffed 3 days a week currently, and we are relying solely on volunteers to do this. Now, the volunteers are an asset and essential to park operations. They're not best suited for this function. They perform really difficult duties. There's a constant exposure to extreme heat. It gets up to 115 degrees, and they're standing on asphalt to inspect sometimes lines of 20 to 30 boats. Now, I wouldn't want to volunteer for that kind of a position. Immense knowledge base is required, and again, those physically demanding and labor-intensive boat inspections are a very large part of that entry gate position. And the other thing with volunteers is there are recruitment challenges. The geographic remoteness leads to an extremely competitive labor pool, and the uncertainty makes it really difficult to plan and provide a consistent service offering, which further degrades the guest experience. Now, as the board has accepted and adopted many of the changes of the recent Citygate report, it's important to note this excerpt. The use of volunteers in key operational roles is often ineffective because volunteers are not a consistent and reliable workforce for all positions, including the facility entry gate functions. The Parks Division has some long-term dedicated volunteers that would be best suited for public-facing customer service activities and docent responsibilities instead of key functional operational positions. And the Citygate recommendation was to transition key gate entry and operational functions related to cash handling and reconciliation to part-time park aid classifications, which is one of the recommendations in our scenarios that I will go over. Now, outdoor recreation is an incredibly competitive market. The customer experience is everything. To see that our guest experience has and continues to deteriorate, one only needs to look at online reviews. I won't read all of these, but essentially they all say the same thing. This looks like it used to be a nice park, no staff or customer service people, lack of amenities, used to be such a great place to go camping with the family. It's all over now, etc. That is a sentiment that we hear constantly from our regular guests. Now, to make LSA a viable operation, again, visitation must increase. I've heard comments in the past that we need to be marketing, and I agree wholeheartedly. The unfortunate reality is a few things that are hindering our ability to market this park. Current staffing level is not robust enough to manage even present peak season usage. Additional staffing is essential to manage increased visitation. And second, we need a viable product to market. The product includes the guest experience, the overall appearance of the amenities in the offering, and really we have one opportunity to convert the first-time visitor to a loyal repeat customer. I do not believe the current operation will realize that opportunity. Now, the interesting thing is this is a growing market. COVID actually had a positive effect on outdoor recreation in most areas. It fostered outdoor activities. It has drastically increased boat and RV sales. And actually, according to the NMMA, which is the National Marine Manufacturers Association, personal watercraft saw big sales increases in May of 2020, up 75% compared to 2019. Some dealers in the RV Industry Association also were reporting over 200% increases in sales. And why am I saying this? Because San Antonio is exactly geared towards this market. We have 275 campsites specifically geared towards RVs with varying levels of service offerings to capitalize on this industry increase. Again, we need the additional staff to maintain these sites and manage the increased visitation. When looking at the financial performance over the last several years, we tend to lose sight of what we actually have. The county has an incredible asset with immense untapped potential. Looking to the future, we need to capitalize on the unique ability to bring in large events. Now, we have a huge potential for large events at Lake San Antonio, and they have been proven in the past with events like Wildflower. Ability to house 50,000 per shore creates incredible opportunities to attract venues and maximize revenues. And again, present staffing levels cannot support event management or provide acceptable level of maintenance required for large venue events. Staffing scenario 4 would allow skilled workers to focus on maintaining structures and grounds essential to holding future large events at Lake San Antonio. And those events could be utilized to increase camping revenues and can support the operations even when water levels are suboptimal. So staff has been aggressively pursuing other funding mechanisms and will continue to seek grant opportunities that may be used to improve the operation. One such opportunity is Proposition 68. We'll be seeking funding for 2 large projects that have potential to breathe new life into Lake San Antonio. We are looking at replacing the non-operational marina at Lake San Antonio South Shore. And this will increase service offerings with minimal annual maintenance and staffing costs and increase revenues. Again, marina fuel sales in 2012 and 2013 ranged between $250,000 and $300,000 annually. The new marina will increase ability to explore private industry partnerships for vessel and equipment rentals. And the new dock would also allow for secure overnight vessel parking for multi-night campers. Now, the approximate project cost for this is $2 million. However, the grants we will be putting in for have no match requirement. So we are very hopeful that we will be able to receive that funding. And the second large project is a addition of a large amphitheater at Lake San Antonio North Shore. Now that would allow regular events with 2,000 plus patrons and attendance, would allow us to hopefully attract some of the larger names in the outdoor festival space, and also would lessen dependence on water levels, and camping opportunities will allow for multiple day festivals. And the approximate project cost there is $2 to $3 million. The one thing that I wanted to mention on this that's not listed is there are also other opportunities for other parks within the system, as well as Lake San Antonio, that may require certain percentage match from the county, and staff will be bringing different proposals to the board in the near future. Now, water conditions dependency. Obviously, you saw in the first slide there that revenues are tied to water levels. If grant funding cannot be secured, establishing non-water dependent revenue generating activities is going to be necessary. Through community input, we found out that a mountain bike park, including e-bikes at South Shore, some things like an RC car track, renovation of campground loops, and more focus around group sections, exploration of holding concerts and large events, and a disc golf course are all things that the local community would like us to explore, and I wholeheartedly agree. Now, current operations are not sustainable. Present day operations fail to provide basic service, tarnishing the park's visitor experience and discouraging future visits. Continued lack of staffing to perform vital maintenance is allowing a valuable county asset to degrade. And Public Works Facilities and Park staff has outlined 4 scenarios for board consideration. Scenarios outline varying levels of service, associated revenues, expenses, and staffing. And it also focuses on the revenue capture rate. A revenue capture rate is the amount of revenue offsetting the expenses required to operate the parks as a system as an entire system. Keep in mind that any decision made for the operation in Lake San Antonio will drastically affect the entire park system. And for purposes of comparison, the current revenue capture rate for the park system is approximately 24.5%. The national average is 25.9%. And lastly, as we go through the next few slides and look at these scenarios, please keep in mind that we included only labor savings attainable by closing Lake San Antonio to the public. System-wide part support positions are not included in the overall financial analysis. That would include rangers and utility worker staff. So we've outlined the following 4 operation scenarios. Scenario 1 is full closure to the public. With this obviously would not remove all county costs. We still have environmental stewardship, utilities maintenance, and safety and security patrols would still need to incur. A significant annual cost would remain with no benefit to the public. And the second scenario is status quo. So the impact is really what we've already discussed. Decreasing amenity offerings, degrading customer service, increased deferred maintenance, inability to market the park, loss of revenue from unrented campground sites, etc. And they will continue to degrade financial conditions. Scenario 3, we are asking for 2 additional full-time equivalent staff as well as 7 temporary staffing. And first and foremost, it will allow us to staff the entry gates at South Shore 7 days a week. This will increase revenues across all centers, increases the ability to maintain the park, and will also, the unfortunate reality is the lodging assets at that level of staffing still sit vacant. Retail establishments remain closed, but we are able to start small maintenance projects with that staffing level. And the cost impact is essentially decreased opportunity costs of using skilled staff to clean the restrooms, loss of revenue from closed retail establishments and unrented lodges, increased revenue due to consistency in boating. And finally, scenario 4, which is the staff recommendation, will allow us, it adds 3 full-time equivalent park aid positions to the existing staff as well as scenario 3 staffing, and that's all listed in the next slide. But it gives us the ability to staff the entry gates at both shores when water levels permit. Skilled positions are able to focus on asset maintenance and improvements, and most importantly, it really lets us start growing the business again, putting an emphasis on marketing, creating a viable product, and really looking to explore addition of those large events. And the retail stores at this level of staffing would be able to remain, or to be reopened rather, on a limited basis. Lodge assets would be reopened. And again, we'd have the ability to address minor asset repairs, maintenance improvement, and limit facility deterioration. Now, this is just a visual of what we're asking for. And again, we have 5 staff members, 5 full-time staff members, including myself at Lake San Antonio currently. Scenario 3 would be asking for 2 more full-time and 7 part-time. And scenario 4 would be asking for 5 full-time and 7 part-time. And this is all broken out. The financial summary of each scenario is here. So I won't cover every line of this table. However, I do want to pay close attention to the last 4 lines. The additional funding need is listed for each scenario. Also listed is the effect to the overall park system revenue capture rate, the total share of expenses and revenues for Lake San Antonio. You can see in staff recommended scenario 4, Lake San Antonio accounts for 29% of total parks expenses, however, produces over 47% of total parks revenue. Though scenario 2, status quo, looks to be the most desirable, we must remember that continued operation with minimal customer service and degrading amenities will decrease revenue substantially. COVID caused a spike in outdoor recreation. Whether or not this increase will be sustained is not yet known. Really what we would be asking for if scenario 4 is selected is an additional $584,000 annually to fund additional staffing as well as increased expenses. Keep in mind, we're currently operating with essentially no budget. Every dollar spent at LSA is taking away from one of the other parks within the system. And I did want to mention that scenario 2 gross revenues and expenses are the actuals for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. This did include July through August of peak season revenues with an entry gate that was run 7 days a week by the management company. So we are no longer running the entry gate 7 days a week. So we do expect those revenues to drop. And this slide depicts the most recent financial statistics available. So with closure of Toro Park and San Lorenzo Park, LSA revenues for this fiscal year are offsetting current shortfall across all county managed parks, resulting from unanticipated impacts of COVID-19 as well as 2020 wildfires. The current year forecast reflects an overall shortfall for parks of $612,000. Now, the staff recommendation is scenario 4, and the above table really just depicts the total cost of each staff member. The total cost of additional staffing is $622,000. A lot of that will be offset by additional revenues. Keep in mind, as service offerings stabilize and grassroots marketing efforts are initiated, we expect to see an annual increase in revenues. Now, keep in mind, at its peak, it was making more along the lines of $2.3 to $2.4 million. In scenario 4, we are estimating a projected revenue of only $730,000, which is less than half of what it used to be. So there's no reason we can't get to that point. Now, I know questions about investment will come up. So this presentation really outlined day-to-day operation. Future capital investment for infrastructure and campground improvements is needed, there's no question. Safety and security of our guests and park grounds require unanticipated funding needs for emergency infrastructure repairs, regulatory compliance, etc. Now, should scenario 4 be selected by the board, an increase in staffing and operational expenditures would allow for a target focus on marketing and event opportunities in pursuit of increased revenues. As revenues increase, investment strategies can be gradually introduced to incrementally address imminent infrastructure needs, including road repairs and repaving, campsite repaving and improvement, asset purchases of new campground equipment. But with additional staffing, small low-cost improvements such as picnic table rehabilitation, increased service offerings can be self-performed immediately. Now, in conclusion, Monterey County is in a possession of a unique asset that has not been properly maintained or funded for the last several years. The potential at LSA is extraordinary, and these recreational opportunities available to county residents at an affordable price should be retained. Scenario 2 status quo may seem financially desirable in the short term. However, significant decreases in annual revenues are expected under current conditions. And I thank you for your attention. I know there was a lot of information. Frankly, I could speak on this subject for hours, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Nathan, thank you so much for the presentation and for clearly the work and thought that you put into preparing this for us today. We have a couple of hands raised. I'll start with Chris Lopez, since this is a District 3 park.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Nate for this presentation. I know we've had a lot of conversations about the potential of this facility, and there's no better person to receive this presentation from, somebody who has actually come up through that particular parking facility and really understands not just what an asset it is to the county, but what potential it holds and the value that it brings to the community that it rests within, but also for all of Monterey County. I don't have many questions. I've been through this presentation several times in several different iterations. And as Nate said, I could talk about this for hours. From the prior parks director, you know, we had this conversation about where our folks were visiting from, how we need to get them here. And we had a conversation at this board over a year ago about advertising, and we were told, oh, that's going to be taken on by a different contract. It never came together. We haven't given this park a chance. And, you know, having grown up at this park and knowing what it means to the community, I think it's time that we give this park a real shot. Knowing that the numbers that were presented represented today were extremely conservative in terms of their projections and what this park could be. Yeah, we're looking at 1 year, but as you're starting up any business or restarting a business, we know it takes several years to build a reputation. I can share that during this COVID year that we had, a lot of folks reached out and shared their concerns about the park, specifically the small things. You know, the trash was delayed in being picked up and there was no one there to answer questions, or my neighbors got really loud overnight and there was no one there to enforce. And, you know, it's about the user experience. And I feel it's time to make a small investment to make sure that this park can float itself, which I think over time it will, but we're not talking about a 1 year investment. I want to be clear and say, I'm not saying put in this $500,000 now and next year it's going to look great, but in 5 years, I think we could be in an incredible position. I really do, knowing that Nacimiento now stands alone and will continue to stand alone out of the separation of the enterprise fund direction from this board. There's just so much opportunity at this lake. And I'm really thankful for Nate and the time that he spent just having conversations with the community about what they want the park to be and what they want to see. So I know I didn't have questions, but I just wanted to set that table in terms of the work that's happened behind the scenes to get us to this point. And thank Nate, thank Sean, and thank the entire team that has been after this for more than a couple of years to get us to this point. And I'm hoping that this time we give the park a chance. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I got to say, this is a big thing. we've been dealing with this for years now. The amount of money that we've put into this lake is a lot, but it's a huge facility too. So unlike any other facility we have, and it has it's a great asset, but it's also a liability too, especially in the condition that the places are. I would have liked, Sean, if you'd given us this 30-page presentation. I know some of you are on the Parks Commission. You've seen this before, but trying to get a handle on this and trying to make a decision without more input into it and without an objective economic analysis is difficult to do on the fly, especially when we've been getting this ready. I would have liked to have a special workshop on this so we could really take in time and analyze. But I think there is potential there. But you look, how do we develop it? And you see, there's a lot of questions that come up. There's so much more money generated by the south facility versus the north facility, and that's it. Can we stress one over the other and try to save some? And then the other question is how much would it cost us to bring all the facilities up to where they should be? And I've been down there, and some of them are so bad they ought to just be demolished and start up. But I mean, like they talk about the user experience, a lot of that has to do not with the water level, but with the condition of the facilities. And I do think if we're able to get those Prop 68 grant and came in with some things that are drought resistant, we could really start building on this. But there's, I got a lot of questions and concern. I agree. It's a great facility. How do we go about? But I'm worried about the water level, especially when we're talking about maybe when we start the spillway modifications that we're going to have to do there, and then possibly the tunnel. There's just a lot of questions I have. But does anybody, can they tell us what's the estimate if we took the facilities now and said, what is it going to cost us to rehabilitate? I don't think you could do it for $5 million, what I've seen, but anybody have an answer to that question?
Supervisor Phillips, this is Sean Ellerby. We have not gone through and looked at a full rehabilitation for the facility at Lake San Antonio, nor the other facilities. If you recall, that was a recommendation that was made in the Citygate report with regards to an asset management and then doing the facility assessments. And so that's something that's going to be coming to this board via an augmentation request for up to next year's budget. But at this point in time, we have not. Really what we're seeking from the board is direction on how they would like staff to manage this facility moving into the future. And once we understand the direction the board would like us to get to, then we can come back with a comprehensive operations plan that this board has been asking for. Unfortunately, we keep coming back with a different colored rock because we're needing that direction from you.
All right. Well, okay. I may have some other questions as we go on, but like I said, it's tough to make a decision that's has this kind of impact to me, kind of on the fly. But thank you,
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. My basic premise remains the same. I think all parks should be free. And I know it's going to take us a while before we get there. But I hear exactly what you're saying, John, and I understand the frustration. I too, though, have had the opportunity to hear the presentation and more than once, and have really been able to spend some time thinking about it. And I must say, I really do agree that this is a terrific asset that we have, but feel like we have been just letting it go. And I think it's time to fish or cut bait. And quite frankly, I would rather see us fish. So what I've been thinking about is what I think we ought to look at seriously is looking at a specific 3-year investment plan. I don't want to go 5 years. I want to just go 3. And I'm willing to, on behalf of, the residents and the taxpayers, of which I am one, I'm willing to invest in Lake San Antonio for a 3-year plan. But where I agree with you completely, John, is that what I would like to see is just a real business plan. I mean, a real business plan, one that we may need to get some kind of professional help on because it may not be within our wheelhouse to do this. But what I'd like to see is, a plan not just for the general maintenance and the improvements that are needed to the park. That's certainly one component of it. But really, what are we looking at as far as what the future of the park can hold? And I say that keeping in mind what you said, John, as far as the limitations that we may well have with water. That has to be an issue that we deal with when we talk about Lake San Antonio. The other side is that I think as well, we may not ever be in our country, in our culture, ever be back to the 50,000 person, concerts because of COVID and because of the change that I think we are experiencing in the world, not just of this pandemic, but of other things that may well be forthcoming. So I think that there are lots of things that are going to require some creative thinking and some visioning on what we can do with this asset, but it's a great asset. And I feel with the right amount of focus, we can turn it into what it needs to be and what it once was. So I think it once was I remember when I was first dating my husband, and you're showing off your place. He wasn't from here. I remember taking him down to Lake San Antonio to look at the eagles in the nests in the winter. And it was beautiful, and I feel like it's been, obviously that was quite a while ago, and I feel like it has been quite a while since Lake San Antonio had the opportunity to really show exactly what it's worth, what its merits are. As I said, the need for the general maintenance and improvements to the park and the infrastructure just to maintain visits from people who have already visited the park and then to attract new visitors is just absolutely huge. That's another whole chunk that we need to be looking at. But in my opinion, if we had a 3-year plan and we had absolute deadlines on when we would, stop and review and reset, so that if it wasn't going the way we felt like it should go or needed to go, we could, just correct course so that we would really stay on track. It's as if we have our own business and we want to make sure that we're not going to, sink money in it to get forever, but we will do it to make sure that we can make things happen. So from, that's my vision. I don't know if others share it, but that's really what I would like to see us do. I'd like to see us commit to investing in it. And then after a 3-year time period, if it's not where we need it to be, then we can cut bait. But for right now, I think we ought to really just take the opportunity to see if we can't bring it up to not what it was necessarily, but to a something that would really be another star in our beautiful Monterey County galaxy. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Alejo had to drop off of our meeting just now, so it will just be the 4 of us. I have some questions and some comments. To order them in a way that makes sense. The comparison of, I'll say, to other county parks, that chart, I think was an interesting chart, and I appreciated, because I do think we have to think about this in the context of our park. We're talking about a department and how we allocate resources within a department. There were, that chart did not include the Fort-Ord travel camp portion of county assets, park assets. And it's hard for me not to point out that another row that was not included in that graph was the local visitor, the county benefit of the benefit to county residents, annual utilization of each one of these parks, which I think is also for me a really important factor as I think about who do we have the parks to benefit, who's utilizing our parks, how often are they being utilized. I know that the National Monument, which our property is essentially surrounding for Fort Ord, is seeing upwards of 1.5 million annual resident visitors right now, which is a lot of people coming through that parcel. We don't have any facilities on that parcel. We don't have any restrooms on that parcel. We don't have any campsites on that parcel. We don't have any developed acreage. We're really making, I think we have some habitat preservation responsibilities on that parcel, but beyond that, it's benefiting a lot of people on a daily basis without a huge amount of investment. And I think about, if we're thinking about, $500,000 a year annually to subsidize what's happening in another park, what $500,000 a year could mean to operationalize the youth camp parcel to make it available for overnight youth trips for local children to get out into the outdoors. So my comments and my thinking around this request is really based in sort of the trade-off of different choices that we have to make. And I can't also help but we sat here last week and we weren't willing to consider, what would have potentially been $100,000 so that all of our children could access our day use parks for free all the time. And we weren't willing to make that commitment as a board, but yet we're being asked now to make, upwards of an additional $500,000 from the general fund for something that's a hope that we can restore with a lot of unknowns. So I want to make an investment in our parks. I want to support a vision for South County that I know Supervisor Lopez has been, really working on and championing. And I'm honestly struggling with how do we have that conversation within the context of the needs that exist? How do we do that in a way that is responsible and following a plan that gets us to an outcome that really truly benefits more county residents? I don't see that plan in what was presented to us here. I would like to see that plan, and I would like to find a way to support that plan. And so when I balance all of these different factors, I lean towards a scenario 2 status quo recommendation for today, with a caveat that I'm interested in seeing how we could make this something that works, how we can leverage Prop 68 grant funds, how we can leverage other parks funds that may be available. But without that additional context, I don't know how I justify this amount of money for one park when we have kids who we aren't letting utilize the rest of our parks. So I think that's where I'm at. I don't have a clear direction to move forward, and I know there's just 4 of us here, so we'll pass it back over to Supervisor Lopez. I think you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just, in terms of the path forward, I just want to say I support, Supervisor Adams's idea of a 3-year runway. Let's give it a shot. But also, I think the other piece that we have to invest in that's not part of the plan now is that advertising that we keep hearing about. We keep saying someone else is going to do it, or we're going to do it on the cheap. But if we're really going to do it, let's do it. In terms of where the funding comes from, I don't like fiefdoms, and I don't like, us all in our castles, but I think about cannabis, and I think about South County's contribution to that. And specifically, I think about what my community, where this lake sits in Lockwood, went through before we had ordinances and the enforcement that had to go on down there. That was a community that was hurt by the negative side of cannabis. And I would love to see the cannabis conversation here in Monterey County turn to a positive, just for a short run, a 3-year investment, and to give it a shot. Again, down there, we weren't dealing with heritage growers or people who'd been in the community. We were dealing with people coming out of Los Angeles, and constant calls from the sheriff and people using the restroom outside in front of homes. I mean, that was one of the hardest times in government for me, because there weren't very many answers before we had an ordinance. And so if I'm thinking of a place that I think would be appropriate to give this park a shot from, that sounds right to me. It's just a thought. And I know that right now we've depleted that source, but I also know that things have just happened on the federal level and we've given direction for that source to be replenished. And again, it wouldn't all land in from the budget at once. It'd be over 3 years. So just some ideas. I know we still have to go to the public, and I've got a lot of people that have been on all day waiting to speak to this. So would love to hear from them as well.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Phillips, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this too, and I know how much this means to my colleague. I would. We may need, at least as it stands now, we may need Supervisor Leo back on it. So I would like a little more time to really reflect on it. I'm worried about opening the park up, as was mentioned about the visitors' experience. Open the park up in the condition it's in now. I mean, may have a negative experience, or at least not doing it right. It would be entirely different if we got the Prop 68 grant and we had the amphitheater and the thing. I mean, that could be a game changer. I also have the idea that why don't we push or tap Norigi at Laguna Seca and have them help with, if we're going to do that, help with the marketing aspect of it, if you're going to go that way. But I frankly, I'd like a little more time to analyze this and maybe ask staff some offline questions, but that's just me. So.
Okay, let's take this out to the public for public comment. If you are joining us via Zoom, we will call on you if you raise your hand. If you're joining us via Zoom via phone, you'll need to press *9 so that we know that you would like to speak, and then we can call on you. And we will put 3 minutes on the clock, recognizing that it is 5:43, so it's pretty late in the day. So if you're able to keep your comments reasonably limited, that would be fabulous. But we'll start with Randy Peterson. Thank you for joining us at this late hour, Randy. And Randy, you'll need to, we've given you permission to unmute yourself, but you will need to manually unmute yourself to speak.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay. We've got you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Okay, my name is Randy Peterson. I'm a long-term houseboat owner at Lake San Antonio. As just outlined, Lake San Antonio's operational funding has been on life support since 2012, but no group has been more affected than Lake's houseboat owners. We paid mooring fees, lake use fees for years, even though we lost slips for our tenders in the marina. We lost gas, water, the store security, and eventually we lost access to our boats during the lake closures. We did this knowing that the drought would end and the county would eventually decide to provide funding to restore lake operations. A few years ago, Monterey County and its concessionaires failed to install swivels under the new moorings that were installed to accommodate the larger houseboats that entered the lake between 2003 and 2009 via the North Shore. Houseboats go round and round in the mooring balls on calm days, and without swivels, the cables eventually kink and break. Just like a metal coat hanger, wire will break if you bend it back and forth several times. When I informed the county of this problem a few years ago, nothing was done. Now we have 2 houseboats currently beached several feet above the water, the result of bad moorings and the county's failure to monitor all moored houseboats. Unbelievably, the county charged the owners of the beach boats mooring fees. Do you believe that? And threatened to patch the holes in the boats, float them to shore, and when the lake level rises, extract them and charge the owners for associated costs. The county also met without a public hearing, certainly not involving us, in October 2020, decided to evict all of us by January 1st, sent notices to us, some of which did not arrive until December, stating if not removed by January 31st, the houseboats would be impounded, extracted, stored, all at the owner's expense. The county even threatened to sell or destroy our boats if not quickly removed from the facility. The county did this in the middle of a pandemic when we were on stay-at-home orders, knowing the houseboats were in no shape for sale and certainly would have to be sold at a deep discount without the benefit of offering test drives on the water to potential buyers. In deciding to keep our boats, the timeline demanded by the county left no time to find a new location and arrange wide load trucking. The county also directed a transport company to us that informed us that we pretty much had to destroy our boats if going out to South Shore. This would not be required if allowed to exit the North Shore when water rises. The county's treatment of houseboat owners is unconscionable. We have submitted several pass forwards to the county, but received no reply beyond threats to confiscate or destroy our property. So imagine how happy we are to hear that you're going to build a new marina that we were robbed of for years. We respectfully request the Board of Directors place enforcement of Ordinance 5345 on hold for 3 months and direct the staff to work with us to provide a way forward to get our revenue and stop treating us so poorly. Thank you.
Randy, thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Ed. Ed, we'll give you permission to unmute yourself. You'll need to manually unmute your microphone, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, hi, my name's Ed Bunce. I live in the Bryson-Hesperia area. I'm the president of Hesperia Hall Foundation, as well as the scholarship chairman, and I'm also the secretary for the South County Land Use Advisory Committee. So I cannot emphasize enough how important the lakes are to our community. As scholarship chairman, we were close to 100% of our student recipients having either worked at the lakes or a sibling or parent work at the lakes. And it has been a tragedy to see the deterioration. So I encourage whatever can be done, the county should commit to the improvements and to make that a viable place. The talk about, it was a good job in laying things out by Nathan, and it seems like you want a little bit more. I would just suggest a cost-benefit approach by separating out independent and dependent variables and have how the improvements will be beneficial or not beneficial depending on more than lake levels. We initially just thought, oh, the lake's in trouble because of lake levels, but the presentation was good in showing that there are a number of variables that can bring in revenue other than strictly lake level, which we have no control over. So again, facilities, staffing, lake level, and then have options and expenditures associated when one or any of these variables are in a good condition or in a bad condition. And then your 3-year business plan can be adaptive and hopefully be productive. So anyway, I'm glad that it's on the table. I'm glad that we're interested. I absolutely support anything and everything that can be done to improve the South County community area and the lakes, which are very much a part of our lives down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next up, we have Brad Hudson. Brad, thank you for joining us today. We'll have 3 minutes on the clock for your comments. It looks like we lost Brad. Is there any other? Oh, Brad, you're back. Okay, Brad, we would love to have your comments. You should be able to unmute yourself, and we have 3 minutes on the clock. Okay, lost Brad again. We're going to move on to Sergio Sanchez. Oh, I see Brad. Sergio Sanchez, we'll move on to you. I see your hand raised. If you're able to unmute yourself, Sergio, we can allow 3 minutes for your public comment, and we'll try you again next, Brad. Sergio, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, there it is. Can you hear me?
Got you. Yep, thank you. Thank you for figuring it out. Okay, we're ready for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board and staff. My name is Sergio Sanchez. I'm a commissioner in the Parks Commission, appointed by Supervisor Alejo, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my comments. As part of the commission, we get to hear a lot of these presentations from county staff, and they share with us the challenges of keeping our community engaged and involved in our parks, but also share, the deferred maintenance and the deterioration of some of equipment, but some of the facilities, but also the opportunity to make this great places for our community. And I'm going to share the thoughts about South County. South County, if you ask any of the residents of South County, and even those not in South County, they always think that South County is the stepchild of the county. And I say that not disrespectfully, but because of the distance and because of the situation where it's all at. We're a bedroom community. We house lots of workers. We house lots of people that work either in hospitality or agriculture, but also in other industries as government and defense. But the parks, especially the lakes, are the places where thousands of families, not just a few, thousands of families get to interact and provide great experiences for our children and for families to gather and to have food, to have music. Some of them have never been to the ocean, do not have a swimming pool, and so the parks and the lakes provide an opportunity for all community members to come and enjoy themselves for an afternoon, or even if they camp out. So my thoughts today is, I know you have lots of challenges with your budgets, but you also have lots of opportunities. But this is one that government's not supposed to make money out of people. Government provides services, and because you provide services, emergency services, safety, all that, it makes it really hard for families that cannot afford to travel far, or they don't have a lot of vehicles to travel. This is an opportunity for people to do it, and the county's duty and moral responsibilities to provide for those. I think those lakes, obviously they're for retention of water, but also provide a great opportunity for a community. So I encourage you and hope that you will support allocating the funding. When there's stuff happening in Big Sur, lots of millions of dollars get poured into it. When there's flooding, there's a lot of millions put into it. But I think this is an opportunity. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sergio, and thank you for sticking with us for this item late in the day today. I see Brad Hudson. Are you able to unmute yourself and share your comment?
I haven't muted myself. Yes.
Wonderful. We can hear you. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your perseverance making the technology work.
No, I appreciate the opportunity. So, yeah, I just wanted to say I was very excited about Mr. Merkel's proposal for scenario number 4. I'm a houseboat owner at Lake San Antonio as well. Been waiting for years for some investment into the lake and some return to operations. I think it'll be great for the general public. And of course, one of the unique elements of this park or components is that it can generate revenue and partially sustain itself. So I think it's a good investment because you'll at least get partial return. And kind of along the lines of helping with some of the revenues, I'd like to propose a win-win scenario for about 7 or 8 remaining houseboat owners that are still on the lake. I think we could help with the 2021 budget by staying there on our moorings for another year. You could charge us about $2,000 a piece, generate another 15K of revenue. Some of that money would have to be used to improve the moorings to make sure houseboats don't break off, as a couple have, as described by Randy. But one thing that it would help the houseboat owners with is that it might give us one more chance to exit out of the North Shore ramps if we have a good winter next year. If water levels rise, that will save houseboat owners thousands of dollars, $5,000, $10,000 to exit. At least us large houseboat owners to exit out of the North Shore. It'll cost a lot more money for us to exit out of the South Shore. The county could save some money by not having to pull our boats out, in the next month or two and store them in Harris Creek parking lot. You could save some money from the 2021 budget. And so I think it's just kind of a win-win scenario, a potential revenue generator, and extend our ability to stay on the lake one more year and give us, a real reasonable time to exit outside of a COVID pandemic would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments today, Brad. Is there any other public comment? Anyone on Zoom who would like to share your thoughts with the board? Paula Getzelman.
There we go.
Perfect. We've got you here, Paula. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Madam Chairman and supervisors, as the Parks Commissioner for District 3, which is where we find Lake San Antonio, I fully support the adoption of Scenario 4. For the first time in a long time, it appears that we have a management group with parks experience, with real parks experience, and a focus on the future of the lake. Without the increase in funding in the short term, I fear that service offerings and revenues will continue to degrade, making the investment and minimization of required general fund contributions impossible. Additional staffing, however, would allow the operation to increase revenues and investment potential over the upcoming years. I think Nate's ideas about revenue generating opportunities can only happen if we can bring everything up to the level that it needs to be to have adequate guest experience. And while I appreciate the concerns of some of the supervisors, I really think we need to focus as much as we can on moving forward on this opportunity for us. I agree with Mary that 3 years is probably a good amount of time if we're willing to really get in, to get in and really dig in and not waste the time that we've been given. So again, I really support the adoption of Scenario 4 and hope we will move forward in that direction. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much for joining us. Next up, we have, it looks like Patty Werner. Patty, you should be able to unmute yourself, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock for your comments.
Hi there. My name is Patty Werner, obviously, and I have been I want to call it family of the lake for at least 30 years. I'm so happy to hear everyone rooting for this, specifically Nate's Scenario 4. Also, Mary's 3-year plan, I think we can do it faster than that. You've got a resource there, time is money, and I think we can do it faster. In the last several years where this lake is eroded and melted, so many people have come to me and said, well, let's just get up there and do it. We can organize volunteers. You've got such a huge volunteer source, even for day or a weekend here or there. You have so many resources. I'm in Santa Barbara, so we're about 3 hours away. That's not a problem. We can get up there. As far as marketing, I know some of the biggest marketing people in the United States that would be more than happy to step up with a campaign. Tapping into the people that love this lake's resources, I think, is there and available. It just needs to be incorporated, and I'm putting myself out there front and center. I'd be more than happy. Nate, we can talk or whoever, and I can put this forward. Part of that lake that we've been going to for so long, we've practically built. We don't even call for maintenance to help. We've rebuilt everything from water heaters and bathrooms because we love it. We can make it work. We know that your time is expensive, but there's so many people out there that'd be more than happy to help, jump in there, pull the houseboats off the shore, help you get that. We can pull them off. We can help you salvage or get it back together. There's a huge community of people out there that would be so happy to volunteer and see this lake back to where it once was. Mary spoke of possibly a business plan needed to see this go forward. I agree with that. But the plan that was there years ago with the store running and the mobile homes running and everything functioning, I don't know if there was a business plan there at that time, but that could be a footprint, a model to go forward from here. We're not in the dark. We're not starting from the beginning, though, yes, of course we are. But it's nothing new. And I think I'm so happy that everyone's getting together and pulling this together as far as making this work. And I'm sorry this meeting has gone so late, but I thank you so much for listening and root on. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comments. I don't see any other public comment on Zoom. Nobody else has their hand raised. So we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Everyone's got their hand raised. So I'm going to just propose one thought here, that I do think this is a fairly significant budget ask that may be best considered. We are headed into our budget process, and it may be something that we need to consider in terms in the space where we're looking at sort of all of our big picture budget plans for the coming year. That could allow us a little additional time to draft out what may be a 3-year plan, as Supervisor Adams suggested. So I'm going to just suggest that as we make our way back around for other comments. That could also allow Supervisor Alejo a chance to make some final decisions with us, since I think it is important that as a board we're all committed to whatever outcome we land on here today. So Supervisor Adams.
So, you know, I can count, and I see that we are probably at a bit of a stalemate here. And I would love to see us come to some sort of an agreement that we can all 4 of us walk away with feeling good about. I don't have a problem with postponing this till like a week, but I'm fearful that if we wait until the entire budget time to come up, we're losing critical time. I mean, it'll be another like 6 weeks or so, or maybe even a little less than that, before we would be able to give some direction to Nate and to Sean and to the rest of the team that is just really ready to move forward with this. I feel that it is up to us to make some kind of give some kind of direction to the staff. And my hope is that even if we do not come to closure on exactly what we want today, if we could at least let them know that the idea of a plan, a real live business plan, and whether that means going out to a consultancy or whatever, that they can get started on something so that they can move forward with an idea. I don't know if we all agree on what the vision is. I know 2 of us do. And Wendy, Supervisor Askew, you've heard me forever just saying, I think all parks should be free, and I really do. But in addition to that, I also feel, though, that we have got to protect the assets that we have. And I feel, you know, we've got an opportunity to do something with Lake San Antonio. And I'm glad that there are grants that are available to us and that we should be pursuing all opportunities, working with our Sacramento lobbyists to see if we can, what they can help us, you know, discern as far as possibilities. But it's just at a time now when I think, you know, people are going to be feeling different about so many things. And to be able to go someplace that's hot and you can sit outside in the night is very appealing to people on the Monterey Peninsula without having to, you know, drive forever in a day. And if there were someplace nice within our own county where we could go and enjoy, you know, peaceful camping, I can see how that, you know, this is going to be, I think, part of the new milieu that we feel coming out of COVID. I think people are going to be changed. I really do. I think what we desire is going to be different. And I think San Antonio has an opportunity to be part of that. So my hope is that when we leave today, that we will have agreement among the 4 of us, at least to move forward, so that the staff has an opportunity to really just start to dig in with the hope that when it comes to the budget, we'll be there to help shore them up.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with Supervisor Adams. I know the timing question is critical, especially, you know, one of the first major weekends at Lake San Antonio is Easter. I mean, that's when families really want to get out and spend time shore camping. Can't tell, even last year with COVID, you know, that was my biggest question around Easter. Is the lake going to be open? And when we did some open and close, and then Nasty was open because it was in San Luis Obispo County, there was all this confusion around the messaging. But there was just so much excitement about getting back outdoors as families. And that's what we're trying to encourage here. And, you know, I know we had some supporters as well who had to drop off the line, including former Mayor of Soledad, Fred Ledesma, who we all know is a huge fan of fishing and loves to fish this lake. And he's been sharing some of his experience at other lakes and the great time he's having there in their investments and their stores and making sure that things are open and ready for folks, and I feel like we're falling a little behind. But I also want to be clear that the vision that we have for this facility, and it's, I believe, a shared vision between those of us on the Parks Commission and staff, isn't one just of water dependence. You know, e-bikes are, I know I raised the flag really high when we banned e-bikes in all parks, and I've been asking that we remove that ban from San Antonio, specifically knowing that there's a niche there, even though our CAO might not believe in e-bikes. You know, there is really an opportunity there for folks.
Chris, we lost you.
You hit the mute button.
Are you there?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, your audio just changed. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, you're back. You're back.
Okay. So even though our CAO doesn't believe in e-bikes, you know, they are real, they exist, and they might be considered cheating in some circles, but you know, it's an opportunity for us as a county to really set ourselves apart in terms of this particular facility. And yes, festivals are an opportunity. There's still a lot of interest post-COVID, and I think getting the amphitheater and those things could really amplify that. But even where we sit today, there really is an opportunity. But the key is that experience and making sure that folks come back and that we capture them in terms of a mailing list and share with them the upgrades that we're making over time to draw them back in. You know, when I think about some of the small changes that we can make there, I do think that we're going to see definitely a positive response from our communities. And, you know, in terms of my big concern today about kicking the can, yes, it's the Easter, but last time we said we're going to send this back with a few questions for clarity was over 16 months ago. And we're sitting here 16 months later with it finally coming back. And I'm just concerned I don't want to end up in that sort of circle again. I want to end up in a place where we see some progress and start moving forward. In terms of past partners, the Wildflower, you know, might have been dissolved and everybody else has run into issues, but there's still people from within that team that are talking to us that want to come down and spend time and create opportunity within this park. People know what a treasure it is. And I want to help Monterey County citizens and people beyond our borders rediscover this facility. I know I'm passionate. I know it's something that I talk about often in terms of the opportunity that we have, but I really think that you know, giving this park a 3-year shot to make it would really, I think, with the right team in place now, would really give us an opportunity to show what's possible. You know, it's as Nathan talked about, it's a deterioration of the facilities, but also the offerings. The really big one is those cabins that without the right staff, we can't rent them out because you don't have folks there changing sheets and cleaning rubbish bins and doing that sort of work. But, you know, there really is an opportunity at this facility. And I think the numbers show that, you know, even in a down year with COVID, people were looking to get outdoors. I just want to make sure that we're there to capitalize at the next step. I really think this could be a huge win for everybody. But with that, I'll wrap my comments. I feel like I can repeat myself because I love this park, but I just want to share that. Thank you.
For some reason I'm thinking this was a 4/5 requirement.
Well, Madam Chair, let me just step in there. There isn't a budget action on your board agenda today, so there's opportunities to give direction to staff, and most likely would have to come back if there's a budget implication to it. And there are options there, as you can see, but obviously the board could craft its own, you know, option that they want to see. And I'll clarify my elitist stance on e-bikes.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're a great opportunity to get everybody outside and exercising, and it would expand the opportunities for bikes overall throughout the county and the community. So I would support it, and I also support the various opportunities at Lake San Antonio. I can't wait.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I'll race you at Barlow Canyon any day as long as I've got my e-bike.
Deal. It gives me incentive.
All right. Okay. So there isn't a specific action required. We're giving direction. I think that the things that I'm looking for really are like a solid plan. I think, Chris, your comment that, you know, the last time we gave, you know, some comments back to staff was 16 months ago. Like, that's the thing that concerns me, right? So when we talk about 3 years, like, I would need to know that we actually have a plan, that we have somebody who owns that plan, that the investment that we're making will pay off. I think that there's a lot of, you know, and I'm not on the Parks Commission and I don't have those conversations with y'all, but when we talk about levels of service, I think we need to rethink what does a level of service look like and what are the expectations that we're setting so that any kind of plan that we have is not based on an unattainable level of service in 2021. It may not look like it did in the past. My family, we go camping a lot, and we spend a lot of time in campsites that are not, ranger staffed 24/7, that pack in, pack it out. There's so many different ways that we can build out something that works, that is not a financial drain. The other thing that I really, I can't not engage in this conversation and not acknowledge the needs that exist elsewhere in our park system. The fact that we don't have any restrooms, any parking facilities, any trash service in an area that really could and is currently serving thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of residents on an annual basis. So I think the other things that I would really be looking for, Chris, would be, what is the plan to ensure that our local Monterey County residents are the ones who are utilizing the park? Because I think the other thing that I hear often is, our parks are beloved, but they're not serving Monterey County residents. And if I'm going to commit county resources to subsidize a park, which I believe in, I need to know that it's benefiting the community that's paying into that fund, and that I have a responsibility for. So I think I'd be comfortable moving forward and asking staff to develop, to work on that 3-year plan, to bring it back, to show us how this could actually work. I haven't seen that here, but I would like to see that so that I can move forward with more confidence. And I think that the ownership piece is important.
Madam Chair.
And then I hope, too, that we can have a conversation about what we're going to do for our other parks that really have significant needs in other parts of the county. And then I guess my final comment is, we've talked a little bit about communications and how the county advertises and promotes the services and program offerings that we have. I think that there may be other pieces of how we leverage resources that the county invests in to better promote the services that we have. So, and I see all of that as happening within the context of a budget conversation.
Madam Chair.
You're right here. Yeah, Phillips, did you have more? Thank you.
Yeah, I did. I tend to agree with your comments. I haven't seen the problem I got is Supervisor Lopez mentioned. We've been waiting for this for 16 months, and I got this plan this morning, and there's a lot to be taken on, and it's a big decision. And I do have a question. If I were going to open that up, Luis and I went down there and toured it, and there's a lot of things that have to be fixed or cleaned up before we're going to open up sections that haven't been opened before. And so maybe, like the one lady was saying, maybe that can be done with volunteers, but I would bet we're going to be coming back and saying, well, in order to get this open up, we're going to need this and this and this, and I would be doing the same thing. There's going to have to be some capital outlays, I think, when we do it. And maybe, there's a lot of other thoughts. Maybe we don't open up the restaurants and market, but we bring in food trucks, and other ways to make it work. And I like the idea of e-banks and concert, and it's a lot different. We get the 68 proposition, but I'm still open to further consideration. But I would like to see a little bit more on this 3-year plan, so that we're not back where we've been of dumping money into the lakes, and it's been that way for a lot of years. So,
thank you. So, should we continue back around the circle again, or do we have some clarity around maybe how we proceed from here, Supervisor Adams?
I think just one request, Supervisor, ask you, Chair, is you know, in terms of timing as well, end of days are rough. And the last 3 times we've had this conversation, it's been the last item on a really long agenda. And I just, you know, want to be cognizant of that as well, because last time I know we ran into a timing issue as well. And so just requesting when it comes back that we prioritize it on the agenda up front so that we can have a fresh conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So one of the things I would like to suggest we do, since we're talking about a 3-year plan, I think one of the questions I would ask of staff right off the bat is see if you could do just a little bit of research to come up with someone who might even give us a proposal on what it would cost to do a full-blown, really professional business plan that we can apply to the lakes, to Lake San Antonio. I think it would be worth, you know, an investment. But again, I feel like it's something that we could hold on to, and that could be the roadmap that we have that would help us get to where we need to go. I feel like that's almost step 1 of what it is that we need as we move forward, to just do a little, you know, research, see who's out there that does this kind of work. I'm sure that there are probably people who do that, you know, without question. So I would hope that that would be part of our initial steps.
Maybe we'll point it back to Sean and Nathan. How are you? Do you feel like you have enough clarity from the conversation, from the concerns that have been raised, from the thoughts that have been put out, to be able to bring something back that provides a more detailed roadmap forward?
So I'll start, Chair Root Askew. So Sean Ellerby again. Yes, I think what we're hearing is that really if we could try to get back to the offerings of having a store, opening the lodges, the camping, and the boat access. So if we were to look at scenario 4 and come back with a 3-year business plan using that scenario, I believe I'm hearing support for that across the board. And then that way the board can make a more informed decision. And we will go and seek out if there's somebody we can outsource the business plan and develop that for us, as Supervisor Adams has requested. Just a side note, we were asked to bring this item forward to the board by the CAO's office prior to your workshop on April 6th, so that there was, you had the information ahead of you before going into that workshop. As Nate had provided in the presentation, all the resources that we're asking for have been submitted as augmentations for this upcoming fiscal year 21-22 budget. So they'll also be available to discuss at that time as well. Nate, do you have something to add?
It's frozen in time.
I do appreciate, I do appreciate the comments. And I do want to really reiterate Chris's comments. Every time we do this and we delay, we're losing peak season operations. You have to remember the majority of our revenues come between May and August. And then we have several months of essentially lost months. And that's just kind of an industry-wide thing that happens at lake resorts and campgrounds. So if we do delay, we very well may be losing another year of revenues. And we do believe that revenues will be decreasing for this coming season. So I just want that to be known. It is very, very difficult to operate this park during peak season and get as much revenue as we possibly can with the staff that we do have. So just wanted to put that out there.
All right, well.
You're muted, Wendy. We can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me. That's right. I have to turn the microphone on. Okay. Any final comments, questions? We still have hands raised from Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Adams.
Oh.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone behind. Okay. I think that given the conversation, it was a lot of good conversation, good feedback. And, you know, unfortunately, the Brown Act doesn't allow any of us to really talk about this with each other outside of these meetings. So this was a good chance just to kind of hear a little bit more about the vision and the ideas. And, you know, Supervisor Phillips and I can both reach out directly to Park staff to share any additional concerns or questions. But having a more articulated plan that we can feel confident in, I think would be what I would need to be able to proceed with additional investments. So, all right, I think having said all that, we can close this item and call for a readout from closed session by our County Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board agreed to a tentative agreement with Unit R on the condition that the membership of Unit R approves the tentative agreement. And that concludes my report.
All right, and that is, so we will be adjourning the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and we will also be adjourning the Monterey County Board of Supervisors today. Thank you all for bearing with us till 6:30 tonight, and we look forward to seeing you back here soon. Thanks.
Bye-bye.